Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. Giant glowing signs above my head echo out across the street as everyone moves in a single direction. Though most barely glance at them to the billboards. Looks like the infamous Bloody Berserker has made it at the boss room of the ancient labyrinth. Do you think they can win this, Veltri? The well-known commentator, Viren, asks as the man on the billboards looks at a large screen behind him, where one of the many pioneer broadcasts is currently showing. I'm not sure, Veltri, Viren's younger sister and co-commentator, answers while leaning forwards and gripping her mic with both hands. The Bloody Berserker hasn't been in very good form lately, and this dungeon hasn't shown to be a good match for them so far. I'm a little worried. The Bloody Berserker in question is someone I've watched personally just to get more information on the pioneer broadcasts, so I know rather well that he isn't going to make it. He's just too reckless, and that's shown very strongly throughout this dungeon dive. And he's not the only pioneer that I've been watching. I've watched dozens upon dozens of them, all in preparation for today. For the World Pioneer selection of my home world, Ecuador. Where the next pioneer of our world, the one who will be sent to a new world discovered by the Alliance and the system, will be chosen. I nearly trip on something slick beneath my boots, almost making me stumble into the person in front of me. But I barely manage to catch myself as I stop focusing on the billboards we're passing to instead focus on where I'm walking. Selection will begin in 1 hour. Anyone who is not present within the required age range will be placed on the wanted list and imprisoned for life. The slightest bit of a frown spreads across my face at that announcement echoing across the snow-ridden street even as we continue marching on to the large stadium within sight of us. And I'm not the only one as others around me show their own displeasure as well. But the ones who show too much while near a guard end up being shocked by a shock baton for disrespect. I thankfully am either not caught or just managed to hide my reaction well enough. So I continue marching through the street along with everyone else until we enter the stadium. All while the electric billboards continue playing the live broadcast of more than one pioneer. Right as I'm entering stadium though, something reaches my ear from one of the billboards I was listening to earlier. It looks like the Bloody Berserker really took on too much and couldn't handle it, Veltri says, sounding slightly disappointed. That marks the end of the pioneer phase of the world Excel. It's a pity, but I think it was his own fault for rushing in like that. Right V? You're right about that, Veltri. Viren answers with a nod of his head as I step inside of the stadium and sounds from outside of it begin to be blocked out. Let's move on to the analysis of Excel. I force back another frown as I continue walking into the stadium, just at the sheer disregard those commentators have for the pioneer they were just watching. But I don't have the time to think about it as I finally step out into the main area of the stadium, where thousands upon thousands of people are all waiting. All eligible individuals of this city who is between 20 to 30 years of age, regardless of gender or financial status. Or even how many times they've been here. They're all either at this stadium or other stadiums. As I walk towards my assigned position, I can't help but feel more and more bitter about my situation. About the fact that the selection, which only occurs once every few years, happens to occur a mere month after I turn 20. Almost like it's mocking me. Happening right after I become of age to be a part of it. The bright side though is that those who have shown up at the selection at least get a voucher for a year-long discount at all Alliance-run stores. So I won't be stuck empty-handed after this. I pull my hands out of my hoodie's pockets before raising them to my mouth and blowing warm air on them as my hair falls over my shoulder from my leaning forward. Meanwhile the rest of the eligible citizens continue to spill into the stadium. After this selection I just need to grab my voucher and head over to the convenience store to work my hours for the day. Then I can use the voucher at the store to get some mints. Yeah. That'll be my reward for dealing with this. I can splurge for a single day just for some mints. That thought keeps me going through the freezing cold even as I feel snow falling down on my head and shoulders. As I keep thinking of those mints, the last of the eligible people trickle into the stadium and head towards their places. Without a single person saying a word in the process. Not amongst those already in place nor those entering their places. This is just one of the many stadiums in the city meant for this, but despite that, it's filled to the brim with people. Which makes it even more abrupt when the screen high above us at the front of the stadium suddenly turns on, showing the Grand Chancellor of the Alliance standing behind a podium. all with several others around him, including the various bloodline family representatives. But I ignore the representatives as I focus on the Grand Chancellor, and more importantly, on what he is saying. Welcome, citizens of our beloved alliance. Today you will all have a lucky chance to become someone great, to become a pioneer. His words echo out across the stadium, but no one says a word in response. Everyone just stares. Pioneers are the breath and blood of our alliance, as you all know, which is why they get so many perks. So how about we go over those perks before making the selection? That sounds great. I make sure to keep a neutral expression. And it seems to work, as when a guard passes relatively close by, he doesn't stop by me, he just continues moving. Then he shocks someone else, several people over, who was tightly clenching his fist and glaring at the Grand Chancellor. Everyone either glances at the shocked man or continues staring at the screen, but no one shows any intention of helping him. I continue staring at the screen myself as the Grand Chancellor spouts off one thing after another about the perks of becoming a pioneer, which, I'll admit, are all incredible. Very much so. Pioneers are instantly raised from any class of society, which for me would be the bottom class, class 5 citizenship, all the way to the top class, elite class. They are also granted all of the privileges that come along with that position, along with access to the system upon becoming a pioneer, the awakening of any bloodlines they may possess, and are even given a small cut of all royalties earned by their live streams. But that's only if the pioneer actually manages to survive. If they die before even leaving their pioneer planet, none of those things will matter. They won't be able to use their citizenship if they're dead, and their royalties will instantly be reclaimed by the company without hesitation. And only 0.01 of pioneers survive. After all, while officially a pioneer is celebrated, their actual, unofficial job is to showcase the new worlds to the universe without letting the new world know about the alliance first. Because the new worlds are all initialized into the system upon their discovery, unlike us Class 5, IV, and even 3 citizens who have no chance at getting initialized unless we become a pioneer. The only pioneers that actually are cared about by society are those who become famous across the entire alliance. Those who break all expectations and soar to the top of their pioneer world, conquering it on their own. It's those people who manage to claim everything they've ever wanted. My thoughts come to an end when the Grand Chancellor finishes embellishing the benefits of becoming a pioneer. And now it's finally time for the selection. Unlike last time, this selection will be for a total of 10 worlds, which makes for 10 new pioneers. I lower my hands into my pockets before clenching them slightly, unable to hold myself back, but fortunately no guards notice. 10 worlds means a higher chance of being chosen, seeing as it's usually only 5 or so worlds per world selection. If your name appears on this very screen, raise your hand, one of our stadium monitors will teleport you straight to the stage. But don't worry, even if you miss it, you will still be teleported to the stage, it'll only take a bit. Right. They have no need for us to raise our hands since they know where we all are. The only reason they have us do it is to make for a grand display for the audience, marking the first time the new pioneers make their public debut. It's sickening, but necessary if the pioneer wants any chance at sponsors. Music begins to play across the stadium as everyone stares up at the screen, hoping against hope that their names don't appear on it. And after an entire 5 long seconds, the first of the 10 names appears. When another screen appears next to the large one, showing a man trembling while raising his hand and begin teleported to a stage not within our stadium, everyone seems to breath out in relief within our stadium. But that relief is crushed when the next name appears, and someone lets out a cry in our own stadium, only for them to slowly raise their hand, letting the monitor assigned to this stadium teleport them straight to the stage, with another screen appearing to show this trembling person. Then another name appears, with another person from a different stadium, and another. And another. More names end up being revealed back to back before 9 out of 10 names are revealed, with me still being safe in the crowd. Despite not having been selected yet though, I feel a strange sense of discomfort, like something bad is about to happen. And my instincts are usually right on the money. As if proving that very thing, I see my name appearing on the screen. Aqua Fallen. And without hesitation, I raise my hand, keeping as straight a face as I can despite wanting to scream out loud. Following which I find myself teleporting to the stadium as the Grand Chancellor begins to speak again. We now have all 10 of our brand new pioneers, So let us send them all off with a bang, and a grand welcome to the elite ranks of society. Fireworks begin to explode above the stadium, meant for celebration but instead marking a turning point in my life. One I never expected to happen. Then I feel a slight shock from the monitor's finger touching my neck as he initializes me into the system, making a single screen appear in front of me while the nausea from the shock begins to fade. Looking out over the crowd within the stadium, I find thousands of gazes staring back at me, all with various degrees of pity in their eyes. Meanwhile, one of the other new pioneers standing next to me on the stage straight up breaks down and begins crying. But I ignore them as most of the people watching give a faint nod of their heads in respect. Then I hear one last thing from the screen above, from the Grand Chancellor. Now go. Go to your new worlds, pioneers, and bring glory to the Alliance. Another notification appears in my vision. A tingling sensation begins to spread throughout my body, and before I can even process it, I find myself being handed a small backpack by the monitor. With the monitor being completely blank-faced the entire time, even as he hands the other new pioneers the same backpack. As for what's within the backpack, that's not hard to guess. It should be the same backpack given to every pioneer before they're teleported. One with a week's worth of food, a single weapon core, and an armor core. I grit my teeth before taking a deep breath. Then I find reality around me beginning to blur as another notification appears. And just like that, the world around me changes, and I find myself struggling to breathe underwater for some reason. B1, Chapter 2 Aqua. My surroundings are dark. Very dark, and I can't breathe as I feel water rushing into my nose and mouth from all around me. Everything's quiet except for the dinging sound of another system notification echoing in my head and appearing in my blurry, water-covered vision. A wave of pain floods through my body, through my head, my eyes, my torso, and probably more places, but I can't focus enough to tell where. Both due to the pain and my drowning. Phewick, am I really going to end up drowning the moment I arrive? What's worse is that I can see the red circle on the corner of my vision indicating that I'm being live-streamed right now, so hundreds of thousands of people must be watching this pitiful display. Why the hell did the system think underwater was the best place to teleport me? Does it think I'm some kind of fish? My vision begins to tremble as dark spots appear one after another. Meanwhile, I find it harder and harder to think as I try to hold my breath, keeping my mouth shut to stop more water from flowing into me. But I can't see a thing around me due to the dark, so even if I manage to delay my drowning, that won't matter much right now. The pain from the awakening process the system mentioned flares up again before beginning to fade away. And for some reason, my vision begins to clear up, both of the dark spots and of the area around me. That's not all though, because I begin to feel a lot more comfortable in the water despite never having swam before in my life. Like it's natural for me to be underwater or something. I blink once, then twice, and finally a third time. That's when another notification appears in my vision. A wave of confusion hits me as I read the notification. Both from the words within said notification and the fact that when I accidentally try to breathe due to holding my breath for too long, I find that I'm actually able to do so with ease down here. Is it because of the bloodline? Why'd I even have a bloodline anyways? Much less two? Bloodlines are special in that they're incredibly rare. So rare that there are only a few dozen bloodliners, people with any sort of bloodline awakened at all, total out of trillions of people in the Alliance. And even if you're the child of someone with a bloodline, the chances that you'll inherit it are slim to none. At most you'll be a carrier for the bloodline. The two bloodlines I apparently awakened are both known throughout the entire Alliance. Abyssal Orca is the same bloodline as the general of the Alliance's military, meanwhile the Kraken bloodline has been assumed to be long since lost. Surroundings that suddenly seem a lot brighter to me now than they were just a few moments ago. It looks like the system sent me into some sort of underwater cave. Now, whether I'm in the ocean or some random sea or lake, I have no idea. My thoughts are interrupted again by another notification. After the notification, a couple system messages appear without any sort of screen attached to them, both right underneath the previous screen. Physique of the Abyssal Kraken. The Abyssal Kraken obtains enhanced strength and can move and breathe freely while underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths. The Abyssal Kraken awakens the region hidden stat and gains one permanent stat point of region for every creature they kill within the water. My mouth opens for a moment before closing again. Okay, bloodlines really are powerful. A hidden stat. They're rarely ever seen in society because of the difficulty in awakening one. Normally, the only way to awaken a hidden stat is to find a special core on a newly initialized planet. But even those only generally appear once per newly initialized planet. I didn't realize you could awaken a hidden stat just through a bloodline. And region, that should be the stat for regeneration, increasing the natural regeneration speed of the user. So I get one stat point in it every time I kill something underwater? I look around me at the underwater cavern. Maybe this really was the best place to send me on the new planet, although a little warning would have been nice. Not to mention awakening my bloodlines before sending me here. I let out a sigh, which feels weird to do considering that I'm underwater. Then another notification appears in my vision. System notification system initialization has been fully completed. To check your status, simply desire to do so and it will appear. As you were initialized from the planet Equator and not the newly initialized world, you are now attached to the broadcast system implemented by the 31st System Administrator. To check your live stream, simply select the red circle in the top right corner of your vision. And to check for any notifications from the broadcast system, select the bell symbol beneath the red circle. A wave of displeasure runs through me at the sight of the notification, but then I just let out a sigh. Whatever. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm already here after all. I tilt my head back a little as my hair flows gently in the water. Guess I'm not getting those mints. Or seeing that cranky grandma at the convenience store again for a while. On the planet known as Equator, Viridia feels something is wrong. No, she knows something is wrong. But she can't quite place what that something is. Now, it might just be old age, but she begs to differ. There's definitely something wrong. And that feeling only grows more severe as she sits at the convenience store counter with a frown on her face, slightly intimidating any of the customers who enter the building and approach the counter. And the feeling only grows worse as she realizes the brat hasn't come back from her selection yet. So she does something she normally never does. She turns on the TV located in the corner of the convenience store, with it immediately opening up to the news. We've now seen the first 3 pioneers from the wonderful world of Equator, so let's move on to the 4th. This one has been highly coveted ever since their debut at the selection. A commentator declares while rubbing his hands together in front of a large screen. One showing a man Viridia feels like she's seen before as the man messes around with his backpack in the middle of a jungle. Jack Verrill. A member of the idol group, Fallen Stars. This man is already a sensation on Equator. Just how far will he manage to go? He's making a good impression so far as he sorts through the starter backpack, so let's watch a little longer to see what happens. Viridia frowns at the screen, watching the idol sort through his things before pulling out a knife from the backpack. One made from the weapon core in the starter backpack, and putting the backpack on his back. Then he begins exploring the surrounding areas with extreme caution. It looks like he knows what he's doing. Jack is currently checking his surroundings for any signs of life that may have passed through, clearly showcasing his experience from variety shows here. The commentator continues gushing about the idol on the screen. But Viridia doesn't really care about him, so she takes her attention away from the TV for a moment to ring up a customer. After several seconds though, she hears something that brings her attention back to the TV. They're probably dead by now, but let's go back to check on the first pioneer, the commentator exclaims with too much excitement in their voice for someone talking about a person likely dying. The last time we saw her, she was drowning underwater in a cavern the instant she was teleported to her planet. One known as Oceania. A planet known for having 87% of its surface covered in water. Viridia gets a bad feeling as she watches the screen behind the commentator go black for a moment. I believe her name was Aqua Fallen, and she is an orphan from the outer district, the commentator continues, making Viridia's bad feeling come to life. Back during the selection, she was pretty popular because of how beautiful she is. So I chose her as the first pioneer to broadcast live. But I wasn't expecting the system to teleport her deep underwater. Viridia feels her heart plummeting with every word the commentator makes. The brat, please, she stops paying attention to anyone in the store. To the point that a couple people actually shoplift while her attention is glued to the TV. But she doesn't care. She just keeps watching as the black screen behind the male commentator changes to show a woman who looks like the brat but also doesn't. And that appearance alone makes both Viridia and the commentator go silent, frozen in shock. Because her appearance now is completely different from what it was the last time they saw her. Unlike before, when she had long brown hair and brown eyes, Aqua now has deep blue, almost black hair, and with a single streak of white hair running down her bangs. Meanwhile her eyes are glowing a deep ocean blue within the dark cave. The silence only stretches on for a few seconds as both Viridia and the commentator watch as Aqua begins to move freely through the water, breathing with ease despite being completely submerged. Then a system message appears above her head on the screen. Aqua fallen. Bloodline. Unknown. Level 1. A bloodline. The brat has a bloodline. This is incredible. The commentator finally speaks up, practically shouting as they stand up from their seat and move closer to the screen. The pioneer that was almost written off for her poor starting location has awakened a bloodline, and an aquatic one by the looks of it. Viridia stares blankly at the screen. And she's not the only one, as several of the shoppers in her store stop whatever they were doing to stare as well. Whether because they recognize the part-timer who works at the store or just because of the shock at a pioneer with a bloodline, Viridia isn't sure. Nor does she care. The bloodline is listed as unknown by the automatic detection device, which must mean it's a brand new bloodline never seen before. But it also looks very similar to the abyssal orca bloodline in appearance, so there may be some connection there. The commentator continues speaking, her words never seeming to end, but Viridia finds herself too shocked to listen any further. A bloodline. I can say one thing for certain about our beautiful new pioneer: with this bloodline she will be the center of attention for a long time. B1, Chapter 3. Aqua. Okay then. So this is not how I expected my afternoon to go. I frown as I idly float through the water while munching on a ration bar, making sure to refill my stomach before I enter any battles. Because I have no idea how to fight, much less underwater. Despite my half-hearted preparation in watching dozens of Pioneer broadcasts just in case I actually ended up becoming a Pioneer one day, I never actually expected it to happen. So I didn't take any combat classes. Not that I'd be able to afford them even if I did expect this. As an orphan without any parents, and a Class 5 citizen without identification, hence the fallen last name, I only barely lucked into getting a part-time job at the convenience store thanks to the cranky grandmother running it. And even though I'm pretty sure she pays me more than I'm supposed to be paid, it's only enough to get by. Not enough to splurge like that. Fortunately, orphans are actually treated rather well on Ecuador, so there's that. But if I have bloodlines, having one of them could mean that I somehow managed to awaken it on my own. But having two means I have to be descendant of at least someone with a bloodline. Specifically the abyssal orca bloodline. People can't just go awakening already existing bloodlines without being descendant of it. That's just not how it happens. The Kraken bloodline can be excused by the fact that the bloodline is supposedly extinct, but not the abyssal orca bloodline. I let out a sigh, making some bubbles float pee in the water in the process. After finishing my ration bar, I finally think about opening my status, making several words form in front of my vision. Requesting status. User Aqua Fallen, status retrieved. Name. Aqua Fallen. Level. 1, Mana. 10, Strength. 16, 11. Dexterity. 12, Constitution. 10, Magical Strength. 12. Region. 10, Free Points. 0, Traits. Physique of the Abyssal Kraken, Apex Predator of the Depths. Skills. End status. Alright. So since a 10 is an average stat for a level 1, that means my stats are all either average or above average, with strength being incredibly high. My thoughts return to the physique of the Abyssal Kraken skill as I notice the parenthesis in my strength stat. Guess my strength should be 11 when I'm outside of the water, but it's almost 1.5 times higher when I'm in the water. So that's nice. I focus on the skills section, but no skills appear, meaning I don't have any system skills yet. Guess I'll have to level up for that. Some people start out with skills, but it looks like I'm not one of them. I close out of the status before opening my still dry backpack, thank the abyss for the enchantments on it, and grabbing the armor core first. Then, without any hesitation, I crush the thing, activating the core and making a set of armor suddenly appear over my clothes. The armor core is an item made by the system itself that makes a set of armor suited perfectly to the individual who crushes the core. Meanwhile, the armor itself is pretty random on what it gives benefit-wise. Except for certain cores, like this one. With the only restriction on normal cores being the level of the armor being restricted to the level of the core. And this core was a level 10 core. So it should be strong enough to last me for a little while out here. Especially with the mana repair function. When I look down, I find the armor to be entirely black in color. The armor is a mix of metal and leather, with armor plating on my vital spots, including my chest, stomach, back, and more armor over some of my joints like my shoulders and elbows. The armor itself is comfortable and isn't tight in any place. At least, not tighter than it should be. So after a few seconds spent inspecting it, I go ahead and pull out the weapon core next. And I crush it too. Unlike the armor core, the weapon core forms a large weapon held in my hand, stretching on for longer than I was expecting. And when it finishes forming, I find myself feeling a little uncertain, because it's a trident. Was not expecting this. A brief feeling of relief fills me at the fact that I was never able to afford weapons training. Because I wouldn't have trained with a trident regardless. So it would have been a waste of money. I try to swing around the trident, only to surprisingly find that it moves rather freely down here underwater. And so do I, but that's probably because of my new trait. After swinging it around and trying some practice thrusts with the thing for a little bit, I finally move on and begin swimming out of the cavern I'm in. Starting my exploration of the rest of the cave system. And within less than a minute of leaving the cavern, I find myself faced with my first enemy. Some sort of fish monster. One spanning half a meter in length. I identify the thing as it turns to look at me. Deep sea delfish, level 1. The fish has gray scales with a single twisted horn on its head and fins on the sides of its body. All with a mouthful of sharp teeth. And it's currently rushing straight at me. I hurriedly move to the side in the water, dodging the thing before swinging my trident at it. Only to miss the fish rather badly since I'm not exactly combat trained. Then the fish charges at me once more, and I dodge it again, and again. After dodging and attacking it 3 times, I finally manage to cut it with the 3 spears atop the trident, tearing a gash along its side. But thanks to that, the creature also pushes me back a little, into one of the tunnel walls. I grunt at the pain of the impact, but it's not too bad, so I pull my trident back to strike again, only for the back of the trident to ping against the tunnel wall, reminding me that I literally have my back against the wall. Shit. The fish, despite its wounds that are bleeding bluish-red blood into the water around us, manages to charge at me again and latches its jaws onto my arm that I use to block it, digging its sharp fangs into my armor bit by bit. And while they aren't sharp or strong enough to pierce through my armor, the pressure still hurts. Badly. But I push through it and bring the trident around to stab straight into the top of the fish, instantly making the pressure on my arm decrease before the thing eventually dies. Giving me 2 system messages in the process. You have killed a level 1 deep sea delfish. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. I let go of the trident in the fish's body before grabbing the fish's jaws and easily prying them off my other arm. Then I look at my arm to check it for damage. Only to find that beneath my armor it has several bruises where the fish's teeth were, but nothing more than that. I let out a sigh of relief. And thanks to that kill, my natural regeneration should be a little bit faster. Considering that a 10 is the average, that should mean I will be regenerating about 10% faster than the average human. Which is a nice boost, especially from just a single kill. A faint smile spreads across my face at that thought before I go ahead and pull the trident out of the fish's corpse. The fish monster itself isn't one I recognize, and I have no idea how to properly prepare fish. So keeping it for food is a waste of space when I don't know if it's poisonous to eat or not. With that in mind, I leave the corpse behind and continue making my way through the tunnel. Alan Pioneer News. Hello everyone, I am Alan, and I'm here to bring you the latest Pioneer news. Alan says with a grin on his face as he faces the camera from behind a large counter. And today's news is shocking. You won't believe it. What's the news today, Alan? Alan's co-host, Roderick, asks with a frown on his face. It can't be that shocking, can it? This batch of pioneers only just arrived on their planets. Come on, Roderick, you already know the news. So why are you asking? Alan asks while frowning at Roderick. Well, you said I wouldn't believe it, so, Roderick responds with a shrug. I meant the viewers, Alan retorts, his voice raising a little in exasperation. But I'm being serious. Today's news is going to shock you all. Well, you're not wrong there, my friend, Roderick adds with a faint grin. Let's start by giving everyone a brief rundown of this particular pioneer and how their run began before showing the clip. Alan says before pulling up a picture of a girl with long brown hair and brown eyes wearing a hoodie and slacks while standing on the stage of one of the selection stadiums. This young woman, chosen as a pioneer by the system, is known as Aqua Fallen. She is 20 years old and is an orphan from the world known as Equator, one of the Class 5 planets of the Alliance. We haven't been able to gather as much information about her as we would have preferred, but we do know that she was working at a convenience store part-time before the selection, and that she only just turned 20 a mere month before the selection. Yep, she's a young one all right, Roderick says while nodding his head. Probably one of the youngest pioneers we've ever had. You're right about that, Alan adds as the screen changes to show the woman appearing in the middle of an underwater cavern before beginning to drown. But that's just the start. When young Aqua was teleported to the newly initialized world known as Oceania, she was instantly dumped underwater in a cavern to drown, of course. Most of the Paope viewing her at that point began to drop off. After all, who would want to watch a beautiful girl drowning without even being given the chance to fight for her survival? Roderick nods his head multiple times as if agreeing with him. Then it happened. Alan exclaims while spreading his arms out to point at the screen, of which begins to show the woman beginning to scream underwater, making bubbles float up towards the ceiling. All while her hair slowly changes color from her previous warm brown to a deep blue, almost black. Following which a single white streak emerges on her bangs, and her eyes turn into a deep glowing blue. This little pioneer went and awakened a new bloodline. After that, we see young Aqua calming down before beginning to breathe and even move around normally under the water, proving that the system's decision in sending her there wasn't wrong. Alan continues as the screen shows everything he just said happening. We've seen a lot of things happen, but I've never seen a pioneer awaken a bloodline in a situation like that. What bloodline do you think it is? Not sure, but it's probably similar to General Orkane's Abyssal Orca bloodline based on appearance alone, Roderick answers, keeping the flow going. They have the same colored hair and even the same streak in their hair. The only difference are her eyes, which almost seem slit sometimes. Like her pupils narrow when she narrows her own eyes, or when her adrenaline is running, like right here. Roderick points at the screen as it shows her dodging the large fish monster. At which point her eyes narrow into near slits before returning to normal. Do you think the General's family will take interest in her? Alan asks while tilting his head a little and watching the woman finish off the monster while panting underwater, sending bubbles upwards to the ceiling. Absolutely, Roderick states with a firm nod of his head. I'd be shocked if they don't. True, Alan says before facing towards the camera again. Well, that marks the end of the news on our new aquatic beauty, so how about we move on to the next subject? He's a famous professor and scholar from the world of Ecuador who made his name known through various research papers at the young age of 20. And now he's a pioneer at the age of 25. B1, Chapter 4 Aqua. After my first run-in with a Delphish, I end up facing off against several more of them. One after another. And by the time I make it to my 7th kill, I finally get the message I've been looking for. Albeit not without some pain along the way, considering the bruises lining my arms and legs. You have killed a level 1 deep-sea Delphish. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. Congratulations. You have now reached level 2. Your total free points have increased by 2, and your mana stat has increased by 10. Allocate the free points whenever you please. A smile spreads across my face despite the pain of my bruises. And without hesitation, I go ahead and use the 2 free points to increase my constitution and dexterity stats. Increasing the amount of damage my body can withstand along with my speed and maneuverability in the process. Then I go ahead and check my status again. Requesting status. User Aqua Fallen, status retrieved. Name. Aqua Fallen. Level. 2, Mana. 20, Strength. 16, 11. Dexterity. 13, Constitution. 11. Magical Strength, 12. Region, 17, Free Points, 0, Traits. Physique of the Abyssal Kraken, Apex Predator of the Depths. Skills. End status. Good. I close out of my status again before continuing through the tunnels, hoping the bruises heal soon. But even if the region stat works on the same 10-point average for humans thing as non-hidden stats do, healing at 1.7 times the normal speed still won't instantly heal the wounds. At most they'll heal in a little over half the time it would normally take. Even longer probably, seeing as I didn't have the stat that high when I got the wounds. As for my armor, I looked down at it while swimming, finding the armor to still be in pretty good condition, despite the bite marks covering quite a few parts of it. Might as well do it now. The weapon and armor cores given out as starter gear are all set in stone to have one specific skill. A skill that repairs the armor and weapon using the wielder's mana should they infuse it into the weapon or armor. Since durability is generally considered to be more important for a pioneer at the start, that's what the Alliance decided on for the starter kit. So after using up 2 units of mana, my armor quickly begins to repair itself of any of the damage it's taken thus far. Good. With that dealt with, I move on to find a nice place to sleep, because I'm getting really tired right about now. I'm glad I don't have to use the bathroom though, because that would be awkward. The livestream pauses whenever it senses your intention to do something that would require privacy, like bathing, using the bathroom, and so on. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm deep underwater. And using the non-existent bathroom in this situation, I feel a shiver run down my spine at the thought. So I continue to search through the tunnel system, going from one cavern to another, one tunnel to another, but it's only after a few more hours of searching, along with a few more fish monster kills, that I finally find something. A small piece of cavern at the top of another cavern, reachable only through a small crevasse that I barely fit through, where there isn't actually any water. Finally, after surfacing in the little piece of cavern, I set my backpack down in a corner, place my trident across the hole leading down to the cavern below so that it'll make noise if moved, and search the little stretch of cavern a few times to make sure, then lie on top of my backpack, using it as a pillow in this rocky cave. But while I'm trying to get comfortable here, I notice something strange. That being that my hair isn't wet, not even the slightest bit. My skin isn't either. The only thing on me that's wet are my clothes, armor, and backpack. Odd. Probably something to do with my bloodline. Anyways, in addition to the livestream detecting when someone is doing something private, it also detects when someone's not doing anything livestream worthy. Like right now as the red circle in the corner of my vision dulls to gray, implying that the livestream is now off. I let out a sigh of relief now that I'm no longer being broadcast to the Alliance. Then I go ahead and glance at the bell below it, which currently has a red 999 plus on it, which doesn't look very welcoming to me. For some reason seeing big numbers on notification buttons has always made me want to just click on it and click mark all as read, instead of actually reading them. Maybe it's just my naturally lazy nature, although this time it's probably the same for most people, considering just how many notifications there are. Regardless, I focus on the bell notification, making a screen appear in front of me. One that's kind of in the format of a website's profile dashboard, with several tabs on the top. There's junk mail, which is listed with over 10,000 messages, followed by business inquiries, which is listed with just about a couple hundred messages, and finally official messages, which just has a single message in it. I go ahead and open the official messages section before checking out the one message in it titled, "Welcome, Pioneer," which I'm pretty sure is just the default first official message sent to all pioneers based on what I read when I open it. To start off, it mentions the main goals of a pioneer: survival, intelligence gathering, and building connections. But it also mentions that the main priority is to just survive. After all, pioneers can't do the latter two things if they die. After that it mentions sponsors, which become available after 10 days on the New World, with sponsorships being available through the system itself. A feature made by the latest system administrator, the Grand Chancellor, the same man who altered the system to benefit the Alliance and added this whole pioneer bullshit in the first place. Then there's details about this very screen, talking about the junk mail being mail from fans who have signed up through the system as fans of me as a pioneer, followed by the business inquiries, which are inquiries from various businesses throughout the Alliance. These business inquiries aren't there for nothing, as they can straight up teleport me to different locations across the alliance for reality TV shows or even advertisement or commercial shoots, where I'll get a small split of royalties from it along with greater publicity that can potentially increase the number of sponsors I will get. But I can only take a certain number of them every week, and I'm limited in how long I can spend at each place. Most importantly though, it's only a phantom copy of me that is actually at those locations. So my real body is still here in this world and can be attacked while I'm away. And last but not least, official messages from the system and the system administrator and moderators, which, from what I've heard, almost never happens. At the end of the message are details about the world that I'm in. A faint smile spreads across my face at the sight of that part. As it turns out, the world I'm on is 87 ocean, with a total of 24 large islands that can't even be considered continents scattered around the world, along with a great many smaller islands. Meaning this is a world without continents, but it's not quite an ocean world either. Now I understand why the system chose this world for me, and this location. My bloodline seems to thrive underwater after all. That's all the Alliance knows about this world though. Any more research and they'd have to actually land on the planet itself, which would sound the system's alarm, notifying the denizens of the world about our presence. The only way the Alliance has found around that is through the Pioneer system, so finding out more about the world and its denizens is supposed to be my job. I let out a sigh before closing out of the official message, then I moved to the junk mail for a moment to read through some of them, only to frown when I do. Because sure, there is fan mail in it, but there's also all other kinds of mail as well. Toxic trolls trying to insult me or say they could have done things better, people jealous of my bloodline saying I don't deserve it, and even people trying to sexually harass me. I let out a sigh before noticing a button saying, Clear Spam and Toxicity, so after a brief shrug, I go ahead and select said button, instantly making all that harassment and toxicity vanish while leaving behind the fan mail. That's nice. I leave that tab with the fan mail still there to go check out the business inquiries section, where I find half a dozen invites to variety shows, over 24 requests for interviews, and several requests for ad and commercial appearances. These can all wait for after I find a safe home where I can comfortably leave my body. So without opening any of them, I go ahead and close out of the screen entirely. Time to rest. B1, Chapter 5 Aqua. Once I wake up and take care of my morning routine, or what I can take care of here at least, I go ahead and put my backpack back on again, grab my trident from where I left it lying across the entrance, and dive back down into the water, with the live stream turning on again the moment I enter the main cavern beneath this one. And there goes my piece. I let out a sigh before continuing my earlier exploration of the tunnel system, which I guess it is now, considering my bloodline. I continue swimming through the tunnels until I find another Delphish, this one being a bit larger than the others. A frown spreads across my face as I identify it. Deep Sea Delphish, Level 2. This one is Level 2, huh? So does that mean they grow when they level? That doesn't bode well for the future. Fortunately, it's not that much larger, and therefore isn't that much harder to deal with. After doing my usual process with them of baiting before stabbing, I managed to skewer the thing without much trouble, finally beginning to grow more used to my trident at this point. I glance at the corner of my vision only to frown at the sight of my inbox being at 999 plus again, even after just a single night. That's annoying. But it is a little understandable. Bloodlines are incredibly rare after all, so I'm sure having one put me in the spotlight. Out of curiosity, I select the red circle while continuing through the tunnel, opening up the livestream chat in my vision as I swim. And it's not exactly as I expected, but also is. Good morning, Sleeping Beauty. She's a walk and slyin'. Anyone know what her bloodline is yet? Something aquatic. No shit. Serious answers please. She's so fucking beautiful. I like that lazy look in her eyes. It's as if she doesn't think this is a challenge. Could you stop gushing about her looks? She's only beautiful because of her bloodline. You did see her before awakening her bloodline, right? She was beautiful then too, so shut up. Who cares about her looks? We're here to watch her fight, not to watch her show off her appearance. I'm guessing her bloodline must be related to the Abyssal Orcus in some way, since her appearance is the same and she seems to be stronger than she should be at her level. But I don't know any bloodlines similar to the Abyssal Orcus, so it'll take more research to determine. Yeah, There's a lot to process. It looks like the chat is largely split right now. There are trolls galore. Researcher types. People who only seem to be interested in my appearance. And a rare few who actually seem interested in me personally. Meaning most of my viewers right now don't care about me personally. They just care about my bloodline or looks. Or stirring up trouble. And ironically enough, the few who seem interested in me personally seem to have taken an interest in my lacking facial expressions. Which was a problem when I was searching for jobs. The fact that I find it a little difficult to express much on my face. So my face tends to stay in a rather lazy-looking expression most of the time. Then again, I'm a relatively lazy person in general, so it's not like it's that far off of my thoughts most of the time. The main reason I ended up like this though was due to suppressing the emotions I show in order to avoid getting shocked by alliance guards on the street. Guards who are too petty for their own good and sometimes even shock someone just for frowning at them. I let out a sigh as I continue swimming through the tunnel, only to find a rather unexpected end to this particular tunnel. Just like a lot of the other tunnels, this one ends in a cavern. But unlike them, this cavern has several monsters inside of it. Not just one. There are 5 Delphish inside of the cavern, along with one new monster. I grit my teeth as I identify the creature. Deep-sea angler shark, level 3, right, it's a shark. With a lantern hanging from its head. So, it's an anglerfish and a shark merged into one? It's also glaring at me while opening its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Right, this is bad. The shark for some reason lets out a screech that makes my ears ring before swimming straight towards me. All while the other Delphish in the cavern look a little disoriented themselves. Without hesitation, I twist my body to move out of the way of the shark. Then I rush towards the closest Delphish and stab it straight through the face with my trident. And without hesitation, I move the trident with it still inside of the Delphish around to slam straight into the shark as it approaches me. Which actually ends up working. So yay. What's not so yay is the fact that the shark just looks disoriented, not genuinely injured. So I use this moment to yank the trident out of the Delphish as I get a message about its death and my additional point of region. Only to stab the trident straight into the shark's eye while it's finally beginning to get over its disorientation. But my trident doesn't go far into its eye, especially when the shark closes its eyelid, somehow trapping my trident in place. I try to move out of the way as the shark begins to charge again, with the Delphish coming this time as well, but the shark is too close at this point. So all I manage to dodge is letting it chomp on me. And when the shark's tackle hits, sending me spinning through the water, I feel a couple Delphish latching onto my arms and worsening the bruises that are already there. I grit my teeth hard while reaching for the Delphish and grabbing them with my bare hands, following which I jab my fingers into their eyes, blinding them before ripping them off my arms and slamming the 2 Delphish into each other. Killing both with my enhanced strength from physique of the Abyssal Kraken. And, of course, getting 2 more points of region along the way. Then I see the shark, still with my trident in its eye, eating the last 2 remaining Delphish itself. Only to grow larger for some reason as my trident is pushed out of its eye, and said eye heals on its own. Wait, does it grow stronger from eating other things? Or is it just a temporary boost? Growing stronger from eating things is a common power, but only from stronger monsters. Not something like this. Most likely it's a temporary size boost, with the healing being the main factor of its power. Healing from eating would certainly be nice right about now, but that's not something to worry about at the moment. I narrow my eyes a little at the monster, then at the Delphish corpses around me, and finally at my trident that is floating in my direction. Let's see if this will work. Pioneer monster hunts live. And the strange angler shark has grown in size. Will our aquatic pioneer be able to take this thing down? Roxanne exclaims without taking her eyes off of the screen showing Aqua facing off against the level 3 monster. The creature seems to heal from eating, and experts are suspecting that the creature gains a temporary growth in size as a side effect of healing, and that it'll likely slow down for a bit after it shrinks. This is always Roxanne's favorite part of Pioneer broadcasts, watching them fight against unknown monsters and having her team of researchers study the creatures mid-battle through the broadcast. But this new Pioneer, Aqua Fallen, has really blown up her broadcast's popularity, all because of the uniqueness of the aquatic monsters she's fighting. Very few pioneers fight deep underwater after all, which makes her broadcast a unique one. And that's on top of her being a bloodline holder. At this point Roxanne is convinced Aqua is her lucky star. She and the experts all watch as Aqua moves to grab two of the corpses near her before throwing them at the shark right when it begins to charge, blocking its sight of her. And during this time she rushes towards her trident, grabbing it with one hand before kicking off against the floor at the last second, leaving the angler shark to slam straight into the ground after gobbling down the two Delphish corpses, stunning the creature rather badly even as it grows in size even more. Then Aqua rushes over to it and stabs her trident straight downwards into the creature's gills on the side of its body, piercing into the thing while it's dazed. And she doesn't just do it once, she does it over and over again while gripping onto the large shark, all the way until it's finally dead. And she did it. She has slain the angler shark. Which means it's time to start the wrap-up analysis of this beautiful sea creature, Roxanne exclaims while rubbing her hands together. Meanwhile Aqua herself just pants in exhaustion after her long-winded fight. Yes, my lucky star. Continue to grow stronger and earn me more money. B1. Chapter 6 Aqua. Okay then. That's a wrap on this battle. I pant in exhaustion, blowing bubbles into the water around me in the process. But my attention is solely focused on the system messages in my vision, including the ones I was ignoring during the battle. You have killed a level 1 deep-sea Delphish. Express has been granted accordingly, X3. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1, X3. You have killed a level 3 deep-sea angler shark. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. Congratulations. You have now reached level 3. Your total free points have increased by 2, and your mana stat has increased by 10. Allocate the free points whenever you please. Good. It's just too bad that the shark killed 2 of the Delphish, taking away 2 of my region stat points. I go ahead and allocate the 2 stat points into Dexterity and Constitution. Requesting status. User Aqua Fallen, status retrieved. Name. Aqua Fallen. Level. 3, Mana. 30, Strength. 16, 11. Dexterity. 14, Constitution. 12, Magical Strength. 12. Region. 22, Free Points. 0, Traits. Physique of the Abyssal Kraken, Apex Predator of the Depths. Skills. End status. That said, everything hurts. Bruises all over my body from these damned fish chomping on me. Then there's the damage to my gut from the shark's tackle. And sure, my regeneration is increasing, but a small bruise still takes somewhere around a week or so to heal. And bruises these large take 3 or 4 weeks to heal for a normal person. And with my regen at 22, that means it'll only heal a little faster than twice as fast as a normal human. Which still means it will take a couple weeks to heal naturally. I grit my teeth as I let myself float in the water amidst the bleeding corpses for a few seconds, but when the blood from their corpses get closer to me, I finally push myself to move through the pain until I reach the other end of the cavern. At which point I enter the tunnel connected to it. Damn, this hurts. But it's fine. I just have to push through the pain and continue killing monsters. Because the more I kill the higher my regen stat will go and the faster my wounds will heal. I'm totally not thinking this just because I want to level up, even though I'll end up with more wounds as I continue fighting. Absolutely not. And it's only now that I realize another draw that I apparently have as a pioneer over other pioneers. The fact that I'm hunting underwater monsters. Little to no pioneers ever bother hunting underwater monsters. It just almost never happens. In fact, most people are weaker underwater than on the surface, so they avoid any underwater fights that they can. Which leads to a strong lack of content online for underwater battles. Guess I stumbled on that little benefit by luck. And that angler shark was enough to draw their attention away from being toxic as well. Another plus. Anyway, I continue swimming through the tunnel, albeit slower than I was before due to the pain. And once in a while I run into more Delphish, which I kill, once again increasing my regen stat. And I continue to kill the Delphish one after another, over and over again, just slaughtering fish. Until I once again find a cavern, but this one is different from any of the caverns I've seen so far. This cavern is massive. And it has walls and floors and even ceilings covered in some eerily glowing moss, with various different fish of different types swimming around the place. Some of which are monsters and others are not. As for which ones are considered monsters, that's judged by the system. The creatures that have an ID and a level are considered monsters, whereas the ones without those are not. But even amongst the monsters here, not including the other fish, there are a lot of new fish. I go through identifying them all while staying relatively close to the edge of the cavern. Deep Sea Angler Shark, Level 3, Deep Sea Blue Cetopus, Level 2, Deep Sea Leg Crab, Level 3. Deep Sea Swarm Piranha, Level 1, Deep Sea Bloodzap Jelly, Level 4, Deep Sea Green Eel, Level 3, Golden Viperfish, Level 2. At some point I give up on identifying all the unique monsters though, because there are just too many of them, and some of them are camouflaged as well. I barely even managed to catch the viperfish and the octopus because those two are so well camouflaged. What's most interesting about this cavern though is that the monsters aren't targeting me. They're just going around doing their own things. Some are hunting each other, others are just calmly living their life, and others are hunting regular creatures. It's like an entire ecosystem down here involving both monsters and non-monsters. And my chat seems to be just as interested in it as I am. So many fish. Why does that crab have legs 3 times as long as its body? And what are those lumps in its legs? I'm betting my salary that the green eel thing is poisonous. It just has that vibe. That's a lot of piranhas. You should avoid that swarm. I want to bring that blood-red jellyfish home. That jellyfish is probably one of the stronger monsters here considering its level. I wouldn't be surprised if it packs quite the shock. What's with that tiny blue octopus? It just sprayed a blue liquid out at a delfish and turned the fish's entire body blue before it died. I glance at the non-monsters while pursing my lips. Earlier on I already tested to see if Apex Predator of the Depths worked when killing plants, but I haven't seen if it works when killing regular creatures that aren't monsters. The trait says it is for every creature I kill. But I also know that traits and skills are rather picky and don't always do exactly what they say. For all I know it could only count things that the trait considers a predator in some way. Or it could only count things in the system. So to test that, I go ahead and kill a random fish in the cavern. But it doesn't do anything. I don't get a message about my region stat going up. Even when I check my status I don't see any change whatsoever. Alright. Now I at least know it doesn't apply to all living creatures. Which means I can ignore most of these non-monster fish. I flowed down to the bottom of the cavern before heading towards a crab. One with incredibly long legs. Legs that are over 3 times the length of its body. And for some reason have lumps in them. Almost like there are organs or something in the legs. Which is kind of gross to look at. With all the monsters in here, some of which don't seem too fast, I should be able to get my level up to level 5. The level 1 need to be to get my first skill from the system. And I really need a skill down here. Regeneration or no regeneration, it's not a good idea to continue fighting endlessly without anything but a trident, my armor, and my rather lacking combat abilities. I continue slowly moving towards the crab before rising upwards a little bit when I get close enough, just to make sure I'm not in reach of its legs on the ground. Then I kick my legs off of a large rock, sending me flying straight towards the crab as I thrust my trident straight at its head, piercing into the head and then into the shell in the process. I feel a brief hint of relief after killing the thing, but when I try to pull my trident out of its body, a few things happen all at once. For one, I realize the crab didn't give me a kill message through the system. For 2, the trident won't come out. And for 3, half of the crab's legs are all rushing straight towards me. So I immediately let go of my trident before hurriedly swimming downwards, beneath the crab's own body. After which all of the legs it used to attack me end up slamming into the crab instead. Okay. The only explanation that makes sense for how a headless crab is walking around and attacking with a trident stuck inside of its body is that its organs really are in its legs. And said organs seem to be moving fluently around the legs. Except that before they were moving between different legs. Whereas now they're locked in the legs they were already in. What with my trident having ruined the main body of the crab. And with me hiding underneath its own body, there isn't much it can do against me. The main issue is that my trident is still inside of its body sticking upwards, meaning I can't pull it out from this angle without being attacked by its legs. So, what to do? Oh, that might just work. I glance at the crab's rather skinny legs despite the fact that they have organs inside of them. Then I glance at my hands. Doesn't hurt to try. I swim up to one of its legs before grabbing it, instantly making the crab begin going wild in an attempt to make me let go. But the crab itself isn't all that strong. Or rather, it weighs too much to do much without the momentum of its legs moving through the water. The 4-meter-long legs to be specific. So without hesitation, I grab the base of the leg and snap it with my bare hands, proving that my physical strength is enough to do just that. Cool. The crab convulses while standing in place somehow, not making a single sound other than that. Probably because it's headless and therefore likely has no vocal cords. Totally not my fault. Anyway, after breaking off that leg, I go ahead and proceed with the next, and the next, and the next. One after another until I finally break off its last leg. Then I just waltz over to the lumps in the legs, after retrieving my trident, of course. Before piercing the legs with the tip of my trident. Destroying the crab's organs one by one. Although the thing dies by the time I'm only halfway finished according to the messages. You have killed a level 3 deep sea leg crab. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. And there we go. 1 kill down without any extra pain for me. Time to move on to my next hunt. B1. Chapter 7 Bloodline Research Center. The Bloodline Research Center of the Alliance. It's the foremost research center in the entire Alliance when it comes to researching the bloodlines. Remnants of the old ancient monsters who have since gone extinct. All of the bloodlines are precious, and the only method to bring them out is when the system occasionally awakens them in a person. But even that is only possible when that person has even a single fraction of a drop of blood passed down by the ancient monsters still in their veins. And even then, most of the time the bloodline awakening is a failure. So the incredibly rare successful awakenings are always recorded and researched to the extreme. But even more rare are the awakenings that occur outside of a known bloodline family tree, with an unknown bloodline not found in their database. So ever since the pioneers from Ecuador were sent to their new worlds, and the pioneer known as Aqua Fallen awakened her new, undiscovered bloodline, the entire Bloodline Research Center has been abuzz with activity. Practically overworking every last member of the staff in their frenzy to figure out what ancient monster her bloodline is from. And yet, despite all of this, no progress has been made beyond the obvious. This is infuriating. The head researcher of the research center, Fraxus Del Martin, shouts while slamming his hands on the desk in front of him, making most of the other researchers in the room flinch. The only things we've found so far are all signs of the abyssal orca bloodline. Just how similar is this bloodline to the Orcane family's bloodline? The research room around them, the main research room in the research center, is in the form of a military command room. With various different levels, and desks at each level. All with numerous computers on the levels and several large at the front wall of the room. Each showing different images of the new pioneer, Aqua Fallen, as she moves and fights underwater on the world of Oceania. Sir, should we make another call to the Orcane family? One of the mid-ranking researchers at the center asks from his desk on a lower floor of the main research room. They haven't bothered with answering the first 3 times, so why would they answer on the 4th? Fraxus shouts, his frustration getting the better of him. Idiots. The mid-ranking researcher grits his teeth at the treatment from his superior, but he doesn't say anything as he still enjoys his job and wants to keep it. Fraxus turns his gaze towards one of the other mid-ranking researchers as he asks, what about the Aquamarine Life Laboratory? Have they discovered anything about the bloodline yet? A few seconds pass in silence, grating on Fraxus's nerves. Then the mid-ranking researcher finally answers, feeling more than a little nervous, sir, the Aquamarine Life Laboratory has responded saying they will not be looking into the bloodline. The moment the researcher finishes speaking, a cracking sound comes from the desk Fraxus is leaning against, drawing the gazes of the other researchers on the same floor of the room towards him and the desk. A desk that is now with a large crack running from the top to the bottom of its height. Would you care to run that through me again? I seem to have misheard, Fraxus grounds out while glaring at the researcher in question. The researcher hurries to answer, sir, they said they will not be looking into the bloodline as they are too busy researching all of the marine life and aquatic monsters shown on Miss Fallen's broadcast. Fraxis glares at the man as his hands clench tighter and tighter. Then he finally turns his gaze back to the main screen on the opposite wall, where he sees the bloodline holder in question just slowly and carefully swimming through the massive cavern, occasionally killing the monsters in it that aren't very strong, while staying far away from the stronger-looking monsters like the bloodzap jelly and the larger sharks. Her bloodline seems to have the strength of the abyssal orca, the visibility of the abyssal orca, and the aesthetic look of the abyssal orcas. Fraxis begins to speak without taking his gaze from the screen. And since she never takes off her armor, we have no way to tell if her wounds are more or less severe than they should be, or if they're regenerating faster than they should. Nor can we tell if there are any other noticeable differences in her body. A heavy silence befalls the room, but Fraxis just continues speaking. The pioneer has made no visible attempts to reach out to any businesses that have sent her inquiries, shown nothing clear that isn't something someone with the abyssal orca bloodline would have, and the Orcane family still refuses to answer any questions, Fraxis says while slowly walking over to the stairs before climbing down them to the bottom floor. Then he walks over to the screen and looks straight up at it. Right now public sentiment is starting to turn her way, making her into a popular figure. So trying to pressure her into revealing her bloodline could strongly backfire. And the only person the pioneer has that was close to her seems to know nothing about her bloodline or origins. After a few seconds of the tense atmosphere filling the room, Fraxis turns around and looks at each and every researcher as he states, "Every last one of you will be staying overtime until we can figure out just what her bloodline is. I don't care how long that takes." Movement can be heard throughout every corner of the room as the researchers all show discontent with that. But not a single one says a word as Fraxis turns to stare up at the screen behind him once again. "I will find out what secrets you're hiding," he mutters so quietly that only the higher-level researchers can hear him. "You can count on that." I pant in exhaustion as I finish off my latest target, a large blue octopus that's currently level 4. The stupid creature kept trying to spray poison at me, but I managed to kill it without getting poisoned thanks to the range given to me by my trident. And since the poison isn't sticky, and I'm underwater, I don't have to worry about carrying the poison with me as I get away from the corpse. So I make as much distance as possible between me and the poisoned water and corpse while reading the system messages in my vision. "You have killed a level 4 deep-sea blue octopus. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. Congratulations. You have now reached level 5. Your total free points have increased by 2, and your mana stat has increased by 10. Allocate the free points whenever you please. Additionally, you have now unlocked your first skill." A faint smile spreads across my face at that message. It's about time. I continue swimming through all the pain covering my body until I make it to the tunnel out of the cavern. The one I entered the cavern through a little while ago, before starting my hunt. Then I continue swimming until I eventually find that little crevasse leading to that waterless cavern. After finally making it out of the water, I place my trident back into position over the entrance before dumping my backpack and collapsing down on top of it, still panting in exhaustion. My armor is keeping me from getting any really severe wounds, and from actually getting cuts, so I'm not really losing much blood. But I'm covered in bruises and what I'm suspecting may be a few fractured bones on top of that. So it's hella painful even just sitting here on this rocky cavern floor. A few seconds pass as I try to make myself as comfortable as possible before I open my status again and allocate the free points. Requesting status. User Aqua Fallen, status retrieved. Name: Aqua Fallen. Level: 5, Mana: 50, Strength: 19, 13. Dexterity: 14, Constitution: 14, Magical Strength: 12. Region: 40, free points. 0, traits. Physique of the Abyssal Kraken, Apex Predator of the Depths. Skills: End status. This time I go ahead and put 2 points into Strength after having put 2 into Constitution last time, when I reached level 4. And just putting 2 points into Strength is enough to give me 3 points in Strength when I'm underwater, which is nice. As for my regeneration, it should now be about 4 times as fast as a regular human's regeneration speed. It should be the end of my second day here, and that's judging based solely on the timestamps in the livestream chat, seeing as I don't exactly have a sun to go by down here. Anyway, I go ahead and select the Skills tab on my status, just hoping for something good. And the moment I do, I find my eyes widening ever so slightly as I see what appears in the next menu. Requesting skills. User Aqua Fallen, 1 skill retrieved. Skill 1. Abyssal Kraken's Embrace. Description. Abyssal Kraken's Embrace allows the user to summon tentacles of the Abyssal Kraken within 3 meters of their body. These tentacles can then stretch for 5 meters away from where they are summoned. Cost. Abyssal Kraken's Embrace costs a total of 10 mana for every tentacle summoned. The tentacles can then stay summoned free of charge for a maximum of 1 minute. Cooldown. Abyssal Kraken's Embrace has no cooldown and can be used as many times at once as the user has mana. End skills. That's a really good skill, although it'll give the viewers and the researchers no doubt studying me a headache trying to figure out what the abyss my bloodline is. After all, summoning tentacles practically screams Kraken, yet my appearance doesn't match the usual Kraken appearance, which is much lighter in color and has slit eyes. Although I've seen chatter in the livestream chat that say my eyes do become a lot narrower sometimes when my adrenaline is running. So there's that. Still, it doesn't fit anything the research center should know about. That said, I don't really care about their issues trying to deset me through a screen. As long as these tentacles help me in a battle, that's all I care about. And they absolutely will help in battle. Even if they're weak, they'll serve as a great distraction. And if they're not weak, they'll help even more. A faint smile spreads across my face at the thought. Then my gaze turns towards the broadcast icon in the corner of my vision, which I'm only realizing now is off. Cool. Time to check my mail again. B1, Chapter 8 Aqua. When I open my broadcast system screen to check my mail, I find nothing on the Official Messages tab, over 100 messages on the Business Inquiries tab, and thousands on the junk mail side. So I check the junk mail first, only to surprisingly find that there's less toxic and harassment mail than there was before. Probably because people are getting more into my broadcast now than they were last night. There's less people here out of curiosity, for my bloodline, and my looks now than there was then. With those people being replaced by interest in my activities and the undersea monsters here. That said, there is still a lot of toxic and harassment mail, so I clear those out immediately. Then I go ahead and read some of the fan mail just to see if it'll boost my mood, because, skill or no skill, this pain sucks. And it actually does help a little. A faint smile spreads across my face as I read one from someone who is apparently an orphan. A girl who was an orphan, just like me, and felt inspired by my story. How I managed to get a job and live a relatively decent life before being sent here and even awakening a bloodline. It inspired her enough to go out and try harder, and through that she managed to find a job of her own, which has significantly improved her daily life. That's nice to see. She's not the only one though, as there's quite a few of these fan mail. Of course, with the fan mail, there's still some who mention my physical appearance. But those didn't get cleared out because they're not done in a harassment style and are just straight up compliments. After reading through several more fan letters, I move on to the business inquiries, only to find that there are a lot more of, well, everything. Variety show appearance requests, ad and commercial requests, and even a couple drama and movie offers now. And, as expected, every one of the requests has something to do with the water or the ocean. Probably because my image is currently synchronous with the deep sea from my time as a pioneer so far. Not to mention my aquatic bloodline. The movie and drama role requests all involve me playing a scuba diver, swimmer, or some sort of underwater fighter in action movies or dramas. Meanwhile, most of the ads and commercials are for products related to the water. Things like swimsuits, diving gear, underwater armor, or even aquariums. Out of the various offers, the only ones that aren't entirely water-related are the variety shows. And even those still have several ones related to water. Regardless of the offer though, I still can't take them. Not without having a safe place to hide my body. At that thought, a possible solution comes to mind. One that has me grinning before I slowly begin to drift off to sleep. This might work, Foster Pioneer Stadium, and it looks like Teresa is going at it again with one more attempt against those amphibians. Rick Foster exclaims as he flies through the sky within. The grand-looking stadium holding 100,000-strong audience in the bleachers. Her last 2 attempts failed, but lo and behold she failed a 3rd time. Things come in threes after all, so this time should work, right? Laughter fills the audience at the man's words. Rick is known amongst the people of this particular city as a comedian turned commentator for pioneers. So everyone who comes to this stadium knows exactly what to expect from the guy. Of course, there are also some people who come for his looks, as the man is abnormally handsome in the eyes of a lot of women. And he's not afraid to show that off, as he is known to wear expensive outfits every single time he commentates live. Meanwhile, the screen he is flying in circles around using his hover device shows a woman wearing mud-stained gray and green armor as she moves quietly through a jungle in the direction of a bunch of huts at the edge of a cliff. Making for the third time this very scene has been shown to the viewers. The only difference now is that she is a higher level now than before, at level 4. But every previous time she attempted this, she has been thrown off the side of the cliff by the tongues of the large humanoid frogs calling these cliffs their home, which has quickly turned into a meme across the internet, one that Rick isn't afraid to make fun of. So let us watch and wait to see if she will be tossed again or not, Rick says while rubbing his hands together amidst the audience's laughter. Only for a dinging sound to echo in his head, notifying him that a pioneer he follows just went live. At which point he pauses and utters, "Oh, it looks like Lady Bloodliner has come back online." Without hesitation, he swipes the screen on his floating device, making the image of Teresa instantly get replaced by one of Aqua, completely. Abandoning his earlier words and plans, to the great amusement of the audience who has come to expect this ridiculousness from him by now. "I really like Lady Bloodliner, ya know," Rick says without missing a beat as the screen shows her slowly moving through the water. She's got a lot of interesting things going about her. Like her bloodline, and her bloodline, and her bloodline. Oh, and her hair, but mostly her bloodline. Laughter fills the audience again. But being serious, she really does have quite a few things the other pioneers are lacking, he continues, growing a bit more serious this time. Her lacking facial expressions make for great comedy during fights, especially since she's underwater. And her fights themselves are all unique since they're, as I said, underwater. You can also see her tenacity just from how she continues to fight even while injured. The audience grows a bit more serious at his words, with quite a few people shouting agreements with him. Although the fact that she still isn't responding to any business inquiries is raising some flags amongst the people, so I hope she starts responding soon, Rick states with a slight frown on his face. But as if hearing his very words, the woman on the screen begins to slow down to a stop not too long afterwards. At which point she faces where the camera angle is and bows slightly. "Wait, is she about to do what I think she's doing?" Rick exclaims while leaning forwards on the hover device. Yes. And he's not the only one excited for this, as similar exclamations echo out amongst the audience. Meanwhile, Aqua's livestream chat begins to go wild as well. All because it looks like she's about to speak to them for the first time. "Hello, everyone," Aqua Fallen speaks directly to the audience for the first time, her voice pleasantly echoing in everyone's ears with a very soothing tone to it despite the water she's in. Another facet of her bloodline at work, making her able to speak underwater. "My name is Aqua Fallen, as you already know, and I'm only going to say this once." Everyone's attention immediately locks onto her words now after hearing that. "I've seen a lot of people asking in the livestream chat why I haven't accepted any business inquiries yet, so I'm going to clear that up right now before I continue with today's hunt," Aqua declares, her voice still sounding incredibly soothing to the ears for some reason. Which makes Rick instantly realize there will be people turning her voice into ASMR without a doubt. Even with the occasional hint of pain in her voice from her injuries. "I do not have a safe place to leave my body while I go to take on jobs, so I will not be taking any jobs until I have a safe place. It's as simple as that." She bows again. "Thank you for listening." Then she proceeds to continue moving through the tunnel in the direction of the large cavern with the monster environment. Silence fills the stadium for a brief moment before everyone begins talking at once, making it impossible to hear anyone. "And there you have it. The real reason Aqua hasn't accepted any inquiries yet," Rick shouts, his voice echoing out over the roaring audience. A perfectly reasonable excuse at that. Soon, agreements ring out both from those in the stadium and those in the livestream, all taking Aqua's side in this. After all, no one would be happy if she ended up dying just from some monster who snuck up on her while she was filming a photo shoot. That would be boring, and it would end the fun that is these deep-sea monster hunts. Then there are also the many fans who have already come around to the beautiful bloodliner who would be upset at her death. Rick included at this point. Let's see, I should sponsor her something myself when the 10-day period is over. B1. Chapter 9 Aqua alright. That should work. I'm not one for speaking a lot, and when I do speak I do it rather bluntly. Stating what I need to state, and that's really all. The cranky grandmother always got on me about that, but it's fine. I believe I said everything I needed to, and the chat is proving it as they're all going on about how people need to sponsor me with something that can give me a safe place. Honestly, even just getting some sort of special barrier to place around that waterless place would work. Although the first thing I'm going to want is a toilet, because, yeah. Anyway, today's plan is to first test out my new skill, and if it's strong enough, to pass through the large cavern and hopefully leave this place. Or just end up finding another tunnel, which is entirely possible. So I continue swimming through the tunnels while gritting my teeth a little at the pain. Plus I increased my constitution, which made my body tougher, and my regeneration has been constantly rising to the point where it's 4 times the average human's natural regeneration. I probably healed a bit while sleeping too. It feels nice to have a bit of relief compared to before, that's for sure. With that thought in mind, I continue on into the large environmental cavern. Then I begin to look for more monsters. There are dozens of monsters in this place of all sorts of different types, and the ones I killed yesterday were mostly different versions of the ones I identified at the start. So I killed a few angler sharks, quite a few delfish, some leg crabs, and the blue octopus. This time I want to try my hand against a couple others. First I want to try out my new skill though, which requires a target I already know well enough but isn't too weak. I turn my attention to an angler shark that's swimming calmly through the water after having eaten a delfish. That'll work for a volunteer. So after I get within about 5 meters of the creature while it's distracted, I go ahead and activate my new skill, summoning forth a tentacle 3 meters away from me. And the moment it appears it, just shoots out of the ground and proves itself to be 5 entire meters long, with a width of almost an entire meter. On top of that the thing seems to be covered in scales that are so dark blue that they're almost black, even darker than my hair. And it's just kind of emerged from some sort of deep blue portal thing that appeared in the ground. The shark quickly begins to turn around when it notices the massive tentacle, which, to be fair, is hard not to notice, but it's too slow, because the tentacle moves at a much faster speed than I can manage before wrapping around the shark. Then it begins swinging the shark around, slamming it into coral in the cave itself, and even other monsters, killing a couple delfish in the process. All the way until the shark itself dies, both from being crushed and from being swung around and slammed against everything. You have killed a level 2 deep-sea delfish. Express has been granted accordingly, X2. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1, X2. You have killed a level 3 deep-sea angler shark. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. I find myself openly gaping at the tentacle as it just slowly wriggles around after letting go of the corpse. Oh. Right. It stays for an entire minute. Okay. That shark was just level 3, which is 2 levels beneath me. So let's try using the tentacle against a higher level monster. I quickly scan the area before finding a much stronger looking creature not too far away that is actually looking directly at me. And it's not long before the thing begins charging over here, clearly drawn by the tentacle slamming the angler shark all over the place. Without hesitation I identify the thing while swimming out of the way of its charge. Deep sea horned shark. Level 6. Oh, shit. That thing's a higher level than me. Fortunately the thing doesn't seem to be great at turns, so it ends up swimming straight past me. Towards the tentacle in fact. So I control the tentacle, which I'm still growing used to, and have it attack the approaching shark. A shark that's literally just as its name says. A shark with a horn. Albeit a pale pink shark for some reason. And with a size of about 1.5 meters in length. But when my tentacle wraps around it, the shark opens its jaws and tears into the tentacle, piercing into the scales and ripping off a chunk, making my tentacle writhe in what looks like pain. Random tentacles summoned from who knows where can feel pain, That's, news to me. Well, tentacle pain or not, I rush forwards while the shark is bound and trying to rip its way out. And without any hesitation, I stab my trident straight into the back of the shark's head, ripping through its scales and digging the thing about 1/4 of a meter through it. About the length of the trident's head. The 3 blades at the end. The shark doesn't make any sound despite the clear pain it must be in. Meanwhile, the tentacle continues to grip the thing tighter and tighter despite its own pain. So I rip the trident out of the shark before stabbing it back in again, digging it even deeper this time than the last time. Then I proceed to do that again and again. All the way until I finally get a message about the shark's death. You have killed a level 6 deep-sea horned shark. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. I let out a sigh before smiling. Good. It looks like the tentacles are around as strong as I am underwater, which bodes well for me. I begin looking around for the exit to the cavern which I found yesterday, and after confirming the direction it's in, I glance at the tentacle just to find it retracting back into the portal. Looks like it's been a minute. This skill will be very useful in the future, that's for sure. I turn and begin heading towards the exit to this cavern, which is another tunnel. But when I get a couple dozen meters into the cavern, I begin to notice something. The cavern walls are changing color. They're getting a tiny bit lighter. With that sight motivating me, I begin to move a bit faster, all while glancing at the chat, only to find it being incredibly chaotic right now. Tentacles. Why does she have tentacles? So, she's not an orca-type creature then? Have you ever seen an orca with tentacles? I sure hope not. Why tentacles? A beautiful woman with tentacles. She doesn't have the tentacles, so it doesn't count. They grow from the portal she summons. True. I scroll back to look at what it was like when I first revealed the tentacles as I swim, and what I find is even more chaotic. Excuse me, what? Why? How? Tentacles? That is not what an orca souled have. I was not expecting this. Yep. Pretty much what I expected. Anyway, I continue swimming through the tunnel, while being careful of other monsters, of course. But I don't find a single one, and I eventually find an exit to the tunnel. An exit from the tunnel system, in fact, as it looks like it leads into the deeper ocean, finally. A smile touches my face. Meanwhile, the chat goes on about finally being out of the cave system. I move a little bit away from the cavern's entrance while looking around, but I don't see any surface no matter how much I squint my eyes looking upwards. All I see is endless ocean. At the same time, there's endless ocean going downwards as well, but only at an angle, like I'm at a part that is getting deeper. That's fine though. I found my way out of the caves, which means I just have to. My thoughts trail off when I notice something strange, some sort of bright light. A light? What was it? I feel like I remember some sort of warning about the ocean and lights. I'm not given long to think about it as the light continues growing brighter and brighter, making me half cover my eyes due to it being too bright. Then it just suddenly vanishes, leaving spots in my eyes as I find it difficult to see thanks to the light and its sudden disappearance. Despite my bloodline's incredible ability to see down here. Then I feel something slamming into me. Something so big it slams into my entire body, sending me flying straight into a wall while letting out one of the loudest cries of pain I've ever made in my life before I cough out a lot of blood. Blood that I soon realize is a red so dark that it almost looks black. Yet with a very faint bluish tint to it that can only barely be seen. But more importantly, now that my eyes are beginning to clear up again, I feel my heart drop straight to my stomach at the sight of what just hit me. It's a massive monster spanning over 4 meters in length and another meter in height. The thing is gray in color and has a few spots on its forehead that look kind of like lights that are only barely on, along with 2 deep blue eyes and a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. Deep sea luminescent wriggle, level 42. I'm dead. That much is obvious. There's no way I can fight something like that, especially not with what feels like a good third of my bones being broken. I can still breathe well, so it doesn't look like my lungs were pierced by any bones, and I don't feel any heart pain. So I'm guessing my heart is fine too. But there's no way to tell where the rest of this immense pain is coming from beyond my bones. The large and deadly monster lets out a cry as it slightly opens its mouth before closing it, not taking its eyes off of me in the process. Meanwhile, I see the chat in the corner of the screen going absolutely wild, with quite a few people already writing me off as dead now. And I don't blame them. After a moment of pause, I activate my skill 4 times in a row, instantly summoning 4 tentacles right as the creature rushes at me again. But instead of immediately targeting the monster with the tentacles, I use them to grab me and throw me away from the place the wriggle is striking, making it slam into the ocean floor instead. Then I attack it with the tentacles, grabbing it with all 4 of them. Not even that does anything to it though, because the monster just chomps down on the tentacles one after another, biting straight through and even eating them with ease. Shit. I grit my teeth and try to swim away despite the immense pain flooding my body, but the monster just finishes off the tentacles and finally turns its attention back to me. The sight of the creature's eyes locking onto me is me letting out a sigh. Right. This was my fate from the moment I was chosen as a pioneer, bloodline or no bloodline. Why did I think I ever had a chance? But just once I wanted hope. Just a single time in my life I wanted hope for a life worth living. B1, Chapter 10 Aqua. For as long as I can remember, I've never been very happy with my life. But I always push through and try to find the few good things about it, like my mints. Those are good mints. Even getting the job at the convenience store was just a way to push my life from basically dead but walking, to barely scraping by. So when I found out about my bloodline, I thought I might actually have a chance, some hope that I could latch onto for a first, if I could just get out of the damned cave. And now, as I'm swimming very slowly with shattered bones across my body outside of that very cave, I find myself wishing I could go back to the cave. Right as the monster begins its next charge towards me, I close my eyes at the realization there's nothing I can do to stop it. Then the sound of some sort of loud chirping noise echoes through the water, following which I hear a loud screech and a crash from where the monster is coming from. And despite all that, I don't feel any pain. Well, no extra pain. Nor do I feel anything hitting me. So I slowly open my eyes, only to feel myself tensing up again at the sight that greets me. Another monster even bigger than the last, with the first one partially in its mouth, only for the newcomer to chomp its teeth further in and rip out almost half the first one's body in that one bite. I don't even see the chat anymore as my eyes tremble a little while watching the new monster. And yet, this new monster looks familiar, very familiar. The thing is mostly black with a white underbelly, a couple spots of white around its head, and a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. It has several fins, with one on its back, 2 on its front sides, and a tail fin at the back. And if it weren't for its massive size and glowing blue eyes, I would be convinced it was a regular one. Deep Sea Orca. Level 102. That's one of the lesser versions of the Abyssal Orca. The orca is about 15 meters in length, with a mouth that is a little bit small for its massive body even if it's full of sharp teeth. But the creature in general is beautiful. It's also turning to look at me after killing that wriggle. I flinch at the sight of its eyes locking onto me, only for the orca to slowly begin to approach me. Then something unexpected happens. Instead of eating me, the creature just nudges me with its head, and as if that wasn't enough, the thing starts to glow blue before said blue light transfers to me, sending a wave of relief flowing throughout my body as the pain subsides. I let out a sigh at the sensation. Then I try to move a bit and find that I can move with ease. Wait a second, is this thing? The orca lets out a cute-sounding chirp before nudging me with its head once more and turning around. And without a moment of hesitation, the thing just blitzes through the water so fast that I can barely keep track of it, leaving me here stunned and somehow healed. My mind practically blanks out as I glance between the orca and the corpse it just left behind. The half-eaten corpse at that. It just saved me. Ecuador Pioneer Broadcast Central. Not long before Aqua leaves the caves. Does this mean Aqua Fallen has a variant of a Kraken bloodline? That would be huge. Larson practically shouts as he watches the livestream. Meanwhile, the host of the main Pioneer broadcast on the planet known as Ecuador just sits back staring wide-eyed at the screen despite the tentacle having long since left said screen. If a type of Kraken bloodline has re-emerged, doesn't that mean Aqua is due all the properties owned by the Azeroth house? Larson asks, finally snapping the host out of his stupor. Yes, if she is proven to have a Kraken-related bloodline, the properties and assets of the Azeroth house will automatically belong to her, Arnold answers, the host finally collecting himself. But that's only if she is proven to have a Kraken-type bloodline. Isn't that tentacle enough proof? Larson prods, worried his new favorite pioneer might not be able to get something good. Well, that and the fact that his enemy is currently gunning for use in the Azeroth auction house for their next plot. And if someone can finally take control of the auction house, then that problem won't be one anymore. Leaving his Vertrue house an opening to strike back. There are other octopus-related ancient bloodlines besides the Kraken, Arnold says while the elderly man shakes his head. His age showing far more than Larson's since Arnold is a lot lower level than Larson. Furthermore, a single skill could have been obtained by luck of the draw. Larson holds himself back from clicking his tongue since he's live on TV right now. But just a few moments later, his frustration vanishes into shock as he sees the bloodliner leaving the caves and instantly running into a level 42 monster. One that attacks her, leaving her seriously wounded and with no possible chance for survival. Damn it, no. Larson fails to hold himself back this time as he stands up and shouts at the screen. It looks like it won't matter in the end, Arnold states with a shake of his head. But no matter how much Larson wishes it weren't happening, the events on the screen continue. The level 42 deep-sea monster charges at Aqua, only for her to summon 4 more tentacles to hold it down and dodge it using some of those tentacles to throw herself out of the way. Then the monster tears apart the tentacles with ease after crashing into the ocean floor before turning to the currently fleeing Aqua. Right as Larson's depression at the situation is reaching a critical point, however, things change. Aqua closes her eyes as if accepting her fate, still with that lazy look on her face even if it's marred strongly by pain. But instead of the monster charging at Aqua, a loud call echoes through the screen, following which what looks like a massive orca with glowing blue eyes charges straight at the level 42 monster, chomping straight down onto it before swinging it around like a toy. And right after Aqua opens her eyes, the orca chomps down harder on the monster, tearing straight through it and then swallowing the part it chomped through, killing the thing with ease, the very thing that was attacking Aqua. Larson slumps back in his seat, feeling defeated now, because there is no chance she can escape a monster that's strong, especially when it's level 102. But the events that play out after leave both him and the host shocked just as much as the sight of her using a tentacle-related skill. The sight of the orca moving up to her and nudging her as if she were a child orca, only to heal her and leave. Now while a normal orca might leave a human alone or even play with them, a monster orca, specifically a deep-sea orca, would just eat a human if they saw them, treating them as food from that point on. Maybe even a toy. But this deep-sea orca just healed her. Are you still sure her bloodline is that of a kraken? Arnold eventually asks, leaving Larson to shake his head in the negative. I'm not sure what her bloodline is, but I am at least sure of one thing. Arnold finally uncrosses his arms. It's an unusual one. Larson finds himself numbly nodding his head. Bloodline Research Center. Write down everything you can. Absolutely everything. Don't leave a single detail undocumented, Fraxus shouts, his voice cracking from how loud he's raising it. Meanwhile pandemonium hits the research room all around him as all the researchers all frantically move, documenting every last thing they can about what they just witnessed. The various different tentacles the bloodliner used. What color they were. The fact that they had scales. And even their size. All the way down to the way the orca treated her. Which was exactly how an orca would normally treat their young. Make sure to save recordings from several angles, Fraxus continues shouting while documenting things himself. Since the camera angle given to viewers can be moved by the viewers themselves through the system, they have a good setup for getting as much data as possible. Of course, the camera is specifically built so that it can't be moved into certain angles from certain positions in order to protect the privacy of the pioneers, but it's plenty enough for the researchers to collect data from. And that's what Fraxus is counting on. Gathering the footage recorded by different people all over the universe from different angles. This is their first breakthrough in research, and it only happened due to her revealing her first skill and meeting the orca. That realization alone gets on his nerves more than it should, and to make matters worse, it doesn't matter if she takes her armor off anymore since the orca healed her. So there's no way to tell if she's healed or taken less damage than she should. Fraxus feels a headache coming on as he thinks about all of this, but after a moment of pause, he turns to the researcher who had called the Orcane family before and asks, "Try calling the Orcane family again." They may answer now that potential proof has been shown of her bloodline being related to Orcus. The researcher nods their head immediately and grabs a phone. Fraxis turns his attention back to the screen again, where he sees the bloodliner entering the caves again and seemingly heading back to the dry place she managed find in it. Then he remembers what she had said earlier on about not accepting any business inquiries until she gets a safe place to stay. She probably has people lining up to sponsor her, especially after this. He lets out a sigh while rubbing his temples. Then he returns to his work, documenting everything he can about the videos that were taken. B1, Chapter 11. Aqua. After my encounter outside, I hole myself up in my small section of air for the entire rest of that day, with the broadcast ending not long after I enter it. That was a bit much. I was sure I was going to die. A feeling I don't exactly know how to put into words fills me as I sit on the floor of the cavern with my legs folded up to my chest and my arms wrapped around my legs at the corner of the cavern. But if I had to put this feeling into words, I would say it feels stuffy. I don't like it. Several hours pass in this silence as I just sit here before I eventually fall asleep and wake up the next day feeling a bit better. At which point I know I have to get moving. So I finally climb to my feet. And after doing my regular routine before leaving the air pocket, which is kind of sad that it's even become a routine at this point, I jump into the water with my equipment. Then I move out to the large cavern again. Okay. So going outside of the caves at my level is a terrible idea. The wriggle showed me that, and so did the orca. And considering the deep sea name in all these monsters, I can only assume that I am incredibly deep underwater, at least several hundred meters if not 1,000 or 2,000 meters deep. Which doesn't bode well for the trip to the surface. And where these new weaker monsters keep coming from anyways if we're in a location that has such powerful monsters. Normally monsters form through a few different methods. One being mana in the air contaminating regular creatures and turning them into monsters. Another being there being too much mana in a specific area, so the system turns the mana into monsters on its own to manage it. And the last being dungeons, which are structures that appear all over the place. Some of them are in the form of a gate that leads you to a monster-infested realm that closes up the moment the boss of the realm is defeated, and others are actual places on the planets that just have far too much mana. The monsters coming from dungeons can take different forms. Some dungeons straight up just leak out mana that then turns into monsters natural to the biome outside of the dungeon, whereas other dungeons straight up release some of the monsters from inside of themselves into the surroundings. This place is obviously not the second type of dungeon as there isn't enough mana here to explain that, which also rules out the mana in the air turning creatures into monsters, especially since the monsters are appearing out of nowhere. So after crossing all of the dots, the only thing I can think of for this place's existence are rift dungeons. There must be a rift somewhere in this cave system. A dungeon portal, otherwise known as a gate. These types of dungeons aren't all that common, but they do appear from time to time. And if there really is a gate here, it may be my last hope, since the monsters in it should be a little bit higher level than the monsters leaking out of it here, which will make for great training to be able to handle the monsters outside of this cave system. Or it'll at least make for a start. I may even be able to find a safe place inside of the dungeon. So I begin to search around the massive cavern bit by bit while killing monsters every now and then. Very grateful for my freshly healed body, since it's making this hunting thing far easier than it was before I went out there. And thanks to that I managed to level up more as I hunt. Unfortunately though, when I reach level 7, I come across a new problem. Level 1 enemies no longer activate Apex Predator of the Depths, so level 1s no longer give me a point in region from killing them. Level 2 monsters still do though, which leads me to believe that anything over 5 levels beneath me do not count for the skill. That's fine though. The only level 1 creatures here are those swarm piranhas anyways, along with a few of the Delphish. So most of the monsters here are still giving me points in region. Also, my region stat is rather high at this point. A smile spreads across my face as I open my status and find myself staring at the region stat. Requesting status. User Aqua Fallen, status retrieved. Name. Aqua Fallen. Level. 7, Mana. 70, Strength. 22, 15. Dexterity. 15, Constitution. 15, Magical Strength. 12. Region. 72, free points. 0, traits. Physique of the Abyssal Kraken, Apex Predator of the Depths. Skills. End status. I haven't actually gotten hurt since getting healed by the orca, but my regen stat is now a little over 7 times that of a normal human. So a bruise that would normally take a week to heal will now heal in a day. And that is incredible. It'll still take a little while before it gets to the point of healing in a matter of hours though. Which is both disappointing and yet shocking at the same time. Disappointing that I have to wait, shocking that it is set in stone to happen eventually. As long as I don't die. Anyway, I continue to search through the cavern while hunting, but I don't find anything on the first day because the cavern is so enormous. Thanks to today and the last day I spent exploring the place though, there is only a little bit more to search. So I should be able to find it tomorrow. With that in mind, I head back to my small cavern, where I lie down again. Except this time without all the pain I had before. Then I go ahead and look at my broadcast system mail again. Finding there to be thousands of different mail in the business inquiries section now, along with hundreds of thousands in the junk mail section. This time I don't bother reading the junk mail before selecting the clear feature to clear toxic mail and harassment out of it. And only after that do I begin to read the mail. But it's not until I reach further down the list that I find one specific mail that makes me stop in my tracks. Because it's from someone I recognize. That cranky old grandmother at the convenience store. Hey brat, you better not die before you come get those mints you've been stashing in the back of the store. Don't think I didn't notice that. Despite how short it is, and despite the rather harsh method of speech in them, I feel tears begin to sting my eyes. Something that doesn't happen often. And when I notice the broadcast for some reason on right now, probably because I'm having an emotional moment, I wave at them and say, something got in my eye. The chat doesn't believe me. That's fine. And that old lady, I really thought I hid those mints well. I hope she holds on to those. And that she stays safe while I'm gone. She has a habit of being careless after all. It doesn't take long before the broadcast cuts off again. At which point I take care of matters and head to sleep without checking any other mail. And when I wake up, I once again go through my routine before heading out back to the cavern. Where I immediately set off to the section I hadn't seen before. A section that soon proves to have exactly what I'm looking for. Underneath some coral in a secluded corner of the cavern, I find another tunnel connected to the large cavern. I don't actually see a gate here, but I can feel the mana growing in density a little bit starting at this tunnel. Which means there's a good chance it's in this direction. So after a short pause where I inject mana into my armor and my weapon to repair them, I go ahead and enter the tunnel. Beginning the next part of my journey as a pioneer into the unknown. I just hope there's a safe place to make a temporary home soon. B1, Chapter 12 Aqua. It only takes a single minute after entering the tunnel to find some rather unexpected sights. With the first being a couple sharks feeding on what looks like an orc. Just floating in the middle of the tunnel. Huh? Does that mean this gate has orcs? I'm absolutely sure it's a gate now though just from the sight of that orc corpse. After all, the only way a familiar monster would be on an unfamiliar planet is through a gate. Plus the chance of an orc spawning in the deep sea even if it were an orc's normal home planet is, rather slim to none. Actually it's just none. This orc clearly drowned before being turned into fish food, literally. Anyway. I go ahead and slaughter the sharks without much trouble thanks to my level being 4 levels above the sharks' levels. On top of my strength being so much higher at that. And after dealing with those sharks, I continue on through the tunnel. Finding a few more orc corpses along the way with more fish feasting away on them. I deal with all the fish monsters I find without any trouble as the mana level continues to rise. But as I get further into the tunnel, things begin to take a turn. The fish monsters start growing in level to the point they're starting to match my own level, and their species type are changing as well. I narrow my eyes when I turn a corner in the tunnel to find a large jellyfish. One that is glowing purple and red in color with electricity running through the water around it. Deep sea poisonous bloodzap jelly, level 9. This one is even a higher level than me. I tap my finger against the trident as I try to think of a way to handle this monster. Since the electricity around it is covering the entire tunnel in front of me, blocking me from getting further. Then an idea comes to mind, and I go ahead and get a bit closer before activating my skill. Summoning forth a tentacle just a couple meters away from the jellyfish. And without any hesitation, I have the tentacle swat at the jellyfish, making electricity run throughout the tentacle as it does so. But despite that, it continues to fall, hitting the jellyfish and slamming it straight down to the ground of the tunnel, turning it into a literal paste on the ground. Cool. Guess jellyfish aren't very strong physically, just like their appearance would suggest. And with the jellyfish's death, a few system messages appear in my vision. You have killed a level 9 deep-sea poisonous bloodzap jelly. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. Congratulations. You have now reached level 8. Your total free points have increased by 2, and your mana stat has increased by 10. Allocate the free points whenever you please, niece. I go ahead and allocate the 2 free points to dexterity and strength respectively, since constitution isn't as big of an issue now that I'm healed and have my region stat pretty high. And with that dealt with, I look to my next problem, which is the purple liquid moving through the tunnel around the jellyfish's corpse. Liquid that I get the feeling may be poisoned, considering the jellyfish's name includes poisonous in it. After contemplating for a moment, I just try to move as far away from the poison as I can, at the other end of the tunnel from it. And through that I manage to pass by without getting poisoned. Or at least I don't feel anything that would imply I was poisoned. Regardless, I continue moving through the tunnel, only occasionally running into other monsters. All the way until I find another cavern. And this cavern is not a safe place, that's for sure. It's filled to the brim with sharks. Dozens of them, all of different species. And on top of that, there seems to be some sort of ruins-like structures down here, even with some debris floating around amidst the sharks. I stay safely at the entrance while identifying some of the many sharks swimming through the place. Deep-sea angler shark, level 5, deep-sea horned shark, level 5. Deep-sea hammer shark, level 6, deep-sea luminescent shark, level 7, deep-sea green shark, level 7. Deep-sea putrid shark, level 10. This may be the most sharks I've ever seen in my life. Actually, this is absolutely the most sharks I've ever seen in my life. And there are at least 3 dozen of them swimming around this place, each with levels higher than the monsters in the last cavern. Although there are also monsters aside from the sharks here, but most of them are lower level than the sharks by at least a few levels. And none of them even get close to that one shark in the cavern that's bigger and higher level than the others. The putrid shark. There's only one of them in the cavern and it's clearly the leader of the sharks. At the same time though, that shark is disgusting to look at. The thing honestly looks like a zombie in some ways, with flesh hanging off of its body and a putrid scent akin to rot coming from it. Thankfully I'm underwater so the scent is very dull. Or at least I think that's how it works, considering that most people can't even smell underwater in the first place. Then again, I'm on the other side of a massive cavern from it. It's most likely just the distance dulling the smell. Which means it'll smell even worse the closer I get. I glance at the chat to see them going wild at the sight of the sharks too. So many sharks, shocked face, just how many of them are there? Why are so many sharks of different species cohabitating like that? Probably afraid of the rotting one. That rotting shark looks gross. This is why I wish these broadcasts had censorship for gross monsters just like their censorship of the pioneers. Gross. Yeah, that's to be expected. Not that far from my own reaction. Putting the smell aside for the moment, I look around the cavern for an exit, which I find rather quickly as there is a massive tunnel on the other side of the sharks. Most of the higher level sharks are all in a single little section of the cavern with a bunch of ruined structures around them and the large tunnel right beyond them. So I don't have much of a choice when it comes to fighting them or not. I have to fight them to get past. That said, a lot of the lower level sharks are spread out through the large cavern, far enough away that I might be able to take them on one at a time. Or at least a few at a time, getting me some levels in the process. All I need is to reach level 10, the level at which I will be getting my second skill. Then I will feel a lot more confident taking on the putrid shark. And after dealing with the other sharks and monsters in this cavern, I should be able to get my region stat higher as well. So after a brief pause, I move into the cavern, heading straight towards the closest sharks, which is a group of 3 level 5 sharks over half a dozen meters away from any other sharks. The moment I get within a few meters of them, they turn their attention on me and begin charging. Amongst these sharks in particular include 2 angler sharks and 1 horned shark. With that in mind, I quickly move to the side to dodge the horned shark's charge before stabbing my trident straight into their open side as they pass. Using my heightened strength from my ever-increasing strength stat to pierce my trident straight through their side and almost out the other end, killing the thing in a single attack. But before I can pull my trident out, the 2 angler sharks charge forth with their mouths wide open and their lanterns beginning to flare. So instead of pulling the trident out, I maneuver the horned shark's corpse between me and the angler sharks, surprising them as they end up with mouthfuls of their own fellow shark. Then I kick the horned shark's corpse straight at them while holding onto my trident to yank it out before rushing at the first stunned angler shark and stabbing it through the mouth to where I think its brain is probably located, killing it as well. And right as the other angler shark finally recovers, having apparently opted to swallow the chunks of the horned shark it chomped into, only for its lantern to begin flashing with light, making me squint my eyes as I rush forwards and stab it straight through the lantern and into its eyes, finishing off the last shark without taking any damage in the process. You have killed a level 5 deep-sea horned shark. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. You have killed a level 5 deep-sea angler shark. Express has been granted accordingly, X2. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1, X2. I think I'm getting used to this underwater combat thing, and this trident. A faint smile flashes across my face until I turn my attention to a couple other nearby sharks that were attracted by the angler shark's flash of light. Let's see how many I can hunt before the day's out. B1, Chapter 13 Pioneer Meet and Greet Live. Elizabeth Warners feels like grinning as she sees the lineup of different pioneers in front of her, all of whom are originally from the same world, Ecuador. Welcome one and all to another night of Pioneer Meet and Greet, Elizabeth exclaims while spreading both of her arms out with a wide smile on her face. Today I stand here with 5 of the 10 pioneers originating from the world of Ecuador. Give them a round of applause. Applause echoes out within the studio for show through sound effects. Within the studio itself, Elizabeth stands in front of all 5 pioneers who are each seated on their own chairs, with screens behind them showcasing their own worlds on them, and a few other images around those showing highlights from their individual broadcasts. Each of our beloved pioneers will give their own self-introduction before we get into the interviews, so take it away, Bruce, Elizabeth says while turning towards the pioneer on the far left of the 5. A man named Bruce Lennings. The man has a bald head and is wearing something akin to a biker's jacket with armor similar to a motorcyclist on both under and over the jacket, and a helmet placed on the floor next to him. Meanwhile, the world showcased behind him is a very civilized world. Nowhere near the level of technology that the Alliance has, but one from back in the time when smartphones were widely used. Yo, I'm thrilled to be in my new world. It's a blast here, I'll tell you that, Bruce says with a grin on his face, the man looking kind of like a thug or a gangster to Elizabeth. Even speaking like one. There's no need to speak of my life before pioneering. I'm Bruce Lennings, the greatest pioneer from planet Ecuador. Elizabeth holds herself back from saying anything about that for now as a certain deep blue-haired girl pops into her head at his words. Next up is Ashline Delrov, Elizabeth says, moving the show on to the second pioneer amongst them. A young girl who looks too young to be included in the selection but is still legally 20 years old. She has long golden hair and green eyes and is wearing a set of bone armor that rather contrasts her otherwise innocent appearance. I'm Ashline D. Delrov, Ashline says while looking more than a little timid in front of the camera, almost covering her face with her long hair, making Elizabeth have the camera drone give a bit more focus to the pictures behind her, including a world covered largely in volcanoes. Pleasure to meet you. Elizabeth waits for a moment before deciding to move on to the third pioneer in attendance, a man of 30 years old, the maximum age within the selection range. He has a gruff beard and looks rather large in build. Meanwhile, his armor is a dark crimson, with a sort of demonic feel to it. And the screens behind him show a volcanic world just like Ashline's screens. Except this one is split more with some water mixed in, making an odd combination. There are also images of him fighting with just the gauntlets on his arms against large lizard monsters. Reginald Vordel, the man states plainly, his gruff voice echoing through the room as he does so. Woke up one morning thinking I would be getting my last discount voucher and ended up going to sleep in a hellhole. Yeah, he doesn't look happy about that. Really? I think it's rather fortunate to be picked. Jack Verrill, an idol who doesn't really need an introduction and the person who happens to be the fourth to be introduced, declares with a smile on his face. Thanks to this, I can spend even more time with my beloved fans through the broadcast. Don't you think that's just wonderful, Elizabeth? Elizabeth feels her face heating up ever so slightly at the sight of the idol playfully flirting with her, but she quickly snuffs that feeling as she simply smiles back at him without a word. Letting the final pioneer pick things up from there as the pioneer, a woman with long black hair and black eyes, says, everyone thinks differently about the matter. It's just a matter of who you're asking. So I would appreciate it if you don't try to force your thoughts on the matter onto other people. Jack turns to look at the woman with his well-known, perfect smile, cracking for a brief moment before returning again as he asks, forcing my beliefs on others. Now why would you think I'm doing that? He hesitates at the end, clearly waiting for the woman's name, but she doesn't even look at him. She just gazes at the camera as she says, my name is Caitlin Snow. And I'm here trying to survive. Not to coddle some idol. A tense atmosphere fills the set for a brief moment. That's not going to work well for her. She just turned his entire fanbase against her, so her offers are going to dry up now. Elizabeth pushes those thoughts away, deciding they're not her problem as she saves the show by saying, now that we've all been introduced, let's start the group interview. The others turn their attention away from the idol currently somehow glaring at the fifth pioneer of their group with a smile on his face. So Jack, how did you feel when you first faced off against one of those jungle felines? Elizabeth asks just to distract him, and her question works perfectly as he finally turns his attention away from the last pioneer of the group to answer her question. Then the interviews progress smoothly for several minutes, with her asking questions to each other pioneers, some of which are ones multiple pioneers answer together and even begin to discuss amongst each other. Now for the last question, Elizabeth states with a wide grin on her face, having anticipated this one question ever since the start of the interview. How do you all feel about a certain pioneer who has been topping the rankings every day with her broadcast? The moment she finishes her question, the other pioneers' expressions take a turn. Meanwhile, all the screens behind them change to showcase a single woman in various different times throughout the past few days. Some show Aqua as she faces against sharks, others against crabs and delfish, and some even show her casually swimming through the tunnels. There are a couple screens that showcase her skill, with the massive tentacles wrapping around and crushing a shark or swatting a jellyfish. And there's even one screen showing the events outside of the cave system. But amidst them all, her current broadcast appears showing her making her way back to her little air pocket, marking the end of the 5th day of her life as a pioneer. Aqua Fallen, the first person to awaken a bloodline in 3 years since Felix Oroveles, who awakened his family's Ouroboros bloodline at the time. Elizabeth continues embellishing the current favorite pioneer. And the very first pioneer to awaken as a bloodliner since the early days of the broadcast system. The experienced host makes sure to capture all of their reactions on screen. There's the first pioneer's reaction, which pretty much comes down to him muttering about how hot Aqua looks. Followed by Ashline, who seems lost in the many screens behind her, just enjoying them. And the third man doesn't seem to care one way or another, leaving just Jack and Caitlin left. The two whose reaction will likely garner the most attention from the viewers. Ah, Miss Fallen, I've heard and seen quite a bit about her so far, Jack says with a smile on his face as he watches the many screens showing her. I really want to meet with her one day and collab on a song. Her voice would make her an incredible singer. There's no doubt about that. Elizabeth shows a brief amount of surprise at his words before rearranging her expression again just as quickly. Nothing scandalous at all, and even something that viewers and fans of his own can grasp onto. He's smart. Before this interview, Elizabeth didn't think all that much of Jack, but after seeing him in action personally, her opinion of his professionalism has soared. Even if she isn't much of a fan of idols in general, her natural attraction towards his good looks notwithstanding. She turns her attention towards Caitlin, only to surprisingly find her seemingly looking at the girl on screen with some pity in her eyes. I feel for the girl, Caitlin eventually says. I know a friend who was selected a couple decades ago the moment they became of age, so I can't help but feel some sympathy for her. Elizabeth's brows both rise. All of them are either neutral or positive towards her. That's unexpected. Normally the pioneers from the same planet have a bit of competition between each other. So a lot of them often dislike the most popular pioneer amongst them. It's not often that there isn't any bad blood towards the one at the top in popularity. In fact, if Elizabeth had to guess from looking at them, it's like they're considering her in another league thanks to her bloodline. So they subconsciously don't even see her as a rival but a potential ally. I can use this. A wide smile spreads across her face as she begins to talk with the 5 pioneers about Aqua Fallen. This interview is going to be explosive in more ways than one. Aqua, the next morning I let out a yawn while stretching, feeling a little uncomfortable in my armor. Mostly because I've been wearing it for days on end without ever taking the entire thing off. With the exception of parts of it once in a while. After stretching, I go ahead and check my broadcast system messages once more. Only to for some reason find over double the messages I had when I went to sleep there. What's going on? I go ahead and open the junk mail, just to see a lot of fans spamming me about potential collabs with some random idol I have no idea who is. And it's not just the junk mail but even the business inquiries took a different turn. Why am I getting so many offers to sing? Have I ever even sung before in my life? I don't think I have. After looking around my mail a little bit more I find the source of this. That being some idol who is also a pioneer from the same batch of pioneers as me who mentioned wanting to sing a song together with me because he thought I would do great as a singer. Okay then, I stare at the messages for a little bit longer before eventually just shrugging and deciding to leave this as a future me problem. After I find a safe place to call home, even if temporarily, now back to the grind and the search. B1, Chapter 14 Aqua. Once I get back to the cavern filled with sharks, which takes longer than I'd like due to some of the monsters along the way being back again, no doubt thanks to the mana and dungeon. I begin to hunt the sharks one after another, gradually increasing my region stat all while leveling up. And by the time I finish clearing out the sharks and most of the monsters in the cavern other than the putrid shark and its lackeys in that smaller corner with the exit, I finally reach level 10, earning me my next skill. You have killed a level 9 deep sea luminescent shark. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. Congratulations. You have now reached level 10. Your total free points have increased by 2, and your mana stat has increased by 10. Allocate the free points whenever you please. Additionally, you have now unlocked your second skill. A faint smile comes to my face before I go ahead and open my status. Requesting status. User Aqua Fallen, status retrieved. Name. Aqua Fallen. Level. 10. Mana. 100. Strength. 25, 17. Dexterity. 16. Constitution. 16. Magical Strength. 12. Region. 99. Free points. 2. Traits. Physique of the Abyssal Kraken. Apex Predator of the Depths. Skills. End status. And this time I hold back on using the free points, just because I want to see what skill I get first. So without any hesitation, I select the skills menu to check out my new skill. Requesting skills. User Aqua Fallen, 2 skills retrieved. Skill 1. Abyssal Kraken's Embrace. Description. Abyssal Kraken's Embrace allows the user to summon tentacles of the Abyssal Kraken within 3 meters of their body. These tentacles can then stretch for 5 meters away from where they are summoned. Cost. Abyssal Kraken's Embrace costs a total of 10 mana for every tentacle summoned. The tentacles can then stay summoned free of charge for a maximum of 1 minute. Cooldown. Abyssal Kraken's Embrace has no cooldown and can be used as many times at once as the user has mana. Skill 2. Hydrokinetic Wrath. Description. Hydrokinetic Wrath allows the user to manipulate and pressurize water around you to use as a weapon. The amount of pressure controllable is dependent on the user's magical strength stat. Cost. Hydrokinetic Wrath costs a total of 3 mana for every base use of the skill. However, additional mana costs will be added depending on how strenuously the skill is used. Cooldown. Hydrokinetic Wrath has no cooldown. End skills. Hydrokinetic Wrath. I don't know if that's a bloodline skill or not. Regardless of that though, the skill looks useful. and it's a magic attack skill at that. So I go ahead and add 2 points into magical strength. Alright, so how am I going to test this? After looking around for a bit and not finding even a single monster to test it on other than the enemies I'll be taking on soon, I decide to just try it out against a corpse that's floating nearby. One of a level 9 shark. It should still make for a good training dummy after all. And since I made sure to avoid using my other skill while fighting the other monsters, I should be good and fully charged for this battle against the other sharks. So I go ahead and activate the skill, giving me a strange sense of the water around me along with the feeling that I can control it. But only some of it. Not even that much of it. After feeling it out a bit, I use the skill to grab a hold of some water in front of me before increasing the pressure as much as I can without costing myself extra mana. Creating a blade of incredibly pressurized water in front of me. Even more pressurized than I'm sure the water around me already is, considering I'm in the deep sea right now. Then I send the blade flying straight at the shark, and miss the shark entirely. Oops. Right. Aim is a thing. I'm glad this skill only costs 3 mana. That was on purpose. I make sure to tell the chat no doubt watching me, just to clear up any misunderstandings. And I of course avoid looking at the chat afterwards. Just to maintain my focus. Definitely just that. It's not that I want to avoid seeing them call me out on what I just said or anything. I send another blade at the shark and this time it actually hits it. Although it only barely does, even if it still manages to cut deep into the thing's tail. Then I send a third, and this blade hits it right where I was aiming, at the center of its back. Slicing a good few inches into its flesh in the process. Good. I'm getting the hang of this. I try it 2 more times on other corpses nearby before deciding, after hitting both of the corpses right where I want to, that I'm good enough with it to use it in combat now. So I finally turn towards the large group of sharks numbering about 8 in total, with a 9th just floating at the center of them all. With the 8 green sharks swimming around in a sphere around the putrid shark. From the one green shark I fought out here with the other sharks, I'm pretty sure it's poisonous, since I saw it with a green liquid leaving its fangs. But I never saw it put that liquid to use, nor do I really want to see that. I think what I'm most worried about in this battle though is the putrid shark. After all, it's level 10, so it is around the same level as my armor was meant for. Meaning it could potentially break through my armor, unlike most of the other monsters I've faced thus far, ignoring the wriggle. I take a deep breath before slowly beginning to move towards the last section of this cavern, where the 9 sharks are currently calling home. The green sharks are all levels 8 and 9, and with the tentacles, I shouldn't have a problem dealing with them. Right. I should be good. With that bit of self-confidence boosting, I finally pass under the large bit of rubble separating their little section and the rest of the cavern, instantly. Making the sharks all turn their attention my way. So I start out with a bang the moment the green sharks begin speeding my way by summoning 5 different tentacles, startling them as they appear from portals all around me. But their surprise doesn't end there as I send the tentacles to slam into and grab onto sharks one after another. With 2 of the tentacles wrapping around 2 sharks and slamming them into another 2 sharks. Leaving the other 3 to slap down sharks like swatting a fly. I leave the tentacles to handle those 6 green sharks while I swim to the side to dodge the remaining 2 green sharks before sending 2 pressurized blades of water at both of them. And while I end up missing the green sharks with 1 blade each, one of my blades still hit them. So I rush up to the closest green shark and pierce the thing with my trident right where the pressurized blade hit. Killing the shark before yanking my trident back out of its corpse and turning towards the other one right as it turns towards me. I don't let it attack even as it starts to charge though, instead summoning another tentacle right in front of it and having the tentacle wrap around the shark. But right as I'm feeling good for dealing with all 8 of the sharks, I feel something latching onto my side, making me turn around to see one of the green sharks I left the other tentacles to deal with latching its jaws onto my waist. Fortunately for me, its jaws don't pierce all the way through, so I just see the green liquid leaving its mouth without getting to my skin as I swing my trident around and stab it straight into the shark's eyes. Only briefly taking a moment to notice the deep purple bruises on its side. I hurry to pry the green shark off of my side before having the tentacles finish off the other green sharks. But then I remember something in the form of a putrid stench appearing right in front of me before tackling me, sending me flying straight through the water in the process. And the putrid shark doesn't even stop moving as it continues pushing me personally, getting me far away from the tentacles, out of their range by a long shot. Leaving them useless over there other than to finish off the green sharks, which they at least managed to do. I grit my teeth before checking on my mana, and right when the putrid shark finally slams me into a wall, I find a rather depressing sight. My mana levels are down to a measly 13 mana. The putrid shark backs up, leaving me struggling to breathe for a moment before air rushes into me again. No doubt from the pressure on my chest and stomach from the shark's body slam. And the sight that greets me when I look isn't a pleasant one, because it's the sight of cracks in my armor. I raise my head to narrow my eyes at the shark. A one-on-one now then, is it? I can do that. B1, Chapter 15 Aqua. Once I manage to recover from the body slam, I tighten my grip on my trident before grabbing it with both hands and moving to the side the moment I see the putrid shark beginning to charge again, making the thing slam into the wall instead of me. Then I notice something. Scraps of flesh are literally falling off the putrid shark as it does these body slams. And when I notice some stuck to my armor, I quickly remove them with a slightly disgusted look on my face. That's just gross. The chat seems to agree when I see it in the corner of my eye. But I don't have the time to read more than just a couple messages as I rush at the putrid shark while stabbing straight at the thing with my trident. Only for shock to appear on my face when the trident gets stuck in the flesh without even going more than 2 inches deep. Shit. The putrid shark suddenly does a spin, sending me flying straight into the wall again with a grunt. Following which it latches its half-rotten teeth onto my left arm, digging down and beginning to make tearing sounds out of my armor. Shit. Without hesitation I summon one last tentacle and make it grab onto the shark. Then I stab my trident straight into the narrow opening between its mouth and my arm, piercing into the roof of its mouth and making the thing let out some sort of clicking sound after it lets go of my arm. Taking my damned trident with it as the thing is stuck in the roof of its mouth. I feel my arm limp at my side, but that doesn't stop me from slamming my right fist straight into its lower jaw, which in turn actually ends up pushing my trident further into its head from within its mouth. The shark doesn't just take it lying down though, as the thing suddenly rushes forwards, tearing the tentacle a bit while stretching it before slamming into me with its mouth as wide open as it can get, only for its jaws to chomp down on my right arm that is still outstretched a bit from punching it. Letting its teeth sink into my arm, only barely stopped from going far by the trident still prying its mouth open. I grit my teeth as I feel my bone taking on a lot of impact from that, but it doesn't matter. Because this battle is over. Without hesitation, I send a blade of pressurized water right in front of my right hand that's currently inside of its mouth, flying right into the roof where my trident is stabbing, with said blade then entering into the shark's head through the roof of its mouth, then into its brain, finally making the thing stop moving. I pant in exhaustion and pain as I grab my trident and begin to rip it out, only to realize I never got a message. So I stab the trident back in before pulling my arm out of its mouth, drilling it into its head just like that pressurized water blade. And I do that 3 more times until the shark finally dies. Then I realize I should have taken the blade out of its mouth before doing that, as the shark's jaws suddenly lose all strength and forcefully close on top of my arm, making me let out a cry of pain as they drill through my armor and into my arm itself. Shit. I swear through gritted teeth, only to use the barely hanging on tentacle to open the shark's mouth. Because I can't do that right now, not with my left arm still hanging limp and my right inside of its mouth in even worse shape. After getting my arm and trident out of its mouth, the shark begins to flip over, just floating helplessly in the water as I pant in exhaustion and pain watching it. But it's fine. My regeneration is about 10 times the speed of a normal human, so these wounds won't take that long to heal. I breathe in deeply before breathing out deeply. Then I finally look at the wounds on my right arm, only for a grimace to spread across my face at the sight of the discolored wound. It looks infected. No doubt by the shark's putrid state and rotten teeth. Fuck. Thankfully my other arm just has some fractured bones and nothing more. Nothing that can even get infected, as it didn't pierce my armor enough to get to my skin. But damn. This hurts. Now that I'm in the clear, I finally recheck the system messages for that battle. You have killed a level 8 deep sea green shark. Express has been granted accordingly. X4. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1, X4. You have killed a level 9 deep sea green shark. Express has been granted accordingly. X4. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1, X4. You have killed a level 10 deep sea putrid shark. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. Right. My regeneration is over 10 times a normal human's regeneration now after that. It's closing in on 11 times at this point. I glance at the section of cavern where the putrid shark was staying, where I find the 8 green sharks all dead with some small amounts of poison around them. Then I look at the tunnel beyond them, only to turn around and begin heading back to my air pocket to wait and heal. Marking the end to my 6th day of being a pioneer. Alliance Drama Central. Oliver Ashfire taps his finger against the desk in front of him as he sits in his office watching a Pioneer news report, showing the faintest hint of intrigue on his face as he stares at the screen. And she does it again. Aqua Fallen has survived yet another brutal battle, the reporter exclaims, singing the girl's praises. But I wonder, how is she going to handle these injuries? Because they're not small. Will she hide in her air pocket until the sponsorships roll in? That infection is going to become a problem if it's not dealt with, and antibiotics aren't cheap for sponsorship options, especially for universal ones that can handle unknown worlds. Oliver continues to tap his finger against his desk for a while before eventually turning off the news report and spinning in his chair to look out the window. She might work, he eventually mutters without taking his gaze off of the moon rising high above the ocean outside of his company building, the headquarters of the Alliance Drama Central Company, currently leading the entire TV drama industry in the Alliance. And Oliver, a rather popular director from the company, feels something as he remembers the face and expressions of the woman, of the pioneer. A face and expression that would work incredibly well for his next drama. After several seconds of silence, he proceeds to make a few calls, confirming with the company and staff his exact choice for the star of his next drama. That star being the pioneer on the screen, Aqua Fallen. But before he can get her to make an appearance, he has to deal with a few troubling matters first, starting with her infection and ending with her lack of a safe place to stay. If it, just that, I can sponsor it with ease. More important to him is her being in top form when she comes to shoot, especially since he's sure she'll need to take some acting lessons beforehand. Most pioneers aren't skilled at acting before becoming pioneers after all. Oliver sighs as he thinks about the work that'll be involved in this production, but at the end of the day, he knows it'll be worth it. And he's not worried about her rejecting his offer and going with any other offer, because he's certain no one would be willing to give her a better offer, much less a better company to work with. Now that he's made his decision, there's nothing that will change his mind, so he turns back to the window to stare up at the moon once again, letting the silence fill the office in the process. B1, Chapter 16. Aqua. Once I take an entire night of rest, I feel both better and worse. The wound on my right arm is absolutely infected and I can't really do much about it, but the wound on my left arm is already almost fully healed, along with the bruises pretty much everywhere else. So I'm stuck without my right arm. That's about it though. I get the feeling this infection might get worse over time, but so long as I can get antibiotics when day 10 arrives, I should be fine. And at this rate I wouldn't be surprised if I get them even though they're expensive. There is just too much attention on me not to after all. Anyway, I go ahead and leave my air pocket before heading towards that cavern again, finding the occasional returned monster along the path but dealing with them rather quickly, even without my right arm. It's a good thing I'm ambidextrous, and I'm used to fighting through pain at this point. This pain isn't even as bad as having bruising across my entire body like I had before being healed by the orca. When I arrive at the cavern again, I fortunately find the green and putrid sharks still dead and here with their corpses largely untouched, unlike a lot of other corpses that end up being eaten by the time I come the next day. No doubt by other monsters. But considering the poisonous state of the green sharks and the putrid state of the, well, putrid shark, it's no surprise nothing wants to eat them. The chat seems to agree. Actually, I haven't really been checking the chat much today. Been too tired after yesterday. So I check it while swimming towards the tunnel the putrid shark was guarding. The corpses are still there. Of course they are. Do you think there's anything that would eat those things? They are disgusting. Very disgusting. Please get them off the broadcast already, so gross. Hey. She's looking at the chat. Really, Aqua, good morning. She's finally looking at us today. Good morning, sleepyhead. Did you sleep well? Does your wound hurt? I chuckle at their words before giving a brief wave. With my left hand of course, and continuing through to the entrance of the tunnel. Then, after a brief pause, I keep moving into the tunnel. Time for uncharted territory again. The tunnel in question actually begins to narrow as I get deeper into it. And I don't see any monsters even after swimming through it for a couple minutes. But when I reach the 3-minute mark in my swim, I find a light shining from deeper in. A blue light. The gate? I continue swimming before eventually finding something surprising. Well then. The tunnel opens up into another cavern. But the difference with this cavern is that only half of the cavern is filled with water, going up to about halfway up the cavern. And on top of that, there's even some ruins that go above the water's surface. Having dry land for a first in this place. As for the gate, I can clearly see it even from within the water. The gate is at the top of the ruins-like structure. I swim up to the surface of the water before looking up at the ruins, but something almost immediately catches my eye after surfacing. And it's not the gate. It's the sight of orcs lined up along the ruins. Orc, level 7, orc, level 6, orc, level 6, orc, level 8, orc, level 7. Orc. Level 7. The creatures are common gate monsters all across the universe. They have green skin and are all pretty buff in terms of muscle and wear rather old and outdated leather armor. With most of them having their arms exposed with only their torso being covered by the armor. Other than that, they have 3 fingers and a thumb, and a mouth full of relatively sharp but not too sharp teeth. Oh, and they're short. And bald. And for some reason look afraid as they stare off at a corner of the water. What are they afraid of? I frown for a moment before going back under the water and looking around a bit more. It doesn't take long to find what they're afraid of, and the instant I do, I lock up for a brief second at the identify result I see before me. Deep Sea Ripper Shark, level 20, level fucking 20. And as if that weren't enough, the thing, which is barely visible as it swims lazily in circles in a corner of the water underneath some rubble, is massive. Spanning at over 6 meters in length and almost 2 meters in height, with a row of razor-sharp teeth. The monster is honestly terrifying. And I know it's too strong for me to handle right now, especially with my injury. So I slowly begin swimming over towards the entrance of the tunnel, strongly hoping that the thing doesn't notice me. Which it actually doesn't, letting me make it a few meters closer to the entrance as I move rather slowly so as to not attract its attention. But then something happens that I wasn't expecting. An arrow suddenly shoots straight into the water above the place where the shark is moving around, with the arrow going a couple meters into the water before stopping. Then another arrow follows, and I instantly realize what's happening with just a single glance out of the water. Those fucking orcs are trying to get me killed by the shark. What the abyss did I ever do to them? Just the sight of the orcs who were just terrified of the shark shooting arrows at it to get its attention out of its little cubby pisses me off more than anything I've ever seen before. And what's worse is that the shark actually takes the bait. It looks up at the arrows before suddenly noticing me. I'm starting to hate orcs. The massive ripper shark locks its eyes onto me. Meanwhile the chat goes wild, with a great many numbers amongst them openly wondering if I'll be able to make it out alive this time, considering my infected arm. And even I'm wondering that myself. I glance at the tunnel I entered before shaking my head, because not only is it too far, but the shark could just follow me into the tunnel. After all, the tunnel is large enough to fit it. But then an idea comes to mind. Right as the shark begins to move in a slow zigzag pattern towards me, almost like it's studying me before charging, I summon 5 different tentacles at once. 3 of which I use to form a bit of a net in front of me in a way, and the last 2 I have grab onto me. And when the shark finally charges straight at me, moving incredibly fast as it does so, I use the tentacles to fling me straight out of the water and over the ruins, where I manage to land on top of an orc. I go ahead and stab the orc in the face with my trident since I'm already sitting on top of him. Then I quickly climb to my feet to face the other. Panicking orcs. Assholes. With that thought, I test out something that I've been wondering about for a while now. I summon a tentacle outside of the water that I then use to smack all these orcs into the water below, turning them into shark food. See how you like it, I mutter while stabbing the butt of my trident into the orc at my feet, finishing it off and then crossing my arms at the side below. Even if part of that crossing is just my left arm supporting my right arm at the elbow. Fun fact. The bottom of my trident is also sharp as hell. The chat instantly goes wild at my antics and survival. Meanwhile I just let out a huff. Then I have the tentaces I have down there, the surviving ones as the shark tore through the 3 I used to block it with ease. Crush some of the orcs before the shark makes the rest of the orcs into snacks. Just for the free express and region stat points. Revenge is sweet. That said, now I'm kind of stuck here, so I'm not really sure what to do at this point. Unless I turn my gaze towards the gate. Well, I guess I can just challenge the dungeon. Honestly, I was originally planning on waiting until the 10-day mark. At which point I would use the antibiotics to deal with the infection before going ahead and taking on the dungeon. I glance down at the water, where I see the massive shark peeking its head out to stare at me after eating the orcs. Almost like it's asking, "Why are you up there?" while still chewing on an orc. Because of this stupid shark my plans have gone awry. Well, the shark and those orcs. The shark wouldn't have noticed me most likely if it weren't for the orcs getting its attention. I let out a sigh before grabbing my trident and ripping it out of the orc's body. Then I move over to a comfortable place to sit down. Just to rest a little bit. Then I'll go check out the dungeon. B1, Chapter 17. Once I finish resting, I go ahead and walk up to the dungeon, which is emitting mana around the same level as that large shark, signifying that the dungeon's boss must be around level 20 at the end of the dungeon. Meanwhile, the orcs that no doubt escaped from the dungeon should be the lowest level monsters in it, making the dungeon a perfect training place for me. So without any hesitation, I step forwards into the blue portal-looking thing called a dungeon for the very first time in my life. After which I find myself standing on some ruined bridge over water in a cavern kind of similar to the one I just entered the dungeon in. Thought so. Most dungeons take inspiration from their surroundings when it comes to the dungeon's insides, making the dungeon itself resemble the world around the gate to at least some degree. Even the monsters tend to take inspiration from the location, albeit only the secondary monsters. The primary monster of the dungeon has nothing to do with the location or setting of the dungeon. Just like the orcs in this place. And I can see quite a few orcs just from where I'm standing here. All scattered across different ruins sticking out from the water below. I look around a bit more as the orcs all begin ringing alarm bells. But when I see the water down below clear of any overly powerful monsters, and see the decrease in my own strength stat from being outside the water, I go ahead and drop straight off the bridge down into the waters of the cavern below. Alright. Let's see what all is down here. Ignoring the orcs for the moment, I swim around beneath the ruins, finding the water to be sufficiently deep in the process. As for the monsters down here, none of them are too strong. Just some level 8 sharks every now and then. Of course, I kill those sharks myself for the extra region stat points they give. Not to mention the levels, as they do raise my level to level 11. Although to be honest, I was probably already close to leveling, what with that fight with the putrid shark and all. And just like that, I gradually begin to clear the first area of the dungeon out of shark monsters in the water, pretty much claiming it as my own territory. Alan Pioneer News. Hello everyone, I am Alan, and I'm here to bring you the latest Pioneer news. Alan says his usual opening line the moment the camera begins rolling. I'm sure many of you have already heard, but the brave underwater pioneer, Aqua Fallen, has finally entered her first dungeon. This marks the 4th dungeon of this set of pioneers, and the very first underwater dungeon in the set. Wait, really? I hadn't heard, Roderick, his co-host, says with a frown on his face. Are you sure it's that widespread? Well, Roderick, I'm sorry you live under a rock, Alan says while bowing his head with his hands clapped in front of his face. We all pay respects for the rock home. Damn it, Alan, you said you wouldn't bring that up again, Roderick shouts, his voice echoing across the set as pre-programmed laughter echoes through the studio. All I did was camp in a cave once. That's under a rock, Alan declares with a firm nod of his head, fully convinced of the righteousness of his words. But we can discuss your living conditions later. Now we have to focus on little Aqua. Roderick glares at Alan before shaking his head and muttering, "You lose one bet, and it comes back to bite you for decades." What was that? Alan asks as a bright smile spreads across his face. I said this is the first time anyone has entered a dungeon underwater in a long time, Roderick answers, clearly fibbing. How do you think she'll fare? Well, her bloodline makes the chances of her dying rather lackluster, Alan says with a shrug, letting the fib go for now. And it's clear to everyone watching that Lil Aqua's natural regeneration seems far higher than it should be. So I think it's safe to assume she'll make it out. Even the betting sites are shifting towards her survival as the higher odds. Well, that's no surprise, considering the massive losses people have made by betting on her dying several times already, Roderick retorts as the screen behind the two and the counter thereon activates to show Aqua as she leisurely swims through the dungeon hunting sharks. Plus there's, well, this. Yeah, Alan says with a nod. This. The woman is just going around killing monster sharks like she's on some school trip. And that's with her right arm infected. It's not often we have an ambidextrous pioneer, Roderick says with his own nod. Several pioneers try to learn how to use their non-dominant arm after becoming one, but very few are ambidextrous right from the start. You're right about that, Alan agrees before looking at the screen. What I enjoy the most about her broadcasts though is her personality. Personality? Roderick asks as a frown forms on her face. What about it? Alan just points at the screen as it changes to show a past scene. One of her crying after reading a message, only for her to glance at the chat floating next to her and mutter, "Something got in my eye." Roderick's lips twitch into the start of a smile at that, clearly amused. Then the screen changes again to show her right as she is being sent flying by her own tentacle out of the water to avoid the Ripper shark, where she follows it by knocking down all the orcs from the ruins into the water, while standing on top of an orc and muttering, "See how you like it." This time Roderick bursts out laughing at her antics. "See what I mean?" Alan asks while pointing at the screen. She's hilarious and adorable. The way she just makes these completely natural and quiet retorts with that lazy expression on her face. Roderick nods his head without pausing in his laughter. "Now, Roderick," Alan says with a smile on his face as Roderick continues laughing, "what do you say about a bet?" That instantly wipes the cheer from Roderick's face. "A bet?" he asks, sounding more than a little cautious about that word. "Yes," Alan confirms with a nod. "A bet about what type of creature Little Aqua's bloodline is from." Roderick narrows his eyes at Alan without saying a word. "If you win, I'll stop talking about your time living under a rook," Alan says while drawing out the word, rock, with a grin on his face. "But if I win, you're going to have to find another rock to live under for 2 days. His words clearly agitate Roderick for several seconds before the man finally gives in and says, "Fine. Then I bet she has an orca bloodline." "And I bet she has a kraken bloodline," Alan says with his smile growing ever the wider as he and Roderick shake hands. Hook, line and sinker. Aqua after finishing off all his sharks in the water, I look up at the orcs staring at me from the ruins above. Then I go ahead and shrug before grabbing hold of some of the water near me, turning it into pressurized blades, and sending it straight at the orcs, making them scream in terror when one of the orcs ends up with his neck cut in half and another is sent flying off the ruins into the water below, where I finish him off personally with my trident. This new skill makes for a good ranged attack. Too bad I need water to use the skill, so it doesn't just create water for me. But considering that I'm deep underwater right now, or outside of the dungeon at least, that's probably a non-issue. At least for the moment. Anyway, I go ahead and continue dealing with the orcs in this section of the dungeon, slaughtering them all with ease since I'm doing it from the water, and since their levels are lower than mine by a decent chunk. It'll probably get a lot tougher deeper in though, and I'm using up a lot of mana killing them like this. So I should call it a day after finishing them off. With that plan in mind, I just keep at it for a few hours, going all over the starting section of the dungeon slaying the orcs one after another, and leveling up a couple times in the process, until I'm level 13 and half the orcs, the ones at level 7, no longer give me region stat points. At which point the entire starting area is dead silent and filled with corpses. After that I find a secluded spot on a large ruin in the corner of the dungeon where the orcs won't be able to reach me even if more of them came to this starting area to replace the others, most likely, hopefully. Then I do my normal routine, except in a different place, before going to sleep. B1, Chapter 18 Aqua. My 8th day in the world of Oceania starts out the same as all the days before it, despite starting in a dungeon. With the sole exception of my infection hurting a bit more. Probably having worsened overnight. But that's fine. It's almost the day when sponsorships are allowed, the 10th day. Just have to suffer through 2 more days before I can get that antibiotic. I've already gotten some promising business inquiries that have agreed to give me things I need in exchange for priority selection for their particular offers. Including a starring role in a drama done by Oliver Ashfire from Alliance Drama Center. A rather famous director. Honestly, that's probably the absolute best offer I could have been given, so even if they didn't try to bribe me I'd still accept it. As a pioneer, I need popularity. And getting a starring role in a drama under a popular director at a big company is a very good way to get that popularity. Of course, it could also crash and burn if the drama doesn't go over well. But I also have a singing job that I decided that I might as well give a try. One with that idol, in fact. So if one flops, I have a good chance of doing well with the other. And if they both flop, well, I can always just do commercials, ads, and even some modeling jobs. Not much that can go wrong with those, or at least, not with the modeling jobs. Technically commercials and ads can still go poorly. And if somehow all of that flops, well, I have my pioneer success to lean on and can just make appearances on interviews and variety shows. That should work well enough. I yawn as I finish up my morning routine and finally jump into the water before moving out deeper into the dungeon, where I eventually run into more sharks. Which means more level up fodder for me, since I've grown very used to underwater combat at this point. And since I've been putting my free points right now mostly into strength, dexterity, and magical strength, the sharks don't stand a chance. My strength is just too much for these monsters thanks to the physique of the abyssal kraken trait. Or at least, it's too much for them underwater. I tried fighting an orc on land just to test it out, and it turns out the orc wasn't much weaker than me physically despite my level being 2 higher than his. Which was very disappointing. If it weren't for my weapon and armor, I'm not even sure if I'd be able to take on 2 orcs at once. I probably could. But 3 orcs at once outside of the water and without my trident or armor? I'd be dead. Honestly, it makes me feel a little unsettled about how things will go when I eventually leave the deep sea. Unless I manage to get a domain skill, which is possible with my bloodlines. A domain skill would really be helpful. One that pretty much alters the region around me into a specific type of region. Which in my case would be flooding it with water and pretty much making it underwater. I let out a sigh as I dream of getting a domain skill, but until then I'm stuck trying to balance it all. So while I hunt the monsters in the dungeon, I make sure to run a few tests. Specifically testing just how much of my body has to be in the water for me to be considered underwater, activating my trait. Fortunately for me, I find that so long as half or more of my body is submerged, my trait is fully activated. But that's not all, as I also find that my trait seems to partially activate even when 1/4 of my body is in the water. It's just that the boost in strength is a 25% increase instead of a 50% increase. Those are the only cutoffs though. I tap my finger on my trident before continuing to swim a bit and noticing a shark. Only to end up skewering said shark and continuing on in the dungeon. Well, these issues aren't real problems right now, not when I'm fighting underwater most of the time. With the exception of some of this dungeon. So I just continue moving through the dungeon as the monsters gradually rise in level along with me. The only problem is that they're starting to rise in level faster than I am. Which makes things a bit more difficult. When it comes to the sharks, they're still manageable, largely because of physique of the abyssal kraken. Even if they do leave me a few injuries. Injuries that generally heal within the hour. But the orcs are becoming a problem. The first orcs in the place were armed with nothing but crude spears and some bows with crude arrows. Now though, some of the orcs are showing up with better weapons. Even better armor. And some of the orcs are proving to have better aim as well. It's almost like their level correlates to their aim and intelligence. Not that I'd be surprised if that were the case. I frown as I dodge another arrow before throwing a pressurized water blade at the orc that shot the arrow. Only for another orc to jump out of a small cave up in the ruins and actually use a shield to block the water blade. Shocking me in the process. Great. Now they have shields, too. And that's a pretty tough shield. Wait a second. My mind blanks for a moment as I finally realize something. The water pressure in here isn't as high as it was outside of the dungeon. Is that because there's no deep ocean pressurizing it down here or something? Actually, I think the water pressure may even have been a bit lower in the caves than it was when I went out of the caves. It's just that I didn't really notice thanks to the pressure not affecting me. Which makes sense considering some of the orcs I saw floating in the water occasionally. After all, if the water pressure really were at the thousands of meters deep mark down in the caves, I'm pretty sure those orcs would have been flattened like pancakes. But regardless of why the pressure is lower, that makes it even harder to kill these things. When several arrows begin flying straight at me from the top of the ruins, I dip down under the water and move behind some debris down here. Then I take a peek at my status to check my remaining mana. Requesting status. User Aqua Fallen, status retrieved. Name. Aqua Fallen. Level. 14. Mana. 37 140ths. Strength. 30 20. Dexterity. 18. Constitution. 16. Magical Strength. 17. Region. 141. Free points. 0. Traits. Physique of the Abyssal Kraken, Apex Predator of the Depths. Skills. End STTUS, damn it. I'm running low on mana. I purse my lips for a moment before coming to a decision. After reaching level 15 and getting my next skill, I'll go ahead and head back to the start of the dungeon to call it a day. My regeneration speed at this point is 14 times the speed of a regular human, which makes it so that a bruise that would normally take around a month to heal takes a mere 2 or 3 days to heal instead. Much less the smaller bruises and the like that I've been getting from the monsters here that only take a few hours to heal. And the arrows shot by the orcs aren't strong enough to pierce my armor, even if the orcs themselves probably would be strong enough if they attacked with their blades. So those only end up leaving some bruising instead of piercing my skin. After taking another moment to catch my breath, I go back out from behind my cover and continue my assault on the orcs located up on the ruins, startling them when I immediately come out throwing blades of pressurized water at them, cutting into the neck of the one with the shield in particular. But the stupid orc doesn't die. He doesn't even let go of his shield because the angle the water hit him didn't cut his major artery or cut into his throat. Damn it. Deciding to just finish this now, I swim back down deep into the water before making a turn and swimming as fast as I can towards the surface. Following which I activate Abyssal Kraken's Embrace and summon a tentacle right near the orcs as I fly straight over the ruins from my dive out of the water. And using that very tentacle I knock the orcs down into the water below like a bunch of bowling pins. Then I land on the ruins near that cave of theirs before smugly walking over to the edge of the ruins and jumping back into the water to slaughter the orcs. Fun fact. Even when I'm not in the water, the tentacles seem to have the same strength as me when I'm in the water, regardless of whether the tentacles are underwater or not. The moment I kill the second from last orc of the bunch, the message I'm looking for finally appears. B1, Chapter 19 Aqua, you have killed a level 16 orc. Express has been granted accordingly. X2. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1, X2. You have killed a level 15 orc. Express has been granted accordingly, X5. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1, X5. Congratulations. You have now reached level 15. Your total free points have increased by 2, and your mana stat has increased by 10. Allocate the free points whenever you please. Additionally, you have now unlocked your third skill. On the flip side, killing these orcs is incredibly easy when they're in the water, so that's very nice. They're literally completely helpless in the water. Anyway, I go ahead and open my status again before putting off allocating the free points for now to check what my new skill is. Requesting skills. User Aqua Fallen, free skills retrieved. Skill 1. Abyssal Kraken's Embrace. Description. Abyssal Kraken's Embrace allows the user to summon tentacles of the Abyssal Kraken within 3 meters of their body. These tentacles can then stretch for 5 meters away from where they are summoned. Cost. Abyssal Kraken's Embrace costs a total of 10 mana for every tentacle summoned. The tentacles can then stay summoned free of charge for a maximum of 1 minute. Cooldown. Abyssal Kraken's Embrace has no cooldown and can be used as many times at once as the user has mana. Skill 2. Hydrokinetic Wrath. Description: Hydrokinetic Wrath allows the user to manipulate and pressurize water around you to use as a weapon. The amount of pressure controllable is dependent on the user's magical strength stat. Cost: Hydrokinetic Wrath costs a total of 3 mana for every base use of the skill. However, additional mana costs will be added depending on how strenuously the skill is used. Cooldown: Hydrokinetic Wrath has no cooldown. Skill 3. Call of the Abyss. Description: Call of the Abyss allows the user to let out an orca's call, summoning forth 4 deep-sea orcas whose level is 4/5 of the user's level to fight alongside them, filling the room temporarily with water while the 4 deep-sea orcas are still alive. Cost: Call of the Abyss costs a total of 50 mana to use. Cooldown: Call of the Abyss has a cooldown of 30 minutes. All summoned deep-sea orcas will disappear 30 minutes after being summoned. End skills. I stare blankly at the new skill for a few seconds before feeling a grin spread across my face. This isn't really a domain skill, but it'll have the same effect for a short period of time. As for the deep-sea orcas the skill summons, it's always nice to have help in a fight. So at the end of the day, this skill will be incredibly useful, even with its cooldown and enormous mana cost. I highly doubt the boss of this dungeon is going to have much water near him, which will make this skill a must-have to fight whatever the boss is. After all, the boss should be around level 20, and trying to fight a level 20 boss outside of the water is just stupid. I kill a couple monsters I missed as I head back to my little safe place I found in the ruins. Then I begin looking through my mail again to see if there's anything new, or anything interesting that's new that is. Nothing really stands out though, which is a little disappointing. It's too bad I can't look at any forums or watch TV to know what's going on. All I have access to is the mail from the broadcast system. After searching through my mail for a little while longer, mail that's reached the 6 digits in number, I close out of the menu and lie back down, only briefly glancing at the broadcast symbol on the corner of my vision to find it currently off. Then I slowly close my eyes and fall asleep again, marking the end of day 8. Star Pioneer Agency. Then we're all in agreement? Ritfelt Hydrignus asks as he sits at the front of a long table with various images of the pioneer known as Aqua Fallen scattered across the walls of the room on screens. No one within the room speaks up. Everyone around the table just silently watches the CEO of the greatest pioneer agency in the entire alliance as he waits for any discontent with the decision. But when no one speaks up, he eventually turns around to look at the images around the wall while declaring, "Then it's settled. Star Pioneer Agency will officially reach out to the pioneer bloodliner known as Aqua Fallen to sign her with our company." Silence fills the room with the only noises being those from the many screens playing in the room. Ritfelt has been feeling strange ever since the moment he first laid eyes on the new bloodliner, but whether that's because of his own bloodline or because of the clear star potential he can sense in her, he isn't sure. Either way, there's no way he is willing to let her slip through his grasp. A pioneer of her potential needs to be represented by the greatest agency of the Alliance. There's no other way around it. And more importantly, the bloodline families would never allow a bloodliner to be represented by an agency that is not being led by a bloodliner, because regular agencies can't be trusted to look after a bloodliner. Bloodliners are special after all. They're treasures to the Alliance. Anything that can increase the power of the Alliance is a treasure, and bloodliners are powerful, with the awakened blood and skills of the ancient monsters their blood originates from, making it so no one at the same level is a match for them. Even greater are the higher-level bloodliners, those who have received several skills from the ancient monster. The strongest bloodliners are even capable of transforming into the ancient monster whose blood they received and back. And Ritfelt is one of those powerful bloodliners, a bloodliner capable of transforming into a hydra and back. But the thing Ritfelt and other bloodliners hate the most are when other people try to take advantage of them. Someone using a bloodliner for their own purposes is acceptable so long as the bloodliner is repaid in full. But someone trying to take advantage of an ignorant bloodliner is enough to bring all the bloodliners of the Alliance down on them. That's why even the Grand Chancellor, the current administrator of the system and highest level person within it, has to listen to and pay the bloodliner families for their services. On a personal level, Rietveld even respects the Grand Chancellor in a way, because of the man's brilliance. He's incredibly intelligent and knows who he can threaten and who he can't. Even the mere creation of a pioneer bloodliner can be considered paying them in full, since they wouldn't have ever known they had a bloodline if they weren't made a pioneer by the system, which is a fair trade in Rietveld's eyes. Risk and reward. Still, that feeling Rietveld gets when he looks at Aqua continues to bug him the longer he watches her. Meanwhile, the rest of the people in the meeting room begin to clear out, leaving him alone. The known details about the girl's bloodline are similarities to two different types of creature: the abyssal orca bloodline, and the kraken bloodline. However, nothing has been confirmed as of yet, and the Orcane family still won't say a word about the matter. Aesthetics of the abyssal orcas, narrowed iris of the krakens, tentacles of a strangely colored kraken, increased regeneration, powerful physical strength in the water, the ability to move and breathe freely underwater, and a common pressurized water control skill amongst aquatic bloodlines. Just listing all the different things the girl has shown in one go gives Rietveld a headache. Maybe the sensation I'm feeling is because of our shared regeneration? Rietveld frowns at that thought. The two creatures in the universe with the greatest regeneration of all time, the Kraken and the Hydra. After considering the matter for several more minutes, Rietveld eventually gives up, deciding he'll find out about it when the Bloodline Research Center figures it out. For now, he needs to focus on getting her to sign with their company. B1, Chapter 20 Aqua. After waking up again on the 9th morning, I head straight to the last place I was at in the dungeon before continuing on past that, only to find the water level beginning to decrease a bit, which is not good. On top of that, there are also more and more orcs and fewer sharks, making for a rather unfortunate setup for me. Even the chat looks worried as I glance at it in the corner of my vision, with a lot of people talking about how the place is becoming less and less friendly to someone like me the deeper I get. There's no turning back though, I have to continue swimming forwards. Because I can't leave the dungeon. Even if it were possible, the shark is out there waiting for me. And there's no trying to wait for monsters to respawn in the dungeons, since they just plain don't respawn in dungeons. All the mana that was initially used to make the dungeon has already been used up, so there isn't any extra left to create more monsters. At least, not inside of the dungeon. Outside of the dungeon there's plenty, as it leaks out of the dungeon's gate over time. All the way until a dungeon break happens, where the gate itself finally snaps open and lets everything inside out. But even that would be bad for me considering the shark there. If I had to deal with both the shark and the boss of the dungeon at the same time, that would be bad. Even the typical plan of trying to toss the dungeon boss at the shark and hope they weaken each other won't work, because the shark would dominate in the water, meaning the only thing that would accomplish is kill the dungeon boss and make the shark even stronger. I grit my teeth a little as I kill another orc, feeling the pain from my infected arm growing worse, with the infection making my arm take on more and more unnatural colors by the day. Damn it, I really need that medicine. The plan for today is threefold. For 1, I want to find the dungeon boss so that I know where it is. For 2, I want to test out my new skill. And for 3, I want to clean up the rest of the monsters in the dungeon up to the boss's area. Overall, the plan doesn't have many things that can go wrong. After all, if the boss spots me, I can just flee through the water. Assuming the water is still deep enough to swim through where the boss is. If I can't find the boss today, then I can just finish that job up tomorrow after getting the medicine and dealing with business. There are only 2 major problems I can foresee happening. One being the dungeon decides to break today, kicking me and the boss and whatever other orcs are left in the dungeon out all at once. And 2 being the dungeon boss for some reason decides it really wants to kill me and chases after me even after I leave its sights in the water. Or there just is no water at its boss area. So I guess that's 3, not 2. Regardless, the chances aren't too high for these issues, I hope. With that thought rattling around in my mind, I continue killing the monsters along the way in the dungeon, trying to minimize the amount of mana I use in the process, just in case I run into an emergency. But even after a few hours pass, nothing happens, other than my methodically slaughtering the orcs at a rather slow but sure pace. Right as I'm beginning to feel comfortable again though, an emergency level problem that I hadn't even thought about occurs. A roar echoes through the dungeon, making me raise my head towards the ruins above, where a cave is connected to the main tunnel right at the ruins. And out from that cave charges a very angry and very large orc with a crown on his head. Shit. Orc King. Level 20. Unlike the smaller orcs, the Orc King is 3 meters tall, and he is wearing heavy armor all over his body. On top of that he has 5 fingers on each hand instead of the 4 the other orcs have, and of course, there's that crown on his head. Other than those details though, he just looks like a regular orc, an oversized one. At level 20, so not a normal orc in the slightest. The chat goes wild. Meanwhile I glance at my mana, briefly opening my status. Requesting status. User Aqua Fallen, status retrieved. Name. Aqua Fallen. Level. 16, mana. 119 160ths, strength. 33, 22. Dexterity. 18, constitution. 18, magical strength. 17. Region. 172, free points. 0, traits. Physique of the Abyssal Kraken, apex predator of the depths. Skills. End status. During my hunt so far today I've managed to level up from 15 to 16. And I've fortunately saved as much mana as I could. So I'm not actually in that bad condition right now, especially considering that the water is still several meters high in this area, even if it's shallower than it used to be further back in the tunnel. I can flee whenever my thoughts cut off when the Orc King's eyes suddenly glow red and he lets out a loud roar. One that instantly makes my body begin moving on its own as I rush straight at it, jumping out of the water to attack with a flood of rage filling my mind. Yet underneath that rage I understand exactly what the Orc King just did. A taunt skill. It just fucking taunted me to force me out of the water. I feel my own anger flare at the idea of the fucking Orc King taunting me out of the water, and the chat looks rather upset about it as well. But I only manage to stop myself from getting closer when I'm already on land, standing on the ruins with the Orc King. What's worse is the fact that the Orc King has a smug look on his face as he charges towards me with a sword in both hands. All while over a dozen other orcs rush out from behind him. My eyes narrow. Fucking fine. If you want to play it like that, then I'll play. I activate Call of the Abyss, making me instinctively open my mouth to let out a call similar to that of the deep-sea orc I saw before. The smug look on the orc's face immediately vanishes, replaced with what looks like pain as he holds his hands over his ears. And the other orcs do the same. Then 4 different portals open behind me. One above me on the top right, one on the top left, one on the bottom right, and one on the bottom left. And all in one rush, water immediately begins to spew straight out of the deep blue portals, flooding the ruins all around us. Leaving me floating here as 4 deep-sea orcas, smaller ones than the one I saw before, leave the portals after the water finally fills everything in sight, making the orcs that were previously slammed into the walls by the flooding water claw at their throats while struggling to breathe. But the Orc King doesn't take his gaze, no, his glare off of me, no doubt meeting my glowing blue eyes in the darkness of the water as my 4 deep-sea orcas begin to lazily swim around us. Damn, what was I even afraid of? I clench my good hand around my trident before smiling at the Orc King. A cold yet lazy smile. One that probably looks rather intimidating with my glowing eyes in the dark of the water. The Orc King's eyes narrow and he suddenly lets out another roar before moving incredibly fast towards me with his blades swinging my way. But I just dodge out of the way with ease, letting his 2 blades crash straight into some of the ruins, destroying them in the process. And when he tries again, I lazily move out of the way once more. He's doing better underwater than I expected, but still. Better than I expected isn't much to be proud of when I didn't expect much to begin with. Because we're in my territory now. B1, Chapter 21. Bloodline Research Center. A loud cracking sound echoes through the main room of the research center as Fraxis's hands once again slam down on the desk in front of him when the screen at the front of the room shows 4 orcas being summoned by Aqua. With the sight of Aqua floating in the middle of them as her eyes glow a deep blue color in the water practically imprinting on his mind. What the fuck is her damned bloodline? Fraxis shouts, his voice echoing across the entire room. And this time the other researchers aren't even afraid of him as they feel the exact same frustration he's feeling right now. What ancient monster even has traits from both krakens and orcas? Fraxis turns his attention to various news stories open on the side of the room. They put them there just in case the reporters point out something they missed. which isn't something they would normally do, but at this point they're practically just grasping at straws waiting for Aqua to reveal something else. Only for everything she reveals to lead to a completely different conclusion every time. And during all this, the Aquamarine Life Laboratory completely ignores all of their requests, focusing solely on the research of the dozens of new types of marine life the Bloodliner keeps discovering there, proving them to be completely useless in their bloodline hunt. What Fraxis sees on the news reports is just about what he expected. Every single news reporter is going crazy about the new skill reveal along with the sheer power behind it. Summoning 4 deep-sea orcas while also flooding the area with water. It's exactly the type of skill the Bloodliner needed to make full use of her bloodline. A bloodline that's stronger when underwater. At this point Fraxis doesn't know what to do. He's being paid by the Grand Chancellor to research bloodlines, yet he hasn't made any real progress on identifying the bloodline shown by this one pioneer. If this keeps up, he isn't sure what that man will do. And the Orcane family still refuses to say even a single word on the matter for some reason, which only makes it even more suspicious. Some of the researchers in the research center even went on to suggest the possibility that she could have more than one bloodline. But he threw them out of the room almost immediately at the preposterous idea. After all, the chances of awakening even a single bloodline is less than 1% for those who actually carry the blood. So the chances of awakening 2 bloodlines is astronomically low. And that's on top of the fact that it would require 2 bloodlines to mingle in the first place, and no bloodlines ever mingle together. It's not any sort of rule or anything, they're just too proud to mix their bloodlines, especially when they don't know what the result would be. But the most preposterous thing about the suggestion would be the fact that it would mean a member of the Orcane family ended up having a child with a member of a Kraken-related bloodline. Maybe even the Kraken bloodline. Fraxis shakes his head at the thought before returning his attention to the main screen showing Aqua as she fights with the Orc King. But then the Orc King actually surprises both him and the Pioneer with its next actions. Oh, this might be harder than she probably thought. I dodge a couple more attacks before stabbing the Orc King in the side with my trident, but when I dodge the next attack, it hits one of the Orcus that is currently charging straight at the Orc King from behind me. And his singular attack slices the poor thing in half. But that's not all that happens. Because apparently it's not a matter of the water vanishes after all 4 Orcas are dead, instead it's a matter of the water decreasing with every dead Orca. Shit. The Orc King notices it immediately, and he seems to realize what caused it as well. Then he clenches his legs before shooting straight through the water by pushing against the ruins beneath us. All the way until he surfaces and takes in a big gasp of air. I grit my teeth even as the ruins that he jumped from start to fall apart from the sheer force he put into that jump. So much for the easy win. The Orc King lets out another roar, but this time it's muffled by the water between us, and it doesn't seem to have the taunting effect. Regardless, I have the Orcus finish off the other orcs, pleasantly finding that their kills count as my kills in the process, before personally rushing towards the Orc King. Only to find the Orc King glaring in the direction of the Orcus. Making it clear who his targets are. Yeah, that's not happening. When I reach him, I stab straight through his gut with my trident, sending him flying right into the ceiling from my momentum before we both fall back into the water. And by now I've gotten the system messages for the deaths of each of the orcs, leaving just the Orc King left. But I try not to get overconfident, mostly because of what happened to that deep-sea orca, poor fella. So I order the other orcas to move as far away as they can, building distance between them and the Orc King. Only for the Orc King to suddenly throw his sword with so much strength it splits the water for a very short moment, following which it pierces straight through one of the orcas, dropping the water level again to about halfway up the room, leaving some ruins left dry again. Ruins that the Orc King quickly climbs onto, albeit only after I stab him again in his right shoulder this time. The damned monster moving out of the way at the last moment to avoid being struck in the heart. I narrow my eyes at the Orc King, who is currently standing on the ruins while holding his right shoulder, with his only remaining sword currently having fallen down into the water from me stabbing his right shoulder. So right now he's weaponless, but on land, and with several injuries. On the other hand, I'm actually fine. It's looking good so far. I glance at the orcas to find them already having gotten rather far away. only to turn back just to see the damned Orc King having jumped directly into the air with his fist raised and heading straight for my face. At the last moment, I duck backwards, but the Orc King still manages to slam his fist into my chest, sending me barreling back to slam into a wall. And for a brief moment I seriously begin to wonder if this Orc King put almost all of its free points into strength or something. That or it just has a skill that enhances its strength. Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure orcs also have a trait related to strength. I don't remember what it was though. That aside, I can tell just by looking down at the cracked armor over my collarbone and the shards of bone sticking out of said collarbone that the Orc King did some major damage. Enough that it hurts like hell. But I just don't care anymore. It's not enough damage to kill me right now, especially with my regeneration. And I've been suffering through endless pain most of my time here already. So while the Orc King is looking smug while trying to swim back to the ruins, I don't waste even a single second as I swim straight up to him and stab him through the back, piercing my trident halfway into him before twisting it, making the Orc King let out a roar of pain and anger as he swings his left fist back at me, slamming me in the shoulder with it and forcing me back while ripping out my trident from his back, which only seems to cause the Orc King even more pain. I grit my teeth as I feel my left arm going slack as pain flares up on it, making me drop my trident in the process. Probably from a dislocated shoulder judging by the lack of any visible damage. The Orc King abandons the idea of swimming back to the surface by the looks of it as he turns around to face me and pulls his left fist back to swing at me. And, despite the infection in my right arm clearly screaming at me not to, I pull back my own fist in response, making both of our fists clash in the water between us, sending a shockwave of water all around us in the process. But his attack clearly does more damage to my infected arm than mine does to him as I let out a scream of pain. The Orc King looks confident as he pulls his fist back again, so I finally do it. I activate Abyssal Kraken's Embrace 6 times in a row, making 6 different tentacles appear all around the Orc King, wiping that smug look off his face. One last time even as he grabs one of the tentacles and rips it apart before grabbing another to do the same. Only for the remaining 4 to wrap tightly around him, trapping him in place for me to swim downwards and grab my trident with my infected arm before returning in front of him. I glare at the cause of all my current pain while he looks back at me with a new look of fear on his face as he continues to drown in front of me. But I don't care. I slowly move my trident towards the Orc King's throat with my infected arm until it pierces into the Orc King's flesh, then into his windpipe and major artery. And just like that, I watch the light in the Orc King's eyes gradually fade away as the light in my own eyes continues to glow brightly in the water. You have killed a level 20 Orc King. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. Congratulations. You have now reached level 17. Your total free points have increased by 2, and your mana stat has increased by 10. Allocate the free points whenever you please. Congratulations. You have now reached level 18. Your total free points have increased by 2, and your mana stat has increased by 10. Allocate the free points whenever you please. Then the dungeon begins to tremble at its boss's death. B1. Chapter 22. Aqua. A few seconds pass before I finally begin to move, swimming downwards to find a place to rest as the dungeon begins to collapse. When the boss dies, so goes the dungeon, which means I'm going to be spat back out where the shark is, while covered in wounds and with a dislocated shoulder. I glance at the chat, grimacing at the pain from my shattered collarbone. Then I weakly ask, does anyone know how to reset a dislocated shoulder? The chat, which was already going wild from everything they just saw along with my new skill, immediately goes even more wild. But it's going too fast for me to read any medical comments. I take a deep breath before raising my right hand to the screen as it screams at me in pain. Then I scroll up on the chat to look at older messages with them locked in place. And after a couple scrolls, I find the answer to my question. That's going to hurt like hell. I find the rock the commenter pointed out before pinning my dislocated shoulder between it and the cavern wall. Then I do exactly what the reader suggested, making me let out a loud scream in the process as a popping sound and sensation comes from my shoulder. And the pain completely disappears, from the shoulder that is. I pant in exhaustion and pain as tears flow from my eyes. but the viewers can't tell that part because of the fact that I'm underwater. Then, as if trying to contradict my thoughts, the dungeon stops shaking and everything just blanks out for a moment. Then I find myself falling to the ground on some ruins. The very same ruins that the dungeon gate was located in the first place. And the Orc King's corpse falls right next to me. I don't hesitate and quickly climb to my shaky feet to look down at the water below, only to surprisingly find the shark missing. Huh? I look around for a bit before noticing some signs of battle, along with a lot of orc corpses floating in the water, and more signs that the shark left through the tunnel into this cavern. But that's fine. All that matters is that the shark is not here. The dungeon is dealt with, and the mana levels down here are far more stabilized. And since the dungeon is gone, no more orcs will appear, which means no more land-roaming monsters. I should finally be able to stay up here without worrying about being attacked, unless the shark comes back and turns out to have a ranged attack. Even then, I look around at the walls before finding some walls at the top of the cavern that are dented rather deeply in how they were formed, making a small pocket that should be able to comfortably fit me. And with my trident and my own strength, along with some careful shooting, I should be able to expand that place, giving me a relatively safe place to stay. A faint smile spreads across my face at the thought of a safe place to stay. Safe, a safe place. My vision begins to blur as my thoughts become sluggish, and after moving closer to the center of the large broken sideways pillar I'm on, I feel my vision going completely dark, as I fall down unconscious to the ground beneath me on the pillar. In a convenience store on the planet known as Equator, Viridia feels tears coming to her eyes as she watches the TV in the corner of her convenience store. And she's not the only one, as dozens of people are with her in her store just gazing up at the screen. All of them are people Aqua has met during her time living in the neighborhood, some of whom she has even helped out from time to time while going about her day, while others helped her out. But now everyone can't take their eyes off the screen as they watch the news reporter staring in silence on the screen at the screen behind the news reporter, where Aqua has just fallen unconscious on a sideways pillar about a meter away from the Orc King's corpse, which is leaking blood that's falling into the water down below, just dripping off the side of the ruined structure. The camera angle moves in closer to Aqua, showing right up in front of her face as she lies on the ground. And the moment everyone sees that she's still breathing, every person in the convenience store and even the news reporter herself let out sighs of relief. Aqua Fallen is still alive, the news reporter exclaims with obvious relief in her voice. Thank the abyss. If she'd died after all that work, it would have been so sad. Viridia wipes a tear from her eye, and she's not the only one, as the others in the convenience store, which is growing annoyingly cramped with all these people in her opinion, do the same, with a lot of them hugging each other and cheering. Which doesn't help the poor smell coming off half of them. A good number of them are homeless and can't bathe after all, so her convenience store currently stinks up a storm. And normally she would kick them all out for ruining work hours, but today she's in a good mood, so she lets it slide. Not because of Aqua's survival though, just because she's in a good mood. Absolutely not Aqua's survival. Viridia huffs as a faint smile touches her lips. The cranky grandma is smiling. One of the troublemakers shouts while pointing at her, following which everyone in the convenience store turns to Viridia. Holy fuck, she really is. Is it raining pigs outside? Wow, never thought I'd see the day the old crone broke out into a smile. Get the hell outta here, you brats. Viridia shouts, finally chasing them all away. And they all run out while laughing, clearly cheerful. But as Viridia turns her gaze back to the news report, she still can't help but think about the many wounds the girl has. She should be fine with the regeneration she's shown, and with it almost being the 10th day now, making it so she should be getting those antibiotics soon. Still, Viridia watches the screen with a worried expression on her face. You better come back for those mints, you brat, she eventually mutters to herself in the silence of her store. Aqua several hours later. Awareness slowly returns to me in two phases, the first being light and the second being pain. Light completely fills my eyes to the point of blinding me before my eyes adjust again, then the pain I'm currently feeling floods back, albeit not as badly as it was hurting after the battle. Wait, battle? I quickly shoot up to my feet as I remember falling unconscious, only to realize there's nothing here in the cavern still. Except corpses, that is. And the pain from my arm and collarbone. That realization makes me let out a sigh of relief again despite the pain. Then I notice something as I look at the Orc King, specifically being some sort of bracelet that I hadn't noticed before. The thing is around the Orc King's wrist, and it's actually rather tight on the monster, so it takes some work getting it off. Huh. I wonder what this does. Dungeons don't have any real rewards in them other than the monster's corpses and any items the monsters have on them. So the fact that this Orc King actually has an item is already good for me. I just need to figure out what it does. Maybe something to do with why the Orc King was so strong. I should ask the chat later. For now, I glance at the chat's timestamp to find that it's the 10th day, at last. And to prove that, there is now a third and a fourth icon on the right side of my vision, right beneath the broadcast system menu. Without hesitating, I select the icon right beneath the broadcast system one, with that icon being a money symbol. Then a system notification appears in my vision for the first time in a while. System notification: congratulations, Aqua Fallen. You have survived to the 10th day of your time in Oceania, therefore the system officially recognizes you as a resident of Oceania. Thanks to your official system residency in a planet, you are now being added to the following leaderboards. Oceania Leaderboards 2nd, Dartric Galaxy Leaderboards 41st. I don't bother reading most of the notification as I already know all of what it says. Instead I just go ahead and select the sponsorship system icon again to open it. Then I check if I have any sponsorships right now, and lo and behold, I do. Multiple of them in fact. But only a single one matters at this exact moment. A wide smile spreads across my face at the sight of the Universal Antibiotics item sponsored by Oliver Ashfire, the director of the drama I'm gonna star in later on. Without hesitation, I accept the sponsorship, making a system screen appear in front of me before a small container of pills just slowly emerges from the screen and floats towards me. I grab it and immediately pop a single pill into my mouth, which is all I need. And, proving the sheer efficiency of the universal antibiotic, I immediately begin to feel relief from my severely discolored arm. I can't help but collapse onto my back on the sideways pillar as the relief spreads through my body for the first time in days. Finally, the pain is going away. B1, Chapter 23 Aqua. A few hours pass as I lie here letting the antibiotics fully activate, and during this time the wound that was infected in the first place begins to heal, leaving me in less pain by the minute. On top of that, the broken collarbone has healed enough now that the bones are actually back inside of my chest again with scabbing covering the wound. Meaning it's healed over enough that it's not hurting anywhere near as badly. Back when the bone was directly outside of my body and constantly being irritated by the water, that was almost as painful as the infection. And it's not something I want to experience again. Eventually though, I finally get up and begin dealing with the matters I was putting off until after I finished healing. Even though I haven't finished healing yet. Starting with checking out my other sponsorships. The sponsorship system works in a rather limited way. There is a set of things that can be sponsored, and sponsors can only pick between those options. They can't send just anything to the pioneer. Like guns for example. Whether regular guns or magically enhanced guns. After all, those would be unfair in a newly initialized world. So the system blocks all guns from entering those worlds unless that level of technology was already on said worlds. And from the sight of those options being grayed out, those options are in fact not available on Oceania. Which makes sense considering that Oceania is a world covered mostly in water. Not to mention the fact that guns wouldn't exactly work all that well down here anyways, considering the fact that I'm underwater. So it wouldn't help much even if I was sponsored with guns. Although there is one option to send anything the user wants within restrictions that isn't one of the listed sponsorships, but that option costs a fortune. So it's almost never used. Outsiders usually don't care enough to spend a fortune that big just to sponsor a pioneer after all. Anyway, I begin looking through the different sponsorships I've been given, which number quite a few. For one, there's food. One of the things I need the most right now since my supply was already very stretched thanks to me stretching it out longer than the food was supposed to last. Then there's water, a set of waterproof clothes that I should be able to change into before putting my armor over so that I'm not always going around in a soaked hoodie and other garments under my armor, and even some bandages. Not that I can see myself really using the bandages much. They're waterproof at least though, so there's that. Everything I accept from the sponsorship system immediately gets locked, making it so no one can sponsor me that same item for a set period of time depending on the item in question. The food seems to be a daily sponsorship thing, and so is the water, but the clothes are a weekly thing. There are also some things that are level locked in terms of sponsorships, making it so that people can only sponsor me with them when I'm a certain level and meet the requirements of the sponsorship in question. But even after seeing dozens of different sponsorships, one of them in particular catches my eye rather strongly. It's a ring. A storage ring, and just the sight of it makes a grin spread across my face. Because storage rings are rings infused with the latest time-space technology mixed with magic to condense objects in space and store them inside of a magic crystal, without the original weight of the objects. The fact that someone sponsored me something this expensive. Storage rings are already extremely expensive in the Alliance, but sponsoring one to a pioneer is even more expensive, so expensive that I have to wonder what's going on in the head of the sponsor. Or at least, I wonder that before I see who said sponsor is. Ritfelt Hydrignus, the CEO of Star Pioneer Agency and the person who damn near leads the entertainment industry's representation side. If the man dislikes an entertainer in the industry, that entertainer is pretty much dead when it comes to the industry. But on top of this, he's a bloodliner, one of the Hydra bloodline. My eyes narrow a little as I notice a checked box on the corner of the sponsorship, which means that accepting this sponsorship comes with conditions, 2 of them in particular. The conditions are to meet with him right after accepting the sponsorship, and to sign with their agency under a bloodliner contract. Oh. Right. I honestly forgot that bloodliners are treated a little differently in society than most people, like they're half a step above the top social and economic class of the Alliance. It's not really much, but they're given a bit more protection in contracts than other people, better protection in society in general. And there are even some laws centered around the protection of bloodliners, making even the slightest bit of unfairness in treatment regardless of how it came about to be finable. The protection is where it stops though. They don't get any actual additional money in contracts or anything like that. And if the condition for the storage ring is to sign a bloodliner contract with the best talent agency for pioneers in the entire Alliance, I don't see any problems. So I accept the rest of the things across sponsorships that I want, excluding a few that also require me to meet the sponsor, before heading over to the safe place I found at the top of the cavern last night, where I quickly dig a bit to expand, following which I place a small barrier device I got from a sponsorship, one connected to the broadcast system. The device will warn me the moment something living or undead touches the barrier, allowing me to return the instant something goes wrong. After finishing setting things up, even if the little safe place I have is still only about 1.5 meters deep into the wall, I go ahead and accept the storage ring. And before the circle that appears beneath me finishes sending my system phantom over to the sponsor, I place all the stuff I got from sponsorships into the storage ring. Then a bright flash of light shines from the circle beneath me and I find myself blinking. And when I finish blinking, my surroundings are completely different. They're that of some sort of large meeting room with a long table and several people seated at the table, with various screens on the walls showing me and my different battles on them. I look around while the people in the room look me over, only for my gaze to finally lock onto the man at the end of the table. Ritfelt. My eyes narrow a little as I take in the man's appearance, with the man himself clearly doing the same thing to me. Ritfelt Hydrignus has slit glowing crimson eyes like a lizard, with vibrant long red hair with the occasional black highlights, and he's wearing a strange outfit. One that looks kind of like a mix between a business suit and armor for battle, which is also red and black in color. My eyes move to his face to find the corner of his lips twitching upwards in the start of a smile. Then I glance at the others in the room to find them all to be people from the company, based on the ids hanging around their necks. Shall we get started? Aqua Fallen? Ritfelt asks without wasting any time, and I just go ahead and nod my head. Very well. He pushes a packet of papers that were in front of him, making the thing move across the table. But it doesn't just stop when he stops his hand and pulls his hand back. Instead, the packet continues smoothly moving across the table until it reaches the end I'm at. Look through it and tell me your opinion. I glance between him and the packet for a moment before reaching down and grabbing it. Then I slowly and carefully read through the packet, looking at every single detail of what is obviously a contract. Silence fills the meeting hall as I slowly flip through the packet. Eventually I finish looking through it and turn my gaze directly towards the CEO as I state, there are some revisions I'd like made to it. The other people in the room look surprised. Likely by the fact that I'm actually making a suggestion instead of just signing it, and the CEO himself starts to smile. Very well, Rietveld says while waving his hand. State your mind. I take a deep breath before beginning to negotiate as best as I can. B1, Chapter 24. The negotiations go on for nearly an entire hour, with me pointing out several things I don't like in the contract. I obviously don't have any actual training in business contracts, but even I can spot things I don't like. For example, them trying to set a quota of jobs I need to take on every week. That is out entirely as I have no idea what will happen. Then there's another one where it specifies the types of jobs I can refuse. I had that taken out entirely and replaced with letting me refuse jobs if I want to refuse them instead of locking me into only being able to refuse certain ones. One after another, the contract gets closer and closer to something better for me in my situation. And at more than one point during this I have to wonder if this guy is trying to take advantage of me himself, using the fact that we're both bloodliners to avoid any legal trouble. But eventually I get the contract to something I'm relatively satisfied with, enough to finally sign it. Only for the contract to suddenly move back towards the CEO again the moment I'm about to grab the pen by it, confusing me in the process. I glance up at him while blinking, wondering what he's doing. Then he reaches down beneath the table and pulls out another packet, one that he sends over to me as he says, "Read this." I continue to frown at him before slowly reaching for the packet and glancing at it. But what I see on it just confuses me even more since it's another contract. I glance up at him to find him smiling rather widely at me. Meanwhile, the other people in the room look very impressed with me for some reason. Okay, what the abyss is going on here? After a brief hesitation, I go ahead and begin reading the contract. And what I find is actually rather surprising. This contract is far more beneficial to me than even what we ended up as the final result of the last contract. To the point that it's incredibly free for me and gives me full control over what jobs I take, how often, and how many. It even gives me 95% of my royalties, which is higher than the industry standard. I turn a very confused look his way, only for him to chuckle and answer my unasked question. The other chair members of the company were against giving you such a beneficial contract, so we agreed that if you were to negotiate a far worse contract to a certain degree, we would offer you this premium contract. But if you didn't manage to negotiate the contract high enough, we would offer you a standard high-end contract. And if you didn't negotiate at all, you'd be offered the standard contract. Huh. So it was a test? Yes, it was a test. Rietveld answers my unasked question again, making me briefly wonder if he can read my mind. No, probably just reading my face. It's not like my lazy expression is very hard to read after all, probably. Anyway, I purse my lips for a few seconds before reading the contract again and finally signing it. The contract is very beneficial towards me without any problems I can see. So there's no reason not to sign it, especially when it's with Star Pioneer Agency. Most pioneers would kill to get into this agency at all, even with a bad contract. A faint smile stretches across my face for a moment before I find the contract moving back to him after my signing. Following which he puts the contract away, having already signed it prior to showing it to me, and for some reason burns the other contract we were previously passing back and forth. My smile turns amused at that sight. Then I remember something. Right. Do you know about the job I plan on taking? I ask while putting my hands on my hips since I don't have any pockets in my armor. Considering who he is, there's a good chance he knows, which would make things simpler to explain to him. He can handle my jobs now that I'm signed under his agency after all. Which ones? We know every single job offer that was sent to you, Rietveld answers with a question and a surprising comment of his own. Although we have the following jobs marked as higher priority and more likely to be selected by you based on our research into your pre-pioneer status and post-pioneer status. I blink in surprise as numerous different jobs appear all over the screens around the room. Many of which are ones I was actually planning on accepting, and others are ones I'd considered but hadn't committed to whether I'd accept or not. Right. I almost forgot how much influence bloodliners have. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if this guy knew everything about me that I know from before I became a bloodliner. Maybe even some things I don't even know. He looked confident that I could understand the contract, which wouldn't make sense for someone to assume when they know I'm an orphan. After all, while orphans across the Alliance automatically get elementary and even sometimes junior high-level schooling for free as a form of orphan care system, a junior high education level individual wouldn't normally be able to read a contract and figure out what it meant. I'm only able to because I was given a scholarship to high school and even given some special private lessons regarding various random topics thanks to a lottery. It wasn't until later on that I realized that my school was for some reason the only one in the entire Alliance doing a lottery for high school level education and private tutoring for a single orphan student. And by then the school was already torn down, within a year of me graduating. Although even high school education isn't necessarily unheard of for orphans, after all, there are plenty of orphans who work and earn the money for their own tuition. But the private lessons are a different matter altogether, and yet, he's not surprised at all at my knowledge. I stare at him for a few seconds before walking over to the screens and pointing out which jobs I'm currently interested in taking, including but not limited to the starring role in that drama, several commercial and ad shootings, a couple modeling jobs including some in more conservative swimsuits that don't expose much skin and some in diving suits, and finally, a single singing job. Which makes for one acting job, one singing job, and a splatter of other commercials, ads, and modeling jobs mixed in. Those are good choices, Rietveld states with a nod of his head. I'll have your schedule ready soon. Please accept the business inquiries at the times listed on the schedule when you do. Assuming you approve of the schedule, of course. And don't worry, as there will be plenty of breathing room for change. I feel more than a little confusion filling me as I ask, you're preparing my schedule? Would that normally be a manager's job? Yes, Rietveld answers with a nod. I'll be filling the role of your manager. We can't have a normal human managing a bloodliner after all. I stare at him. He stares back at me. The CEO is my manager. You're free to go now if you wish, Rietveld continues as I stare blankly at him, trying to fully register the idea of having the CEO as my manager in my mind. We'll handle contacting all the individuals behind the chosen offers for you, so just worry about surviving for now. Your first job will most likely be the day after tomorrow. I numbly nod my head before deactivating the system phantom mode and returning to my body, only to feel pain filling me again as I remember that the system phantom automatically sends you in perfect shape wherever it is sending you. Both the Pioneer and their equipment. Even if only visually. Well, that was not what I was expecting going in, but I don't mind at all. At least having the CEO as my manager means I have the smartest mind in the entertainment industry working to push my career forward. I continue blankly staring ahead for a few seconds before going ahead and continuing with mining out my little safe place here, to create my own home down here in the caves. Because I'm certainly going to need it. As for that shark, I can figure out that mess later. B1, Story Art 1. This is part of the cover image and is art from later in the story. Aqua and the Orc King. Aqua and some piranhas. Aqua and an angler shark. Aqua in the cavern full of fish. Another aqua and angler shark. B1, Chapter 25. Aqua. The process of making my little home ends up taking about 3 more hours, mostly because I'm digging through stone to make a little human-made cave of my own within the cave, which isn't particularly easy without any tools, even if I have more strength than a normal human. Unfortunately for me, I'm not in the water, so my strength is lower now. It'd probably be easier if I was in the water, but that'd completely dismiss the point of making this place above water. Avoiding any aquatic and land monsters by making it up here. If it were underwater, I don't know when some fish monster might try to attack me, and if it's just on a place easily reached by land, then a land monster, if there somehow managed to be another one in here, could reach me. After finishing the home, I go ahead and move things around to be comfortable in it, specifically placing my backpack in a corner and just leaving it there since I no longer have a use for it. What with this new storage ring? Well, no use for it other than a pillow, since it makes a nice pillow, or at least, nice compared to the hard rock. Although I should rip out the zippers before sleeping on it next time, since I won't need those zippers again. It isn't comfortable to roll over and find my head on some zippers. Anyway, once I finish with that and walk back to the entrance to my little home, I put my hands on my hips and look back at it. Then I give a single firm nod of my head in satisfaction with what I've accomplished, completely ignore the chat going wild calling me adorable for doing that, and jump back into the water. Because my injuries are pretty much all healed by now. And I really need to see what the abyss is going on with that shark, because it's still not back after over half the day has gone by. So I carefully swim into the tunnel leading back to the environmental cavern, making sure to make as little noise as possible in the process. But all I find are corpses as I continue making my way. At first the corpses are all whole, with a lot of them being orcs and others being random other fish monsters. But eventually they end up all being partially eaten. And by the time I'm getting close to the big cavern, there aren't any corpses left. Just blood floating in the water with what looks like some chunks of flesh. I try to avoid looking at the flesh since I just ate about an hour ago and move past it, still moving as quietly as I can. Then I see it. The shark seems to have taken over the largest cavern of the cave system, and it's gotten bigger, not to mention its level is higher. Deep Sea Ripper Shark, level 25, it's risen a lot. I cautiously glance at my own status. Requesting status. User Aqua Fallen, status retrieved. Name. Aqua Fallen. Level. 18, Mana. 180/180. Strength. 36, 24. Dexterity. 19, Constitution. 19, Magical Strength. 17. Region. 185, Free Points. 0, Traits. Physique of the Abyssal Kraken, Apex Predator of the Depths. Skills. End status. Right. A level 18 versus a level 25. I silently watch the shark, which is currently about 8 meters in length now, as it lazily swims in large circles around the cavern. Although its height hasn't changed all that much, making it still small enough to fit through the tunnel behind me. Right. I give a firm nod of my head before slowly beginning to swim back through the tunnel. Fighting against a level 20 Orc King at level 16 almost killed me, despite me having the advantage in the water. So fighting a level 25 shark while at level 18 without any sort of advantage would just be suicide. Even if I'm not injured now while I was back then. Then, just like with the orcs, some random crab near me ends up pushing a large rock off a drop, making the rock hit the ground and send out vibrations all around it. Please no, I turn my head to look at the shark, only to let out a sigh. Okay, good. The shark didn't notice. No idea why some leg crab is going around pushing boulders anyways. I continue moving through the tunnel, all the way until I safely arrive at my new home and proceed to lie down on my backpack pillow that's not a pillow. Alright, I mutter out loud with a nod of my head. When you're trapped underground with a large shark guard dogging the entrance, what's the best thing to do? I glance at the chat. Wait, she's asking us? She's asking us? Try to kill the shark? That'd kill her, and I don't want our precious Aqua to die. Maybe try to sneak around the shark? You could always just sleep and hope the shark leaves the cave system. Taking your ideas into consideration, I mutter with a light nod of my head. I will begin mining through the wall in the hopes of finding another cavern or even the outside, because there's no way in the abyss that I'm getting close to that shark again. Aqua, none of us said anything anywhere close to that. Taking your ideas into consideration, she says. Lol. Was she reading our chat or something else? I think she just ignored us. LMAO, now, would anyone like to sponsor me with a pickaxe? I ask with a slight tilt of my head. Ignores us then asks for a pickaxe. That's comedy gold. She's hilarious. Does the system even let people sponsor pickaxes? Probably. It does. I just sponsored it less than 3. Thank you random person A. I tell them with a lazy smile on my face. It's much appreciated. And without hesitation, I go to the sponsorship system menu and find the pickaxe there before claiming the thing. Then I find somewhere else to mine that isn't my lovely new home. Specifically somewhere at the start of the tunnel and on the other side of it from where I remember the surface of the underground area was. Wouldn't want to end up flooding my cavern and therefore ruining the work I put in to make it after all. Nor do I want my home to be so close to the outside world. A world full of level 40 and higher monsters. Plus this should be easily far enough away from that main cavern to be safe to make noise, so I begin mining away. This has turned into a mining broadcast. I was not expecting that. How does she even know how to mine like that? I spent some time in a mining yard back in junior high, I state without letting up in my mining, briefly wondering why I didn't ask for a pickaxe earlier while making my home. It didn't work out. But I did learn how to swing a pickaxe through it. Turns out it's a bad idea for a 13-year-old girl to try mining in a cave. Who would have thought? The guys who let me work there for a day for a bit of pay, people I knew from the convenience store, were laughing the entire time as well before giving me some mints on my way out along with my designated pay. I'm pretty sure they only let me mine because they wanted to help me and give me an excuse to give me some money though. And I don't think they actually expected me to join in on the mining. Proper mining bots to help them out, leaving all the work to them. It wasn't until I left the mining place and found a rather nice shower waiting at their changing room that I realized why I never smelled the miners' smell on them. The chat goes on about why a city would let a junior high school girl mine, but I ignore them as I continue mining away. And mining. And mining some more. All the way until I finally end up breaking into another tunnel. Oh, she did it. Wait, it actually worked? Was not expecting that at all, Minerakwa? I hope that hashtag doesn't get spread around. But more important than that, it's time to continue exploring. So I put away my pickaxe and pull out my trident. And proceed to enter the tunnel I just found. B1, Chapter 26. Alan Pioneer News. The rhythmic sound of metal striking stone echoes through the studio as Alan periodically nods his head. Meanwhile, the source of the sound, a video of Aqua mining underwater, plays at the front of the room with some music overlaying the sound of her mining. All mixing with the comforting sounds of the water around her. Now that's some good content. Alan exclaims with a wide smile after a moment of silence listening to a video posted by Aqua's officially announced new pioneer agency, Star Pioneer Agency, on a video viewing website. Star Pioneer Agency certainly knows what they're doing. They're the best pioneer talent agency in the industry for a reason, Alan, Roderick says with a smile of his own. Of course they know what they're doing. And they chose our lovely little Aqua, Alan continues with a satisfied smile. She's become such an important person to quite a lot of people. I can't imagine how big she'll get when she starts doing jobs. I heard she's planning on doing a collab with Jack Verrill as her debut song, Roderick says as his smile grows even wider. I can't wait to hear it. Her voice really is soothing for the soul. Alan laughs as the screen changes to show Aqua's prior conversation with her chat as Alan asks, "Did you hear what she said to her chat earlier?" "Of course," Roderick exclaims while leaning forwards a bit. "How couldn't I?" "Well, I thought you might be living under a rock again," Alan says with a shrug, making Roderick narrow his eyes. It was comedy gold. Both Roderick and Alan turn their attention to the screen as it shows Aqua lazily asking her chat what she should do in her current predicament. Only to proceed to ignore them entirely and decide to start mining. Then she asks her chat if anyone wants to sponsor her a pickaxe. And while everyone is laughing in the chat about that, she actually grabs the pickaxe and begins mining in the tunnel connected to the cavern. Both Alan and Roderick can't help but burst out into laughter as they watch her antics. The video her agency posted is blowing up all across the internet, along with the hashtag, Minerakwa, Alan says in between laughs. Which only makes Roderick laugh even harder. Especially when they think about how Aqua probably doesn't even know about any of this. Not when she doesn't have any way to access the internet right now, other than her livestream chat. After a brief intermission to allow Roderick to calm down, Alan continues by saying, "Now for the news regarding Pioneer and Bloodliner Aqua Fallen." "And this is some big news," Roderick says, now calm again. "Very big. You're right about that cave dweller," Alan says with a nod before continuing while ignoring Roderick's glare. Star Pioneer Agency and Alliance Drama Central's Oliver Ashfire have both announced the star for the new drama that will begin airing in just 2 months. And you guessed it, it's Aqua Fallen. Her very first acting job and she's already got a starring role. Roderick exclaims, his eyes clearly telling Alan that he'll get him back for that comment about a cave dweller later. Star Pioneer Agency has also confirmed that she will be taking on a number of other jobs as well, including advertisements, commercials, and even modeling work, on top of the drama starring role and collab with Verrill. This is going to make her very busy. I hope she can handle all this. Well, does she look stressed in any way? Alan asks while glancing at the current live broadcast of Aqua as she lazily swims through a new tunnel, occasionally stabbing her trident into a passing fish and killing the thing on the spot every time. Because that doesn't look like someone who's overworked. Huh, Roderick mutters while blankly staring at the screen. Guess you're right, Alan. Besides, Alan continues with a proud look on his face for some reason. as if he was Aqua's father or something. Little Aqua took on far worse than a few entertainment industry jobs just over the past few days. There's no way something as small as a lot of work could slow her down. True, Roderick agrees with a nod of his head. Hashtag MINERAQUA. Alan nods his head back and replies. Hashtag MINERAQUA. Aqua, excuse me, they did what with the what? I can't help but blurt out while stabbing my trident into the face of a relatively large shark in the middle of this tunnel, without taking my wide-eyed gaze off of the chat. The video of Miner Aqua is all over Alcast. It's trending right now, so is Miner Aqua. Yep. It's hilarious. People added music to the sound of you mining with the background water noise making the video perfect. I find myself gaping at the chat as I kick the shark off of my trident, sending the creature crashing into a nearby tunnel wall. Who in the abyss posted it? I ask, feeling bewildered by this. Maybe I can ask the agency to take it down if someone is trying to monetize the video. Your agency did. Your agency, Star Pioneer Agency. I stare blankly at the chat before continuing through the tunnel in silence. She's sulking now, right? I think so. It's hard to tell, but cute at the same time. Guess her agency didn't tell her about this. Damn it, I shouldn't have told him he could do whatever when it comes to promotion so long as it was appropriate. I let out a sigh. Whatever, it helps with promotion and makes me more well-known, so I guess it's fine. And besides, how long could that hashtag survive anyways? It'll probably be gone by the end of the month. I hope. Anyway, I continue swimming through the same tunnel I've been swimming through for the past 2 hours. But eventually I realize that it's getting late, so I begin to head back. Because it'll take another 2 hours to get back to my artificially made tunnel. And I'm starting to feel tired as I yawn while swimming. After about an hour though, I begin to look through my mail, just to have something to do on my way back. Other than being harassed by the chat that keeps talking about how cute my yawn is or how great that video is. Or worse, saying that Abyss cursed hashtag. As for other mail that I have, well, I quickly close out of the junk mail, because that section is full of thousands of mail with different subject lines pretty much saying the same thing. That damned hashtag. Fortunately, the business inquiries side of things is normal, but I don't accept any of them. Because I already have way too many jobs lined up to accept as is. So I can't really take on more right now, no matter how filled this inbox ends up. I continue swimming all the way to my artificial tunnel before entering the cavern and climbing up to my lovely little home. Then I lie back onto the backpack with a sigh as the broadcast finally turns off. Nice. Privacy again. Out of curiosity, I take a whiff to see if I smell bad, seeing as I haven't bathed in days. But it's kind of hard to tell with the armor on, so I take the armor off before doing it again. And something does smell bad, but I don't think it's me. I'm pretty sure it's the blood stains on my clothes under the armor that smells. Come to think of it, my poor hoodies still has blood and even some infected blood on it from the wound. After a brief pause to make absolutely certain that the broadcast is off, I go ahead and change out of these clothes, take a brief dip in the water below to clean off, then change back into that waterproof outfit given to me in a sponsorship. Clean clothes at last. The clothes from the sponsorship are actually rather comfortable, with them being in the form of a single hoodie, a shirt under it, and a pair of shorts. With undergarments underneath. And to wrap it all up, I go ahead and put my armor back on over my new clothes, after washing it just in case there was any blood inside of it too. I don't think there was, but who knows. Once it's back on, I head to my little makeshift home again and dump the bloody clothes in my storage ring since I don't have a trash can or anything like it. Then I finally lie down against my backpack and close my eyes. Going to sleep clean and uninjured for the first time in a while. B1. Chapter 27 Aqua. I wake up feeling better rested than I've been in quite a while. No pain. No discomfort. None of that. Well, other than marks on my face from sleeping with a backpack as my pillow, but those fade away in moments. After stretching my arms over my head for a bit, I climb to my feet and proceed to do other stretches. Then I go ahead and summon my trident from my storage ring and jump down into the water below, ready to start the day. Let's see what's deeper in that tunnel. I didn't sense any mana instability, so there probably aren't any dungeons. And the walls seem to be getting darker the further I went down the tunnel yesterday, which likely implies getting deeper underground. At least based on what I saw before when I made it to the exit of the caves a while back. When the cave walls got lighter the closer I got to the exit. I'm genuinely very curious about what's down there at this point. So I immediately head straight through my makeshift tunnel into the other tunnel before going down in the same direction I went yesterday. For 2 entire hours, occasionally killing a couple monsters along the way. There don't seem to be as many monsters respawning now though, no doubt because of the dungeon's destruction. It probably affected the entire area, even through the walls. The fact that there aren't really many if any monsters reappearing in the waters outside of my little home is enough proof of that. That's both a good and a bad thing though, considering that it means less monsters to kill for Express. Requesting status. User Aqua Fallen, status retrieved. Name. Aqua Fallen. Level. 19, Mana. 190/190, Strength. 37, 25. Dexterity. 19, Constitution. 19, Magical Strength. 18. Region. 198, Free Points. 0, Traits. Physique of the Abyssal Kraken, Apex Predator of the Depths. Skills. End status. I managed to level up after killing monsters for a couple hours yesterday. All the ones in the tunnel. Fortunately for my leveling prowess, the monsters in this tunnel are all surprisingly in the mid-10s range, around level 13 to 16. Which make for good Express, although there are also quite the number of weaker monsters thrown into the mix, like levels 5 through 9. They were pretty useless. No region stat points from them, and barely any Express still. Express is Express. So I continue swimming through the tunnel for another 2 hours even after the initial 2-hour swim to get back to where I was yesterday. And it's only after all of that swimming that I finally find something new. And it's weird. It looks like a pitch black wall that's sorta moving in a way, and I'm honestly not sure what it is. I slowly inch closer to it while trying to identify it, but I don't get any response from the system. Meaning whatever it is, it's not alive. Or it's not a monster. I'm betting more on the former though, because I think I recognize this smell. Still not sure how or why I can smell underwater though. That said, the smell is similar to ink from a pen, and if that's the case, I reach out to poke the black stuff before pulling my finger back and raising it to my nose. Yep. I begin drawing a cute jellyfish doodle on the cavern wall with my ink-covered finger. Not that the doodle really stays, considering that I'm underwater and it's a cavern wall. But the chat seems happy to have gotten a picture of it, so whatever. Anyways, it's absolutely ink. There's no doubt about it. And if this is either a tunnel or a cavern full of ink, then does that mean there are a bunch of squids in there? I frown at that for a moment before shrugging. Either way, this is an interesting change of pace. So I go ahead and activate Call of the Abyss, making me let out that call once again before 4 portals open up. Except this time no water pours out of the portals, only the orcas come through. And without any hesitation, I proceed to send the orcas into the ink as bait, ordering them to hunt any living monster they find in there. Of course, just their passing ends up making some trails that allow me to see, mixing the ink a bit with the surroundings. But when I don't see the orcas for a while, I begin to wonder just what's happening in there. Especially when I do hear some noise coming from the ink. Mostly some calling sounds from the orcas. Right when I'm wondering if I should enter or not though, several system messages appear in my vision, one after another. And they don't stop either. You have killed a level 13 deep sea squid. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a level 14 deep sea squid. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. You have killed a level 13 deep sea squid. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a level 14 deep sea squid. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. Just one after another, with the messages alternating between level 13 and 14 squids. And judging by the fact that the orcas are just slaughtering them all, I'm beginning to wonder if they're using some sort of sonar or something. Which would make sense now that I think about it. They have been letting out those chirping call sounds every now and then while in there. Didn't actually think to use them in that way. I glance at the chat. Echolocation. That's a smart use of the orca summons. Our girl's smart. That's a lot of squids. Thanks for the compliments, I say with a lazy smile, deciding to roll with it. Anyways, the messages continue for a little while before I get one different message that has my smile growing even wider. Congratulations. You have now reached level 20. Your total free points have increased by 2, and your mana stat has increased by 10. Allocate the free points whenever you please. Additionally, you have now unlocked your 4th skill. Nice. Another skill. But the question is whether this skill will take after the Kraken or the Abyssal Orca more. I don't have to wait long to find out though, as I quickly open my status and then my skills screen. Only to surprisingly find the skills screen turned into a menu just like the status. One I'm able to interact with. It also has the other skills shortened and selectable. Interesting. Requesting skills. User Aqua Fallen, 4 skills retrieved. More than 3 skills detected, all skills condensed. Skill 1. Abyssal Kraken's Embrace. Skill 2. Hydrokinetic Wrath. Skill 3. Call of the Abyss. Skill 4. Abyssal Kraken's Partial Shift. End skills. Wait, excuse me? A partial shift skill? I stare blankly at the skill name before hurrying up and selecting it. Requesting skills. User Aqua Fallen, 4 skills retrieved. More than 3 skills detected, all skills condensed. Skill 1. Abyssal Kraken's Embrace. Skill 2. Hydrokinetic Wrath. Skill 3. Call of the Abyss. Skill 4. Abyssal Kraken's Partial Shift. Description. Abyssal Kraken's Partial Shift allows the user to transform certain parts of their body into features of the Abyssal Kraken, the Kraken, or the Abyssal Orca. The parts the user may shift include the following: tentacles, fangs, sensory organs. Cost. Abyssal Kraken's partial shift costs differing amounts of mana depending on which body parts are shifted into what and for how long and how many parts at once. Cooldown. Abyssal Kraken's partial shift has no cooldown. End skills. Huh. It really is a partial shift skill, and it lets me shift some of my body to tentacles? Or does that mean grow tentacles? Not really sure. As for the sensory organs, that's probably going to be useful, since it doesn't specify only human sensory organs. Actually, I should be able to get through this ink now with this new skill, so that's rather convenient. In the same way the squids are fine in there, I should be able to use the skill to shift and gain their sensory organ that senses vibrations. But before that, there's something I want to know. So I activate the skill, making a tentacle appear from my back, somehow just passing through my armor without doing anything to it, because physics. Alright. Good to know the skill doesn't seem to be affected by my armor? Huh? I stare blankly at the end of the tentacle. So, it didn't mean fangs in my mouth but fangs at the end of the tentacles? For some reason the tentacle has a split mouth at the end filled with razor-sharp teeth. Was not expecting that. B1, Chapter 28 Bloodline Research Center. Yes, Mr. Chancellor, sir, Fraxis states as he stiffly stares at the screen in front of him. Where Aqua is growing tentacles with mouths out of her back. We haven't been able to make any clear progress in identifying her bloodline. So it's a new bloodline is what you're telling me? The Grand Chancellor asks, his voice sounding calm and slightly cheerful, which is pretty much the default for his voice from what Fraxis has heard. Yes, Mr. Chancellor, sir, Fraxis repeats with a nod of his head. There isn't a single ancient monster that shares all of the traits and skills she has shown off. The closest we've managed to get is determining that some of her skills seem to coincide with skills from 2 different ancient monsters. The Kraken and the Abyssal Orca. But the possibility of a bloodliner awakening 2 bloodlines has long since been ruled as nearly impossible. You said nearly impossible, the Grand Chancellor continues, immediately latching onto that part of his statement. If there's even the slightest chance of it happening, it could happen. Look into it. And the moment he finishes saying that, the Grand Chancellor hangs up the call. Not wasting another second on the conversation or even letting Fraxis respond. Fraxis immediately proceeds to crush his phone as he growls in frustration and anger. Then he reaches into his desk to grab one of the couple dozen spare phones hidden there. He's crushed a lot over the past few days. Before turning off the screen and walking out of his office, heading in the direction of the main research room. only for his anger to rise even higher when he arrives at the main research room and immediately sees the current broadcast shown on the main screen, where Aqua is currently moving seamlessly through the ink as if she can tell exactly where she's going, without any difficulty in the slightest. Fraxis has already tried asking her directly through a sponsorship what her bloodline is despite his own pride, but she didn't answer. He isn't even sure she saw the question. Either that or her agency is having her keep quiet about it. Which would make sense as the mystery surrounding her bloodline makes for incredible promotional material for her, showing small hints every now and then to make people keep guessing without ever confirming it. He even tried asking the Hydra bastard at the Star Pioneer Agency, but all he got in response was a bone-chilling smile. One that looked at him like he was an ant that was doing something amusing. So he doesn't even know if the agency itself knows what her bloodline is. And to this day the Aquamarine Life Laboratory is ignoring his calls to study these squids she's currently killing. Now, to top all this off, the Grand Chancellor himself is ordering him to consider the possibility of her having two bloodlines. A possibility that's so preposterous that Fraxis fired multiple researchers for even suggesting it? Fraxis feels his headache growing worse by the moment, making him reach into his pocket to grab a painkiller. Which is the second change to his regular habits since Aqua becoming a bloodliner aside from his phone stash. Keeping painkillers with him wherever he goes to manage his headaches. After taking the painkiller, he raises his voice, shouting, new orders directly from the Grand Chancellor. Search for signs of different bloodlines and try to link them together. We're to figure out if she really has more than one bloodline or not. All the researchers look shocked at his words, but no one argues with him. Especially not after hearing it's directly from the Grand Chancellor. Because no one who openly opposes the Grand Chancellor lives a good life, and that very Chancellor is the man who is funding their operations. Fraxis walks over to the desk and grits his teeth while his fists clench on the desk itself. I will figure this mystery out no matter how long it takes. Aqua, well, that worked well enough. After messing around with the various sensory organs available to me between the Kraken, Abyssal Kraken, and Abyssal Orca bloodlines, I find several that work really well. And I get an answer to a couple of my previous questions as well. Apparently squids, like the Kraken, which is a vague type of squid, have some sensory organ that lets them smell chemicals and the like underwater. Which explains my sense of smell, as I probably have that too without even transforming. As for Abyssal Orcas, they have incredible hearing and can also navigate through echolocation, both of which I get from partial shifting. And since I have the squid's vibration detection, the echolocation is even stronger, pretty much giving me a sense of everything in the area position-wise just from ambient sounds. Oh, and there's one more change I find, but it's rather uncomfortable. As it turns out, the Fang's transformation does actually include my own mouth, but it changes my entire jaw and mouth in general and not just my fangs. So it's incredibly uncomfortable. Turns the entire lower half of my mouth into something more similar to an orca's mouth. Which makes my chat go crazy again, of course, but I ignore them. On the bright side, that means I should have the jaw strength of an abyssal orca, which is the greatest jaw strength in the universe. After all, just like how orcas have by far the greatest jaw strength of the natural animal kingdom, the abyssal orca is the same for monsters. While Orcus and the Abyssal Orca may not be the absolute strongest creatures in existence, they do have the strongest jaw strength, being able to bite down with the most force in the universe. Orcas are the apex predators of the ocean for a reason. The only reason the Abyssal Orca isn't necessarily the top apex predator of the oceanic monsters is because of the Kraken, which counters it thanks to its regeneration. Still, the Abyssal Orca and the Kraken are the undisputed apex predators of the universe's waters. Some people even wonder if they're still alive somewhere in the abyss. I shiver at the thought of the abyss, that seemingly endless ocean in the form of a dimensional pocket in space. The most dangerous place in the universe. Putting aside thoughts on the apex predator amongst marine monsters for the moment though, my jaws when transformed are strong enough to literally chomp straight down on the stone walls, ripping off parts of the walls with my fangs alone. And of course spitting the stone out because eating rock isn't very sanitary, or safe. Anyway, once I make it out of the ink-filled section into another tunnel, I continue moving along, with my orca summons having long since disappeared due to the time restriction. Those squids made for good express just because of how many of them there were. Their actual levels were too low to help with my region stat much. Especially after I got that level up to level 20. Since after that all of them were too low level to give me any region stat points. But it's fine, because this new skill will help me a lot. It doesn't even cost much mana to stay transformed all the time, at least for the sensory organs. At most it costs about a single point of mana every 10 minutes to keep the sensory organs transformed. Oh, and one other sensory organ that is rather useful to transform using are my eyes, since apparently the abyssal kraken's eyes are extremely good. So good that I can see for hundreds of meters through the dark, underwater tunnel. All the way to the next bend in it. Although the chat says it makes me look scary, since the white of my eyes turns black and my pupils and iris merge while narrowing into a simple deep blue glowing light. Of course, I keep my eyes like this, both because it's useful and because I'm hoping it might shatter that adorable and cute image I've apparently built up. Because I may have moments that I guess could be considered cute, but I would much rather be considered cool or intimidating. Less people would underestimate you like that after all. So I continue swimming through the tunnel for a few hours until I arrive at another large cavern. And this cavern is also different. The cavern is pretty much filled with landmines called jellyfish. Glowing blood red ones at that. This is quite a sight. B1, Chapter 29 Aqua. The jellyfish are all covered in blood red electricity forming what's pretty much a net across the entire cavern, and it actually looks really beautiful. And really dangerous. Deep Sea Blood Zap Jelly. Level 14, Deep Sea Blood Zap Jelly. Level 15, Deep Sea Blood Zap Jelly. Level 14, Deep Sea Blood Zap Jelly. Level 16, Deep Sea Blood Zap Jelly. Level 16, Deep Sea Blood Zap Jelly. Level 17, Deep Sea Blood Zap Jelly. Level 17. These things again. The same jellyfish monster I saw several days ago. Guess it's time to squash some jellyfish again. So I move as close to the jellyfish electrical net as possible before activating Abyssal Kraken's embrace over and over again, making several large tentacles appear before moving into the electricity to swat the jellyfish. Literally bursting them the moment they touch them, showcasing just how strong I've become underwater. That or just showing how weak the jellyfish are physically. Either way, I continue having the tentacles smash the jellyfish over and over again, giving me quite a bit of express and some region stat points in the process. I'm really liking this tunnel far more than that last one which ended in a massive shark that wanted to eat me. This tunnel is feeding me a bunch of express instead, which is very nice. The only problem with it is that it's way too long. At the rate the tunnel is going, it'll end up taking half a day just to pass through the thing. And that just won't do. I have multiple business appointments tomorrow after all. Including but not limited to meeting with Oliver Ashfire from Alliance Drama Center for the drama, shooting a commercial for some swimming gear, and modeling for the cover of some swimsuit magazine. Albeit one without incredibly skimpy outfits. The agency helped make sure of that detail. The commercial and magazine, along with most of the other commercials, ads, and modeling work I have scheduled over the next couple weeks, will all release around the same time as the drama begins airing. And the music video I'll be filming with that Jack Idol guy will release around the second episode of the drama as well. All to work together and boost each other as a sort of debut for my career. Speaking of that music video though, I'll be going to that the day after tomorrow, where they're going to listen to me singing for the first time and get me a trainer depending on how well I do, or how poorly I do. It still feels so surreal doing all of this, but that's a problem for tomorrow me to deal with. Today me is hunting jellyfish. After the tentacles finish killing all the jellyfish in the range of their movements, they begin to pick up boulders and other large objects to throw at other blood-zapped jellyfish, killing them as well. All the way until they completely run out of ways to kill the creatures before disappearing a few seconds later as their minute expires. Okay then. Not a single level out of all that, very disappointing. I did get plenty of region stat points though, so there's that at least. Time for round 2. Instead of summoning the tentacles, this time I go ahead and use the pressurized water, sending out blades of it one after another that slice straight into the jellyfish, making a thick red liquid spill out of them mixed with electricity that flows through the water. Then I proceed to kill the jellyfish one after another using this one skill, slaughtering the lot of them without pause. Of course, around halfway through, I finally find the system message I'm looking for. Congratulations! You have now reached level 21. your total free points have increased by 2, and your mana stat has increased by 10. Allocate the free points whenever you please. After seeing the message, I pause in the slaughter to check my status and allocate the 2 free points. Requesting status. User Aqua Fallen, status retrieved. Name. Aqua Fallen. Level. 21. Mana. 87 210ths. Strength. 40 27. Dexterity. 19. Constitution. 19. Magical Strength. 20. Region. 224. Free points. 0. Traits. Physique of the Abyssal Kraken, Apex Predator of the Depths. Skills. End status. Good. I'm very satisfied with my status now. After all, most regular wounds like scratches and bruises heal within hours at this point. Even a relatively large bruise that would normally take 2 weeks to heal would now just take several hours to heal instead. It's only at this point that my second trait is finally beginning to pay off. That aside, just 4 more levels before I get my next trait. I can't wait for that, although I'm rather curious about what the trait will be. Physique of the Abyssal Kraken obviously comes from the Abyssal Orca, with what looks like a slightly higher strength output than what the Abyssal Orca has and with a different name. Meanwhile, Apex Predator of the Depths is from the Kraken side since its regeneration. So will my third trait be from one of the two, or will it be a merged trait? Something only an Abyssal Kraken would have? Either way, I can't wait to see what it is. Oh, and I'll get another skill at level 25 as well. But the trait is more important. Traits only appear at specific levels after all, unlike the skills which are a lot more common, especially at the lower levels like my current level. After a few seconds of pondering over what my next trait will be though, I go back to slaughtering Bloodzap jellies. All the way until I finish clearing out the cavern of them. Then I finally begin to head back for the day. Because it's starting to get late, and I still need to make it all the way back to my little home if I want to get enough rest tonight to handle the work tomorrow. So I swim, and continue swimming for quite a while before I finally make it back to my little cavern, where I eat, take care of my usual routine, and finally go ahead and strip out of my armor to sleep. Because there's no reason to wear my armor while sleeping anymore. It's just uncomfortable, and since I'm safe here I don't need to worry about being attacked in my sleep. Then I go ahead and lie down before falling asleep rather quickly thanks to being tired from spending all day swimming and hunting. I actually sleep pretty well too, waking up early in the morning and sitting up straight while in my shorts and hoodie. And for some reason the broadcast turns on as I begin to stretch, with the chat instantly filling up and then practically exploding with comments when they see me without my armor on. Considering that nothing interesting is happening here, the system probably thought some of the viewers would be interested in seeing me early in the morning after waking up. So it went ahead and turned on the broadcast since I'm not actually against it or anything. Not like I have any problem being seen right after waking up after all. Some girls probably would be, but I honestly don't care. Although, she's so cute, hot. This is what she looks like in normal clothes. Wow. She looks so good stretching like that. Why are they all talking like that? I stare at the chat for a few seconds before eventually just shrugging and climbing to my feet and doing a couple more stretches. And when I finish with that, the system stops the broadcast, clearly recognizing that I'm about to do something it shouldn't broadcast. At which point I take care of my morning routine. Then, when I'm all refreshed and ready for the day, I go to accept the request the CEO's email said to accept at this time. Going by the clock I got to tell the time, of course. Time to meet Oliver and see if I have any talent in acting at all. Which I'm honestly not all that sure about, but I've never actually acted, so who knows, it's the same as singing. I've never done either before, so I don't know how good I'll be at them. Although this particular role might not actually have as much acting as I originally thought, considering what Oliver said to the agency. Saying that rather than choosing me to play the role, he chose me because I am already rather similar to the character of the role. So not as much acting is necessary. Which fits the script and character he had in mind and gives them a chance to put me in a starring role to draw attention to the show right away. A win-win situation in their eyes. Either way, it'll be a first for me experience-wise, so it'll be interesting at the very least. B1, Chapter 30 Aqua. When my system phantom arrives, I find myself in an office, with both Oliver and Ritfeld standing in said office waiting for me. Oliver steps around his desk before offering his hand as he says, It's a pleasure to meet you, Aqua Fallen. My name is Oliver Ashfire, as you no doubt already are aware. After a brief pause, I go ahead and accept his hand, shaking it for a moment while saying, hello. He doesn't look at all surprised by my lack of fanfare as our hands separate, and he looks over at Ritfelt while saying, Mr. Hydrignus and I have been speaking about the upcoming job and we both have high expectations. But why though? Ritfelt nods his head and says, you have all the qualities necessary to make a splash in the acting scene. The presence, the looks, and an interesting and unique personality. As long as your acting skills aren't terrible, even mediocre acting would be fine so long as it's you performing. I'm not sure if he's complimenting me or insulting me, talking about mediocre acting and unique personality like that in regards to me. I eventually decide to convince myself he's trying to compliment me. Here's the script for the drama, and the exact schedule for filming will be sent to your agency, Oliver says while handing me the script. There's another version in a message through the broadcast system so that you can read it while in your physical body, and the filming will be fully adaptive to your schedule as a pioneer regardless of what incidents come about. I nod my head and state, got it. Thank you. Meanwhile I reach out to grab the script and begin flipping through it. Only to pause and blink as I do. He wasn't joking. This character is practically just me with a different backstory. It's no wonder he wanted me for this role. I look up at him to find the man smirking, clearly enjoying my reaction at reading the script. Deciding not to say anything about it, I turn back to reading the script. The drama seems to be largely centered around an orphan girl who lost her parents living on a Class 3 world. Before she lost her parents, her father was a fisherman, so she inherited all of his gear and has been fishing for him. Then the girl manages to luck out and earn enough to be initialized into the system, where she ends up with largely water combat-centered skills. She proceeds to make a living for herself using those skills before the story starts right at a terrorist attack located near the dock where she works, and she's pulled into the attack and eventually joins the military. The drama has a lot of action in it by the looks of the script, with some romance as well. And it has no kissing scenes or anything like that, so that's good. Overall, the main protagonist, the role I'm playing, has a lot of similarities to me and some differences. But even with the differences, her overall character and personality and even some of her vocabulary are all similar to me. Not the exact same but similar enough that it should actually be easy for me to act as this character without much training at all. It's really no wonder he wanted me for the role. I raise my head to look at him again as I nod my head once, saying, I look forward to working with you. His grin grows even wider at that. This won't be as hard as I thought. After that meeting, where I do a few short read-throughs of parts of the script and surprisingly end up being told I'm quite good at it, I end up accepting the next one through the Business Inquiries tab of the broadcast system menu. With that next one being a commercial shoot, one for some high-tech swimming gear. And when I arrive, I find myself at some sort of beautiful outdoorsy place, with a single large hole in the middle of a large coral reef, and a lot of water filling the entire place, including the large hole. The hole itself seems to span a couple hundred meters at the least, and it's no doubt where I'll be diving in the commercial. I glance behind me to find a large ship with a filming crew on it along with Ritfelt, making me briefly wonder how he even got here so quickly. Considering that we just left the last meeting to come here. Anyway, I meet with the director of this particular commercial and say a brief greeting to the rest of the staff, several of whom are apparently my fans. Then we get right down to business, with them showing me a room in the ship that has the gear I'll be wearing before they leave the room to let me put it on. Apparently it can even go on over my clothes, so I don't even have to strip down all the way. I just need to take off my armor, which will just vanish when I do since it's artificial phantom armor that's being projected here from my real body. When I lay out the swimming gear, I find that it actually looks pretty cool. It's a full bodysuit, but the way it's built makes it so that it doesn't have unnecessary emphasis on any part of it like my chest or anything that would make it straight up embarrassing to wear, like a lot of full bodysuits underwater seem to have. Actually, from what I've seen in research, a lot of full body swimming gear are practically skin tight and emphasize every last curve or muscle in the body for both men and women, to the point of being embarrassing to wear. But this one actually doesn't. I'm kind of curious if it'll work, since I'm pretty sure those suits are skin tight for a reason. Maybe it makes up for it through technology or magic somehow? Then again, if it were skin tight like those other suits, I probably wouldn't be able to wear my hoodie and other clothes on under it. Anyways, the color of the suit is a dark blue, with a couple of lighter pale blue lines running through it. And since I don't have any problems with its appearance, I go ahead and put it on. Then I walk back out in the suit and the commercial shoot begins, with it being a lot simpler than I expected. It pretty much comes down to them giving me direction and telling me to do different things. If they like it, they keep it. If they don't, they give me more direction and make requests until they do like it. As for what the commercial itself is for, it's meant to show how durable the gear is without being skin tight. That's their entire marketing strategy. A full dive suit that works just as well as regular ones without being skin tight. So it's not embarrassing at all to wear for people who are embarrassed. Specifically targeting those who are a bit more reserved and shy about that. And on top of that, there are quite a few high-tech features included, which makes it even more appealing to the viewers. I don't really care about any of that though, since I can swim and breathe freely underwater anyways. So I just do what they tell me to do while lazily swimming as usual, and they apparently like it. After that we move on to the last job of the day, which involves me wearing a swimsuit and doing a photo shoot for a magazine, one targeting women's swimwear. The swimsuit itself leans more into an athletic and cute style, which works for me. And even though it is a two-piece, there isn't actually all that much skin, as it has some frills that cover up more than just the suit itself. So it's not embarrassing to wear at all. We get the pictures taken rather quickly as well, with the photographers surprisingly calling me a natural at this. Then, after discussing tomorrow's schedule with the CEO including the music video, I finish up the morning by cancelling the system Phantom and returning to Oceania again. At which point I stretch, finding myself still in my armor as I do so, before leaving my little home and heading back to where I left off yesterday. Time to explore some more. B1, Chapter 31 Aqua. One other benefit I've noticed of leveling up. I move faster when I have more strength and dexterity, so it takes less time to cross the distance and catch up to where I left off yesterday. Even if the exact time difference isn't too great. Still, a small difference is still a difference, and with that I managed to save some time before finally making it back to the cavern filled with jellyfish corpses and crimson jellyfish insides floating around. Not really a very pretty sight, but what the abyss, doesn't really matter. With that thought in mind, I go ahead and pass through the cavern before entering the next tunnel, and immediately finding some rather unusual monsters inside of it. They're giant isopods. Deep Sea Slick Isopod, Level 16, Deep Sea Slick Isopod, Level 15, Deep Sea Slick Isopod, Level 16. Or as their name states, Deep Sea Slick Isopods. Probably because these things, that look kind of like large meter-long bugs with shells, seem to be covered in some sort of slimy film. Out of curiosity, I approach one of them before stabbing straight at it with my trident. Only for said trident to immediately just slide off of its shell to hit the floor, following which the isopod starts chewing on my trident. "Hey, that's not food," I exclaim with a frown on my face. Then, as if deciding it agrees with me, the isopod stops chewing on my trident, makes a face almost like it didn't like the taste of my weapon, and turns its gaze towards me. How rude. So my weapon isn't enough, so now you're going to try eating me. This weapon has been with me for a long time now after all, I mutter with a huff. It deserves more respect than that. The chat floods with messages at my words. Did she just get upset at the isopod for trying to eat her weapon, then get upset at it for making a face when it realized it didn't like it? That she did. Typical Aqua. I choose to respectfully ignore their chatter as I raise a foot and stomp on the isopod. But as I'm preparing to attack it some other way, I end up feeling my armored foot straight up crushing the thing's shell and killing it with ease. I stare blankly at the crushed monster, then at the message playing out in my vision. You have killed a level 17 Deep Sea Slick Isopod. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. Silence fills the tunnel, with the only noise being that of the other isopods, who were previously approaching me with that same hungry look this one had, fleeing at top speeds, clearly scared by what they just saw. Just how slick is this thing's shell to make my trident just slide off despite my foot stomp crushing the entire thing? Also, just how strong am I getting to crush that thing under boot? Then again, Considering how many Santa points I've been putting into strength, along with my boost from my trait, yeah, this isn't all that surprising after all. Well, if that's the case, I immediately proceed to hunt down the other isopods, crushing them all with my feet or hands one after another while praising the fact that I'm underwater and therefore won't be getting dirty from this. A couple hours pass while I go around crushing these isopods before I finally find another cavern, with this one being filled with what look like a bunch of starfish, with a single massive starfish at the center of it all. And right as I'm feeling rather carefree, my entire body tenses the moment I identify the massive starfish. Deep Sea Eater Star, level 25, my mouth parts open before closing again. Why is a starfish level 25, the same level as that shark? I don't understand this logic. And why is it called an eater? My answer ends up interrupting me as some random delfish in the cavern gets too close to the massive 10-meter long starfish and ends up being grabbed by one of its 5 limbs. Then pulled towards the center of the starfish that ends up opening up to reveal circular rows of razor-sharp teeth. Dozens of rows, in fact. I stare blankly at the starfish as it quickly tears the delfish apart in its mouth and devours the entire thing, only to go silent again as its mouth closes without revealing any hints of there even being a mouth there. Yeah, that doesn't look like fun to fight. If anything down here could be considered fun, that is. I continue looking around the cavern for a bit before deciding to try hunting some of the much smaller starfish, which are around my level. And they prove to be a lot easier to hunt, especially when I kill them from a distance with my pressurized water blades. The smaller ones are pretty much the same as the large one in a lot of ways, except with the smaller ones being orange in color and only about 1 to 2 meters in size, varying by starfish. Whereas the large one was black in color and 10 meters long, just sitting in a large dip in the center of the cavern. It's rather easy to kill the small ones just by sending a blade of pressurized water right into their mouths when they open them to eat. The things die almost right away from that, so I just continue hunting the small ones while keeping my distance from the large starfish. Eventually I manage to level up one more time, reaching level 22, following which I finally turn around and head back to my little home. After a very long swim in which I get home by around midnight. When I make it to my little cavern, I immediately take off my armor and collapse onto my lovely backpack pillow. Then I take that little bracelet the Orc King was wearing out of my storage ring and frown at it, still trying to figure out what the heck it does but also being too wary to put it on. So what to do? Wait, I think there's some sort of scanner in the sponsorship items for dungeon loot. I quickly open up the sponsorship system menu before looking around, only to find that the scanner in question is locked until I reach level 25. Damn. That's a shame. Then again, I'm only 3 levels away from level 25. So I guess that's just another thing to add to my list of reasons to reach that level as quickly as possible. After I reach it I should be good to finally go deal with that shark as well. Anyway, while lying down on the backpack, I go ahead and check the message from Jack Verrill's agency again. The one about the music video. It'll be the first job I'll be doing tomorrow. The plan for the morning is to have me come in, sing a few songs for them to hear my singing voice and skill, then go from there, deciding if we can immediately begin recording the song or if we need to wait a bit for a vocal trainer. Then I have a shoot for an ad about mints, which I was rather vocal about doing, to the surprise of the one who offered it. Mints are life though, so they shouldn't be surprised. And the third job for tomorrow and last job for the day is another modeling job, except this one is in summer attire. No swimsuits. Although it will be me walking along the beach in said summer attire. Just a summer dress and a hat I believe, along with some other similar outfits. Come to think of it, the people I met for both shoots were incredibly excited to meet me for some reason. It makes me wonder what they're so happy about. But whatever. At the end of the day, work is work, and I have to get it over with to live. I need those sponsors after all. Not to mention my life after I eventually get out of this place. Pioneers who actually manage to survive generally end up taking over their world and becoming its representative in the Alliance, more often than not. A job that requires quite a bit of support from the people of the Alliance. An alliance that doesn't generally treat new worlds joining them very well, unless they're headed by a popular pioneer. I yawn before finally closing out of all my menus, then I begin to close my eyes as well. Time to sleep. Don't want to end up late or tired for the morning. B1. Chapter 32 Aqua. The morning starts in a rather similar way to yesterday morning, except without the broadcast of me stretching. I get up, do my morning routine, then branch off a bit to jump in the water below to clean myself and the clothes, and finally climb back up to my home to put back on my clothes and armor. Finishing it up with finally accepting the business inquiry, sending my system Phantom straight to what looks like a recording studio, with 2 rooms, one of which has a mic, the other has some fancy-looking equipment, and a door separating them. Meanwhile, there are 4 people standing in the room. One of them is my manager/CEO, whereas another is the producer for this song and from what I've heard also director for the music video. Both, surprisingly. Then the third person is the idol I recognize from the TV before we became pioneers. Although he's wearing armor now, just like me. Except his armor is more tactical style armor that you'd see in the military, with some camouflage mixed in that looks like it'd work in a jungle. And the last person I can only assume is Jack's manager. She's here, the producer says with a nod. Welcome Aqua. Let's keep this brief as I'm sure you're busy. My name, as you know from the message, is Exel Rivers, and I'm the producer and director of this music video and the song behind it. I nod my head in greeting, feeling rather intrigued by how every single job has started quite different from each other. The drama meeting was very formal, the commercial was very open and do what I want sort of thing, and the swimsuit modeling was very short. Now this one is very informal as he seems to be in a bit of a hurry. To start, please go into the recording room and sing the song that plays on the soundproof headphones in there with the lyrics on the wall, the producer continues. It will play twice. Listen through it the first playthrough so that you know what to expect, then sing the second time. We'll be listening in here. After that we will go through 2 more songs to initially test your vocal skill, range, and pitch. Alright, I answer and quickly move into the recording studio after saying a brief greeting to Jack and the man I find is in fact his manager. Then I listen to the song the producer chose for the first of the 3, with the song itself being a slow and emotional one. And on the second time around, I just sing it without any hesitation, using the words on the screen to make sure I don't forget the lyrics. After singing it, I glance over through the glass at the people in the other room to find them all looking pleasantly surprised, which probably means my singing isn't bad. The producer motions with his hand as if telling me to continue, then another song plays through the headphones. This song, unlike the first, is more upbeat and relaxed. It has faster parts and slower parts, shifting between them at differing intervals. And after it begins to repeat, I sing the song myself using the words on the wall once more. Again, the people in the recording room look rather pleased, so I guess a singing career is probably good for me. Honestly, considering how much easier this is than acting, I might actually prefer singing, assuming I'm good enough to stand out. As for the song itself, it's rather intense, like the type of song you'd hear in an action scene of a movie. So I sing it just like the other 2 when it starts playing again. Then I finally take off the headphones and head back to the other room to hear the others talking. She's incredible for an amateur who hasn't sung before, the producer says right away, making the other 3 people in the room nod their heads. With just a bit of vocal coaching she could be even better. I think we can start filming the music video in just a week. He then turns to my CEO manager as I watch, stunned from the side at the praise. When could we fit it into the schedule? The 2 immediately start making plans for next time. Meanwhile Jack walks up to me with his arms crossed and a wide smile on his face. I knew it would work, he says right away. From the moment I heard your voice, I knew our voices would pair well together in a song. That makes me tilt my head a little. He figured that out just from hearing my voice? Isn't that a rather large leap? Then again, he's an idol. It's his job to sing and recognize that sort of thing, I think. I'm not very knowledgeable about idols. I look forward to working with you, I tell him with a nod of my head. He grins back and says, I look forward to working with you as well, Aqua. The meeting for the music video wraps up shortly after that, with the manager asking me about if 3 days from now would work for vocal training and me saying it would as long as it's the morning again. I'd like to keep everything work related to the mornings so that I can hunt the rest of the day. Wake up, go to meetings and the like until noon, get back and eat lunch, then go leave the cavern to hunt. It's practically becoming a routine at this point. And the next place I find myself after accepting the next job is a regular studio, which is an interesting change of pace. As for the ad itself, it's a very brief one. Pretty much has me eating a mint and commenting about it. So that ad ends up taking a single shot for them to get perfect, leading to us finishing early. All while everyone on set looks at me with rather strange looks as if wondering why I'm so passionate about mints. Mints are life though, so they're missing out if they don't agree. Why are they shooting a mint ad if they don't agree anyways? Anyway, the final job of the morning ends up starting earlier than planned, which the people in charge of the photo shoot seem pleased about. As for the shoot itself, it ends up being very simple. I put on outfit A, which is a white one-piece dress with a white hat, and do some poses for them. Then I put on outfit B, which is a tank top, a jacket, and jeans, and do some poses for them. Followed by outfit C, a blouse and a skirt, with more poses, and so on, one outfit after another. Until we finally wrap up the photo shoot over half an hour before noon, letting me get back to the cavern early. At which point I quickly jump into the water and begin heading towards where I left off. Very pleased about getting back early for this. It gives me more time to hunt today after all. I should send some money to the other people in the neighborhood too. They could use it. And it's not like I'm using it right now, plus it'll be a pleasant surprise for them. Anyway, I continue swimming through the caves until I arrive at where I left off. In the Starfish Cave. Or what I'm calling the Starfish Cave. Then I go ahead and begin hunting starfish once more. One after another. Just using my hydrokinetic wrath skill to send blades of pressurized water down their mouths to kill them all without much trouble. And when I finally finish clearing the cavern of the things other than the big starfish, I find myself at level 24. Just one level away from my goal. B1, Chapter 33 Alan Pioneer News. Hello everyone. Alan here with some more wonderful news. Alan exclaims as the cameras turn on. And with me as always is the man living under ROI mean Roderick. Roderick glares at him as he answers, I am indeed Roderick. I don't know anything about someone living under a rock though. Oh really? You sure about that? Alan asks with a tilt of his head. His co-host just firmly nods his head once. Meanwhile the screen behind the two of them changes to show a few different scenes of Aqua. Well, I'm sure even someone living under a rock would know about Aqua's latest viral videos on her Alcast account, right? Alan asks with an amused glint in his eyes. Who wouldn't know about those? Roderick says with a scoff. Some of them were even playing in the video game store I stopped by this morning. Oh, really? A video game store? Alan asks with surprise on his face. What game were you buying perchance? Roderick narrows his eyes, clearly wondering if there's some trap in Alan's words as he slowly answers, that new game where you hunt monsters for their parts and create armor and weapons out of them. Why? Oh, no reason, Alan says with a nod of his head and a smile that is too wide. Let's watch these viral videos for ourselves to see what's so great about them. The moment he finishes saying that, one of the videos expands to cover the entire screen before beginning to play. And in the image, Aqua can be seen complaining about a rather large isopod trying to eat her trident. Then when it looks grossed out by what it tried to eat, she begins to complain about it not liking her trident. Classic, Alan says with a nod of his head. Yep, Roderick agrees. Upset when they don't like it, upset when they do. After that, the next video starts to play. This one showing Aqua as she floats in the water with her legs held to her chest with one arm and her other hand resting on her chin as she watches an isopod and a squid fight each other. Showing a lazy yet interested expression on her face while music plays in the background. The type of music people tend to add to videos that are taking a long time for no reason to add a bit of a comical feel to it. Her just floating there in the water watching the monsters fight is adorable, Alan declares, his smile growing wider the longer he watches. And that music? All while she even begins to spin upside down due to the water current very slowly flipping her, and with her not caring in the least about it. I swear all the videos she is in instantly reach trending, Roderick says with a laugh, and that music, it's a perfect fit. Finally, the last video begins to play, and this one shows Aqua as she slowly wakes up, with the camera itself being shown from her side as she sleeps with her ear on her backpack. Just slowly blinking her lazy eyes open and closed for several seconds. Then she sits up straight and begins to stretch while wearing just her hoodie, a shirt beneath it, and shorts. All while a wake-up song plays gently in the background. This is probably one of the most popular videos on her channel right now, Alan says with a wry smile on his face. And it's obvious why. She's so adorable yet with that elegant beauty as she wakes up, and even after. Realizing she's being broadcast, she doesn't even show any signs of caring. She just gets up and continues stretching. Roderick nods his head without saying a word, but his eyes make it clear he enjoys the video just as much as they remain glued to the screen. These videos alone make it clear why Aqua is leagues above any other pioneer currently active in popularity, Alan declares with a smile when the video finishes playing. And now it looks like she's about to begin another big hunt. The screen changes once more to show her current broadcast as she finally turns her attention to the massive starfish at the center of the cavern she has deemed the Starfish Cavern. Aqua, since all the other starfish are dead, this fella is the only one left alive. I stand with my hands on my hips just staring at the large starfish as the creature eats another delfish. Honestly, I'm not really sure how to deal with this thing. Maybe like how I deal with the other starfish. Size is just a number, right? I swim high up in the cavern before waiting for another delfish to get close to it. Then I send out a blade of pressurized water into its mouth along with the delfish. Then I wait, and continue waiting, but nothing ever actually happens, which makes me wonder if it ate the blade too. I guess size isn't just a number after all. The thing doesn't even seem to have noticed my attack, which is even sadder. After that attempt, I try using a tentacle next, one from Abyssal Kraken's embrace. I just have the tentacle wrap around one of the starfish's limbs. But the starfish just counters it by wrapping the limb around the tentacle, then bringing said flailing tentacle into its mouth and eating it, ripping the tentacle apart at the portal in the process. I stare blankly as the starfish chews up the tentacle, wondering what the hell I just watched. Eventually the starfish just swallows the tentacle, leaving me floating here staring at it. Okay, so that didn't work either. I float over before grabbing a rock that I then throw on top of the starfish. But the rock just rolls off the thing as the starfish ignores it. Then I try throwing a bunch of corpses at it to overfeed it, but it just keeps eating without a care. After trying several other things, I eventually find myself huffing at the stupid starfish while crossing my arms and glaring at it. All while ignoring the comments in my chat about how I look cute right now. Just what the abyss am I even supposed to be doing to kill this? It's infuriating. Eventually I give up on killing it in some second-hand way and turn to physical brute force. And by that I mean rushing at it and stabbing it with my trident, which surprisingly seamlessly enters the leg of the starfish before I twist it, making the starfish finally let out a screech of pain for the first time throughout this entire battle that hasn't really been much of a battle. Oh, so it's weak to piercing attacks. Huh. The starfish's leg slams into me, sending me flying for several meters, but not enough to make me reach the wall, and it doesn't hurt as bad as I expected it would. Probably because my level is only one below it. The starfish finally detaches itself from the ground and begins to float up into the water. What's it doing? Wouldn't it have been safer when? My thoughts trail off as the starfish begins to spin. Slowly at first before going faster and faster until it's creating a literal vortex around it in the water. Okay then, was not expecting that. Then, as if mocking me, the thing shoots straight at me at a speed almost too fast for me to see. Slamming into my gut, cracking my armor in one blow, and sending me flying to slam into the wall of the cavern as I cough out a mouthful of blood. I glare at the starfish before spitting out some blood from my mouth and stretching a bit again, feeling the bruising and fractured bones in my torso, sending pain throughout my body. But the bruising should go away before long and the fractured bones are just fractures. They're easily ignorable. I rush straight at the starfish with speed matching its own before slamming my trident straight into another one of its legs, piercing straight through it before I grab my trident with both hands and swing it to send the damned starfish flying with all my immense strength. And this time the starfish is the one being slammed into the opposite wall of the cavern. It feels really nice to be this strong and actually be able to use the strength. A far different situation than what happened with the orc. I crack my neck before tightening my grip on the trident as the starfish disengages itself from the wall and slowly begins to spin again while some sort of clear blood leaks from its wounds. Then the starfish starts spinning faster and faster while I rush straight at it, meeting the starfish in the middle of the cavern as our attacks clash, sending shockwaves through the water. Time to vent my earlier irritation on this stupid creature. B1, Chapter 34 Aqua. Both of us are immediately sent flying with our own injuries, but both of us also immediately return for another attack. And another. And yet another, leaving clear injuries on each other with every attack. But neither of us stop despite the injuries. At this point I have bruises and fractured bones all across my body, and the starfish has bleeding holes across each and every limb. Meanwhile I see the chat going wild at the intense underwater battle going on right now. I continue piercing the starfish with my trident over and over again while occasionally using my bare hand to grab the starfish and throw it. But the starfish proves to be surprisingly durable. Not in the way that it can endure a lot without getting hurt, but in that it seems to be able to survive perfectly well even with enormous amounts of damage done to its body. Which is shocking just how much damage it can endure. Then again, I'm not one to talk in this situation, considering that my wounds are very slowly healing. At a visible pace for some of the lighter wounds in fact. Still, this battle is dragging on for too long, so right as we're about to clash, I activate multiple skills at once. First I summon 2 tentacles that move straight in to hit the starfish, slowing its spin down and crashing its momentum. Second I activate Call of the Abyss, making me let out a cry that makes the starfish flinch while I'm in the middle of charging at it with my trident. And to finish it off, the orcas that are summoned all go to different limbs of the starfish and begin chomping down on it, proving just how powerful the jaw strength of a deep-sea orca is as they chomp through its flesh. Distracting and stopping it just enough to let me send my trident straight into its mouth to pierce the darkness within its mouth. The very same place I killed all the smaller starfish by attacking. A faint smile spreads across my face when the massive starfish begins to convulse after my attack. But the smile flinches a little when I notice something strange. Instead of its usual clear blood, the blood coming out of its mouth is yellow. Huh? Then a small explosion occurs within its mouth, sending both me and my trident flying to smash into a wall. I ignore the pain from the injuries though as I quickly float forwards again with my eyes glued to the starfish. And what I find is more than a little unexpected, because it's the sight of a smaller starfish leaving the body of the massive one. This starfish looks exactly like the larger one except with a much more sleek and shiny look to it. Everything else is the same. The black color, the shape, everything. It's just smaller and shinier. But more importantly, its identify result says it's the same monster. And this one is barely injured, other than a clear stab wound leaking yellow blood on its upper limb. Unlike the large starfish though, this one actually shows fatigue from the wound, making it difficult for the thing to move its wounded limb. I guess that explains why the large one kept ignoring all its wounds. That was just its outer shell. Or something like that. I have the tentacles and orcas stop attacking the large starfish and turn their attention to the smaller one, only for said smaller starfish to suddenly move far faster than the large one in the blink of an eye, slamming straight into and actually slicing through one of the tentacles, cutting it in half. Huh. And this is with it being injured. Wait, it's bleeding even more now. Is it ignoring its own injuries to attack recklessly or something? Because that's not very smart. Regardless, I rush at the thing as the orcas do the same. But the stupid starfish proves to be too fast even as it bleeds. So it keeps dodging us over and over again while occasionally attacking. First killing off the other tentacle, then taking out the orcas one by one. The starfish isn't the only one doing things though, as I finally manage to stab a second limb on the opposite side of its body around the time it kills the last orca. And by now the thing is slowing down quite a bit thanks to its blood loss. Slow enough that I finally manage to catch it, grabbing one of its uninjured legs with my hand and crushing it as I slowly stab my trident straight through its mouth like all the other starfish. You have killed a level 25 deep sea eater star. Express has been granted accordingly. You have killed a creature underwater. Apex Predator of the Depths has been activated, increasing your region stat by 1. Congratulations. You have now reached level 25, your total free points have increased by 2, and your mana stat has increased by 10. Allocate the free points whenever you please. Additionally, you have now unlocked your 5th skill and your 3rd trait. And there we go. I pant in exhaustion as my wounds throb all over my body, but little to none of them are open wounds, with almost all of them being bruises or fractured bones. Which at least means they won't make a mess of my clothes. Although for some reason I feel a stinging sensation that is very different from the pain of the bruises and bones throbbing all across my torso. But I can't quite place what the pain is, and it doesn't last long. Regardless though, I begin making my way back home again, deciding that I'm too injured and low on mana to continue any further today. So I'll just take the rest of the day off, and, of course, while I head home, I make sure to check out my new trait and skill. Requesting status. User Aqua Fallen, status retrieved. Name. Aqua Fallen. Level. 25, mana. 27 250ths, strength. 46, 31. Dexterity. 21, constitution. 21, magical strength. 20. Region. 257, free points. 0, traits. Physique of the Abyssal Kraken. Apex Predator of the Depths. Lifeblood of the Abyssal Kraken. Skills. End status, Lifeblood. Does that mean some sort of regeneration or constitution boost? I select the trait to see. Lifeblood of the Abyssal Kraken. The Abyssal Kraken's lifeblood reigns supreme, allowing the Abyssal Kraken to naturally heal and regenerate every type of harmful status to their body in existence so long as a single cell of theirs remains unharmed. This includes all types of injuries, illnesses, infections, missing body parts, and any other type of damage and source of damage to the body. Death occurs 10 seconds after the Abyssal Kraken's hearts and brain are all destroyed so long as they are not regenerated within that time. Oh, so it's pretty much the ultimate form of regeneration. Interesting. Judging by the fact that my wounds clearly aren't just suddenly healed, along with the fact that it says naturally heal, it likely just makes it so I can heal and regenerate from anything using the regeneration I have from the regen stat, including infections, like what I had before. It even mentions missing body parts, so that'll be very useful if I ever lose a limb somehow. A smile crosses my face at that as I feel more than a little satisfied with my new trait. Looks like I won't have to rely on antibiotics anymore, and I won't have to worry about having to get a prosthetic through a sponsorship if I lose a limb or something. I will just have to wait until the limb grows back if that happens. That said though, I thought the Kraken's regeneration trait was weaker than this, since I don't remember anything about them being able to regenerate from just a single cell. The rest of it holds true from the public knowledge on Krakens, but not the single cell part. So does that mean this is unique to the Abyssal Kraken? Regardless, the trait makes me effectively immortal at higher levels, when I have my regen stat high enough. At that point, so long as my regeneration outlasts the damage I take, I won't be killed. One other thing I noticed about that trait though, it said hearts. Do I have more than one heart? I glance down to stare at my chest as I swim before placing my hand around where my heart is and trying to feel for my heartbeat. But the water makes it difficult to do so, not to mention my armor. So I eventually stop that and continue swimming, deciding that I'll check when I get back home and can take off my armor. Wait a second, that stinging pain from earlier. I've heard that traits can actually alter the body as you get them, so maybe this trait gave me extra hearts or something. It is talking about my lifeblood after all. Well, for now I should check my new skill. B1, Chapter 35 Aqua. Well, that's an unexpected skill. I purse my lips while tilting my head as I swim, briefly wondering what I should think about the skill as I stare at it and swim. Requesting skills. User Aqua Fallen, 5 skills retrieved. More than 3 skills detected, all skills condensed. Skill 1. Abyssal Kraken's Embrace. Skill 2. Hydrokinetic Wrath. Skill 3. Call of the Abyss. Skill 4. Abyssal Kraken's Partial Shift. Skill 5. Pressure of the Abyss. Description. Pressure of the Abyss allows the user to increase the water pressure in the area 5 meters around them to the water pressure of the upper depths of the abyss itself. Additionally, the range of the skill increases by another 5 meters for every 100 points in magical strength the user has. Furthermore, the water pressure of the skill will increase to different levels of the abyss depending on the user's magical strength. Cost. Pressure of the Abyss costs 1 mana for every 5 seconds the skill is active. However, the time every point of mana lasts increases by 5 seconds for every 100 points in magical strength the user has. Cooldown. Pressure of the Abyss has no cooldown. End skills. It's certainly an unexpected skill. What even is the water pressure in the Abyss? I'm at least certain the bottom of the abyss would be so bad that it would crush any regular human in an instant, but the upper depths? I'm not actually sure. The abyss is a largely undocumented location in the Alliance. Surveillance does not work in the abyss. Phone recordings, video recordings, live streams, whatever, none of it works in the abyss. The only thing that works is the Pioneer broadcast system. Despite that, when the Alliance tried hiring pioneers to go into the abyss, all that ended up accomplishing was the pioneers all dying within hours of entering, without getting very deep. Even aquatic-focused pioneers ended up dying within half a day. So no one knows what even the lower half of the upper depths of the abyss look like, much less what monsters are in it or what the other levels of the abyss are like or how deep they are. Especially since the pioneers all gave up on that. After all, they survived being pioneers in the first place and won their way back into the Alliance at the top, so why would they sacrifice their lives just to explore the abyss? And until now the only ancient monster that was guaranteed to be connected to the abyss was the abyssal orca, who has it in its name. Even the kraken is only assumed to be connected to the abyss since it's just as strong as the abyssal orca and another aquatic ancient monster. But the abyssal kraken, I have to wonder if maybe, just maybe, the kraken wasn't actually the strongest version of its species. That thought sends a shiver down my spine as I continue swimming. One way or another, the abyss is a terrifying place. Eventually I arrive back at my home and collapse onto my backpack, just completely ignoring the chat that is still talking about my battle with the starfish, albeit with some of them wondering about what my trait and skill from level 25 are. But after a few seconds of me just lying down, I finally get to work trying to check for hearts, and as I begin taking off my armor, the broadcast cuts out for privacy. I don't care about that though. What's important now are my hearts. And lo and behold, when I heck for heartbeats after taking off most of my clothes aside from my undergarments, I find not one, or two, not even 3, or 4. I find 5 heartbeats echoing through my body. Holy shit, that's a lot. Don't squids and octopi normally have just 3 hearts? Why the extra 2? Not really sure, but whatever. The extra hearts are beneficial. Although I'm kind of curious what my internal structure actually looks right now. From what I can tell based on feeling around my torso, I have 1 heart in the upper right corner and upper left corners of my chest, 1 just slightly above my belly button, and 2 of them in the lower right and left corners of my belly. Albeit closer to the back of my body than the front. As for where anything else is, and if things were moved around to accommodate, I have no idea. Still, having 5 hearts will be very helpful in the future, especially with my new skill. After all, to kill me now, something has to destroy all 5 of my hearts and my brain. The only thing keeping me from being practically immortal so long as that doesn't happen is that other injuries could easily end up damaging or making my heart stop long before other hearts or my brain regenerate. So it's not really safe to say that I can't die unless someone directly targets all of them. Something else I noticed is that the hearts don't all have the same amount of force as they beat. The heart in the center of my torso feels like the main one as it beats a lot harder than the other 4. While the other 4 beat a lot quieter than even a regular human heartbeat. A lot softer in general. To the point that it was actually very confusing when I started feeling around for heartbeats and first checked where my normal heart would be. Only to not feel a thing. I can only feel the other heartbeats when my hand is placed directly over my skin where the heart is. That's how softly they're beating. Honestly, I'm not even sure if these 4 hearts are strong enough to support the entire body on their own if one of them was the last heart left. It's entirely possible the heart would just collapse. Then again, I'm not a scientist, so I wouldn't know. Anyway, I put my clothes back on after finishing the inspection without caring about the bruising on my body before lying back down on my backpack and gazing up at the ceiling. The wounds should heal soon. Possibly by the time I finish work tomorrow, in fact. I ended a bit early today, so there are over 12 hours before work even starts tomorrow. Which means an extra several hours before work ends. That leaves me smiling a little bit despite my pain. Eventually my healing should be good enough that I can take on monsters several levels above me without much trouble, just because of me healing all the damage they deal me minutes after they deal it. That'll be great. I let out a sigh while staring up at the ceiling of my little cavern home. Then I gradually close my eyes, falling asleep within seconds despite my pain. And when I wake up again, I quickly get to work. I do my usual morning routine and go to my first job of the day. Which is actually a modeling job this time around. Just like the job I ended off on yesterday. Except this job is for the winter, so it has me wearing winter attire while walking on the ice near a glacier. A rather large change of pace from the last job, the complete opposite in fact. Not that I particularly mind though. I like the cold actually, and I'm pretty sure my body is literally made to handle the cold well. Which makes sense, considering that the deep sea is pretty cold from what I've heard. An average of right above the freezing temperature for water. If I'm being honest, I could probably walk around without my armor on in just a short-sleeved shirt and shorts and be perfectly comfortable in this place. It's always interesting all the new things I'm learning about my body ever since my bloodlines awakened. Anyway, after that photo shoot I go to a different commercial shoot that is very far out of what I'm used to. It's actually a makeup commercial, for underwater, waterproof makeup, which I didn't realize was a thing. But if I'm being honest, I have never worn makeup in my life, so I feel rather out of place throughout the entire shoot. Thankfully for me, and for everyone there, my knowledge of makeup doesn't matter whatsoever for the shoot. It's not like I'm the one applying it after all. That's the makeup artist's job. When I arrive at the third job though, something happens. A loud beeping sound echoes through my head and my system phantom begins to flash red as a message appears in front of my vision. Pioneer's body has been moved on Oceania. Canceling the Pioneer's system phantom. My eyes widen in shock. And I'm not the only one as those at the shoot for the variety show I was going to record for look just as shocked. Then everything goes black, and I find myself returning to my body. Just to feel the cavern shaking all around me. What in the abyss is going on?